The first person we have here is Mosin. So Mosin and Jay, take it away.
Hey Jay. So I'm someone who's looking into the Orthodox faith, and inquiring into it.
Can
And
yeah,
sorry, am
go
I
ahead.
loud enough? Okay. Yeah, I'm just kind of inquiring into the Orthodox faith, and I'm trying to learn about like dogma in the Orthodox Church. I'm just trying to understand like how does the Orthodox Church come to know that something is dogmatic?
Yeah, hold on 1 second. Let me get my headphones because it's hard to hear you guys. So give me just 1 second.
No worries, man.
Okay, I'm good. Go ahead. Sorry, could you say that again? I'm back.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, so I'm inquiring into the Orthodox faith. I'm just looking into it, and I'm trying to understand how does like obviously you would say that Jesus Christ being God is dogma, right? Or any other dogma of the Orthodox Church. How would you come to know whether a teaching is dogmatic or not?
So I think there's a lot of times equivocation on two senses of knowing here. Sometimes people are asking about the status of public dogma or what is called normative authority. And then sometimes people mean at an individual level, how do I become as existentially speaking, as an individual convinced of a position or convinced that XYZ is dogma? So we have to distinguish those two because they're two different domains of epistemology. So one of them deals with you as an individual, what you know and what's possible for you to know, and how do you come to know it. And then the other domain is a question of kind of public statement, evidence, this kind of stuff. So as an individual, the ultimate way, this is, I mean, all the Roman Catholics, Orthodox, and Protestants all agree that ultimately it's the Holy Spirit that leads the individual. So that's part of everybody's tradition to a degree. But on a public level, we have different criteria for what counts as dogma. So for the Orthodox, it's principally what's pronounced in the seven ecumenical councils, and then for us, the Palamite councils. So we are first and foremost synodal as a church government. We think that's the model that's laid down in Acts 15. And I would just counter by saying that anything that you invoke, like a public thing like the office of the papacy, begs the question because it's confusing those two domains that I pointed out. In other words, just invoking the office of a papacy isn't going to give you any more certitude than me pointing to this or that council. So that's why at the individual level, it's ultimately the Holy Spirit. But where we disagree between Protestant, Orthodox, and Roman Catholic is the means that the Holy Spirit uses. So we think it's the councils, the church fathers, the tradition of the church, the liturgy, all of those things play into one another in kind of a holistic for the individual to be catechized and know the faith via the Holy Spirit. For the Protestant, it's the Holy Spirit principally leading him through the scriptures. And then for the Roman Catholic, it's the individual principally being led to know the faith through what the Roman See teaches. At least that's according to Vatican I. So in other words, I'm just pointing out that everybody's kind of in the same boat, but the answer ultimately is just different means that the Holy Spirit uses. And I would say as a Roman Catholic, you're not in a better position because of the office of the papacy. In fact, I mean, I have right here on my shelf like at least several thousand pages of papal documents. So, I mean, do you want to sift through the church fathers and the councils, or do you want to sift through the papal writings to figure out which sections of which papal writings are dogma, which ones are universal ordinary magisterium, which ones are ordinary, which ones are fallible opinions? You see the point?
Right, yeah, yeah. I'm not saying one is better than the other. I'm not very knowledgeable on this topic. I'm just trying to learn the Orthodox view.
Well, I
So
thought
like,
you do identify as Catholic, right?
oh yeah, yeah. I'm just not very knowledgeable on the topic. But like you would say, you want like an Orthodox, a good standing Orthodox would have to follow the would you say it's dogmatic that you have to follow the conclusions of an ecumenical council?
Yeah, if it's a true council. I mean, there's false councils.
Right, yeah, for sure. Where would that dogma be outlined? Do you know?
Where does Orthodox dogma lie?
No, the dogma that you have to follow in an ecumenical council. Where could I find that?
Well, it's the pronouncements of the councils as well as the interpretations of the fathers of those councils. So if you read the councils, they'll actually explain this very question. So they'll say, for example, that if you look at Constantinople I, which was held out of communion with Rome, closed out of communion with Rome, and was convoked and presided over by Saint Meletius, who died out of communion with Rome, which, by the way, Rome holds as a saint and as a true ecumenical council. That council says that the pronouncements of the councils have to be interpreted according to the teachings and writings of the Cappadocians. So there's a reciprocal relationship here where it's a both and. There's not like there's not a specific list of the dogmas, and nor does your church have this. Roman Catholicism doesn't have that either.
Okay. So I don't know. I'm just trying to understand. I don't. So like obviously like the general Orthodox Church would obviously come to very universal conclusions coming from the ecumenical councils. But
so basically, you're just ignoring all the things that I replied and restating the question. Does nothing
maybe I'm
that
just
I said,
understanding. But
does anything that I said register, or do you think that those weren't answers?
I don't think you're being dishonest. I just don't understand your answer in pair with my question.
Okay, so specifically when I outlined the two different notions of what certainty and knowledge of the dogmas pertains to, what's unclear about what I said?
Like I understand how you can come to know what the general teaching of the Orthodox Church is based on what you said. That was very clear. But more so knowing which of those teachings are dogmatic. Yeah, obviously, you would say, well, an ecumenical council taught us, so therefore it's dogmatic. I'm asking where that statement is outlined as dogma.
Well, early on, the councils pronounced their own teachings as dogmatic. So, I mean, Athanasius says, for example, in his Festal Letters, that Nicaea was the voice of the Holy Spirit. So, are you asking for proof text that councils are dogmatic? I mean, don't you believe this as a Roman Catholic?
Yeah, for sure I would. It's not like I'm not trying to like refute you. Like if I became Orthodox, which I'm looking into, I'm just trying to understand like what I would have to believe in by divine faith.
Yeah, but that's the Roman Catholic attitude to how you approach the faith, and that's not how our faith operates. So you're coming with Roman Catholic presuppositions about where's the Denzinger that lists all the things I have to believe. And it's not exactly like that because we have the mindset of the church the first 1,000 years. So the first 1,000 years of the church, there was no dogmatic manual that you went to the church to ask for what to believe, right? You were catechized into the faith, and mainly the faithful were catechized into the liturgy. Don't you think that's the way the church operated in the first 1,000 years? Do you think that if you went to, Athanasius's church, he would be like, here's the list of the papal teachings? Or do you think he would catechize you the way that St. Cyril of Jerusalem writes a large catechism?
Yeah, I'm sure he'd catechize me.
Okay. So do you think he would, where's the papal list of dogmas in Athanasius's time?
Oh, I'm not saying there were any. I'm not super knowledgeable.
So
on
they
this
didn't know the faith?
No, I believe they knew the faith.
Okay,
But
well, how
to
do they
say
know
that,
the faith without the list of the papal dogmas?
well, I'm not saying you need a list of papal dogmas. I never claimed that.
Oh, the Vatican I said you do.
It doesn't say. Well, you just said that no list exists, so certainly it didn't claim that, right?
Vatican I says that you need the papacy to know the faith and to know the dogmas. So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, for sure. That's probably what Vatican I said. I'm just like,
No, it does
I'm
say
not
it's not probably what it says.
sure. I'm not trying to like skate by and see like what minimal I can believe and be Orthodox. I just want to know like if
Well,
I
honestly, I'm
can
not so sure that like if you actually are an inquirer or not. I think you're just saying this to try to you're playing gotcha is what I think.
I'm not trying to play gotcha. Like this is a serious hard question like an epistemic question I can't seem to understand.
Okay, so but I gave you a really detailed epistemological answer at the very beginning. And so the answer is that there is no specific list of the dogmas you have to believe in any church. It doesn't exist in Rome either.
Yeah, I agree. There's no list for sure, but there are
But
certainly
you just
dogmas.
asked for where's the list.
Well, I'm not asking for a list. Like just
You
one
did
place
ask.
where it
You said
says.
where's the list of the things I have to believe.
No, I said what are the lists, right? Like just for you.
Oh,
What
that's
would you?
the same thing as asking what is the list. Come
Well,
on,
I
dude.
don't think there's a list that exists, Jay. I'm just saying,
Then
like,
why are
if
you
you ask,
asking me that question?
because if you ask me, for instance, like, what are the list of dogmas? I would say, well, there is no codified list, but I can show you all the dogmas and compile them for you, right? So
Oh,
I was just asking.
so you're ultimately the one who can tell us who the dogmas are. So it sounds Protestant to me. So you're just a Protestant with the Catholic dogmas.
No, they're
Could
explicitly
your list be
outlined.
wrong?
I'm just
Could your list?
compiling
No,
them.
no, they're not. That's the point. They're not.
I don't think that's the case, Jay. I'm
I
just
mean,
trying to.
there's books like Denzinger, but do you think Denzinger has the totality of the things you have to believe? It stops at Pius XII.
No, no, of course
Okay,
not.
so
We'll
where's the
certainly be
list?
up to date. Once again, I don't think there's a list for either church.
Okay, but you just said there is a list, so you're back and
I didn't
forth.
say
Which one
there's
is it?
a list. I said, could you give me
You
a
said there
list?
could be given lists, right?
Yeah, you could enumerate the dogmas.
Okay, so now it's up to the individual to determine, is he certain or not?
No, it's not for you to determine. Like, obviously, as an Orthodox, if I became
Okay, so
Orthodox, I would
the
have to
list of the
determine.
dogmas is fallible.
Yeah, as for personally determining which are
Okay, so then it's
dogmas,
useless. It's no different than the Protestants saying that the canon of Scripture is fallible. You're doing the
well,
exact same thing with the dogmas.
Jay, you're just appealing to skepticism here. Like, how do you
No,
know?
I'm asking about your position. Your position said you're saying right now that the list of dogmas that you would give is fallible, right?
The list as for what I'm saying, then yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So it begs the question. It doesn't do you any good. It doesn't get you out of the dilemma because now you don't know that you have the list of dogmas.
Well, Jay,
Could be
I
wrong.
don't think there's a dilemma. Jay, I'm not trying to refute the
Stop
Orthodox
using my
position
name. You
here.
can talk to me directly. Just NLP is not
I'm
going to work
sorry.
for me, dude.
I'm sorry. I
So
don't. I'm not.
your position is you're asking a problem for any position, and I'm just turning it around and saying it's no different for the Catholic.
Okay, yeah,
And you're
be that
saying
as
that, well, I could give you a list. Okay, well, I could too.
sure.
So,
Yeah, Jay,
so
that
what?
could certainly be a problem for Catholicism. That's why I'm asking about Orthodoxy. Like,
Mhm.
if I were to be catechized, my priest would say, "Okay, here are the things you have to believe," and he would teach me dogmas,
And
right?
so the first 1,000 years of the church, everybody used the Nicene Creed as their beginning point of catechesis.
Right.
Okay, so do you think that that's the modus operandi of Vatican I?
Jay, I'm not here to defend Catholicism. I'm trying to learn here about Orthodoxy.
But you are because you're asking questions that assume the defense of Catholicism.
Not really. I don't think that Catholicism, must be the case. I'm just trying to understand so I can learn more about Orthodoxy. Like, what,
The simple
what?
answer to your question is that the church would do what St. Cyril of Jerusalem does in his catechism list, where he goes through the creed, and each section of the catechism is one of the lines of the creed.
Gotcha. And the creed is dogmatic, right?
Absolutely.
How do you
In
know
fact, it's produced at the council called Out of Communion with Rome, presided over by a saint who died out of communion with Rome, that Rome accepts as both a valid council and a saint, St. Meletius at Constantinople I.
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense, and that's definitely true.
Okay,
But
but that means that Rome Catholicism and the papal dogmas are not true, because you can have valid ecumenical councils out of communion with Rome
Jay,
and
I
saints
don't
out
know.
of communion with Rome.
I don't know why you keep attacking Catholicism. Like, even if Catholicism is wrong, that doesn't necessitate Orthodoxy.
Because
That's
that's
just
your position. So there's
that's.
no
I'm not defending that position. Like that could
you
be
are,
totally
because
wrong.
the questions are presupposing Catholic type apologetics. You're saying, where's the dogmas? What do I have to believe?
Well,
That's literally like every Roman Catholic question.
Jay, I can't find, like, for instance, the other day, someone told me it's dogmatic that the Eucharist cannot get you sick, right? First, actually, someone wanted me to ask you that. Is that the case? Would you say?
First of all, the fact that a random Orthodox person says something's dogmatic, what does that have to do with what actually is or isn't the case
No,
for
I agree.
Orthodox
That has nothing
dogma?
to do with it. That's why then I looked into it, right? I looked up, I asked different people, I tried to find it. I can't find that dogma nor anything against it.
So again, St. Cyril says the Eucharist can't get you sick. So I don't think that just merely because St. Cyril says it, it's therefore dogma. So we have, the notions of levels and degrees of authority. There's the notion of theologumena. But first and foremost for us, the ecumenical councils, because they deal with triadology and Christology, I mean, that's primarily the most important thing. That's why when the church produces the creed, that seemed to be the standard for the first 1,000 years. Like everybody will say, well, where in the creed are they departing if there's a heresy, right? Excuse me.
For sure.
So
Okay.
you
Well,
get so basically you get the universally what is the catechesis of the church is the creed. And so they'll go through the creed, but it's not just the words of the creed, because as we know, Protestants will cite the creed and sometimes give it different meanings, right? Like Catholics will say that, oh, it doesn't mean, Calvinists will say, no, it doesn't mean this here, it means something else. So that's why the councils also specify that you have to interpret the creed with the sense that the fathers gave it. So, for example, Constantinople I says you got to use Cappadocians. Ephesus says you got to use Cyril. So there's a reflexive symbiotic relationship between the fathers of those councils and the meaning of the dogmatic pronouncements in the councils. So that's why you can't like divorce like the dogmatic statement. Oh, I don't have to worry what Cyril taught. I just have to believe the specific lines of statements and propositions in Ephesus. Does that make sense? That's why I'm trying to fend off against that idea, because you can't understand Ephesus without Cyril, and you can't therefore take just the statements in the Council of Ephesus, right, without the sense of the meaning that Cyril gives it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. Just a summative question. Would you say that it is dogmatically to be believed then?
About the Eucharist or what?
Yeah, Eucharist cannot get you sick.
I think it follows logically, but I mean, I don't know of a specific place where you could say that that's dogmatic. I mean, it's like, there's a lot of things in Scripture, for example, that it's part of Scripture, but it's not dogmatic. But we're not going to like, oh, well, then I don't have to believe it because it's not dogmatic, right? Like, I don't know, the life of David, right? I mean, that's in Scripture. But if I said, oh, I don't believe that, David died at this date or that he did this battle, it doesn't really make sense, but it's not like it's equivalent to, the doctrine of the Trinity or something like that. So I would say that a person's being inconsistent, but I don't know that that specific idea is dogmatic per se.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your time, Jay. Just one last question, if you don't mind. This is, a terrible hypothetical, God forbid. But if someone poisoned the chalice, right, and you knew that happened, would you still be willing to consume it?
I think there are instances where this has happened in church history. So if the poisoning means like the elements themselves, I don't know if I would. In other words, if it was like somebody put poison on the chalice, like on the cup, I don't know. The Orthodox view the Eucharist as a mystery, so we don't try to pry into the degree of specificity that a lot of the medieval scholastics try to do with exactly at what point in the liturgy the transformation occurs with the words of consecration, or is it epiclesis? For us, it's a mystery. And there have been saints who have taken the Eucharist supposedly when it was poisoned and it didn't hurt them. I think there's a story of St. John Maximovich along these lines. But no, if you're asking me personally, I would probably, I might be weak in faith and not be as consistent as I should be. I don't know. I've never been in that kind of situation. I know that I was never at once masked in a church or afraid of COVID this whole time. So I didn't, throughout this whole COVID nonsense, I never stopped doing communion.
Gotcha. Okay, well, thank you, Jay. I appreciate your time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thanks a lot. Our next guest here is Tienitia. I've spoken with this guy a few times. Kind of a functionalist. Good guy. Take it away.
Hey.
And let me point out that the last guy was being disingenuous because he was typing in the chat that stuff wasn't dogma and that I was coping. So this whole time he was here to debate, but he was acting like he wasn't here to debate. So anytime people do that, J, anytime they do that bullshit, it's because they're actually here to debate and try to play gotcha. So his responses, I can see them, show that he was full of it.
Hey, you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I wanted to talk about the liar's paradox and Gödel's theorem of incompleteness, if it's okay.
Sure.
So you subscribe to the conclusions of Gödel's theorems, right?
Yeah, I think it's a good analogy for how systems are limited and that they appeal outside of themselves ultimately to justify themselves. So I make the analogy between Gödel's theorems to transcendental arguments, but I don't think that Gödel's theorem proves God or anything like that.
Yeah. Okay. And you also say that worldviews without God are absurd.
Correct.
Okay. So is there a reconciliation between these two things that we can do? Absurd in the sense that it contains contradictions or some like.
Absurd in the sense that at a fundamental level, there are contradictions that are so strong that they make knowledge impossible, not contradictions simpliciter, not any kind of contradiction, because everybody's worldview or belief system will have some element of, error or contradiction or mistake, but at a fundamental level such that the worldviews make knowledge impossible because they can't give an account for the preconditions of knowledge.
Okay, I have trouble understanding that. Do you think we can formulate worldviews in formal language, like kind of how Gödel tries to demonstrate his incompleteness theorem, right?
I think you can make analogies to formal, language, but you can't make a one-to-one correspondence. You can't reduce a worldview to a formal system, but you can express it in a formal system.
Okay, if it's not reducible to a formal system, then it makes difficult to claim that there are contradictions.
Well, that's just assuming that everything is reducible to formal systems. That's the very point that Bertrand Russell made, and that's the point that Gödel made.
Okay, so if we don't assume that, then how would you go on demonstrating that other worldviews have contradictions to the level that they cannot explain knowledge?
Because it's a reductionist move. So in other words, to say that everything is quantifiable is to express a metaphysical and an epistemological principle that you can't know or justify within that worldview. So you would be basically just assuming the thing from the outset and saying that, everything is expressible in this one way. And I just don't think that makes any sense. It doesn't work. And that's a different question in terms of how we can express systems formally. That's a different question from the question of epistemic justification. So justification is dealing with the reasons for our beliefs. And are those reasons coherent? And that's why what the transcendental argument is pointing out that we have to give a good account for not just knowledge claims, but the preconditions of knowledge.
How would you? So you don't take this presupposition that everything can be quantified. Okay, I understand that. So you still maintain that there are absurdities that renders knowledge impossible in other worldviews.
Correct.
So how would you? So how can you unpack that? Like how would you derive that if you don't use formal language and if you accept that every worldview has some level of incoherency or incompleteness?
Well, again, so the contradictions could be expressed in the formal language, but that doesn't mean that the system itself is identical to formal language. That's all I'm trying to say, is that you can express the contradictions formally, sure. I mean, that's why you can put tag into a disjunctive syllogism. So maybe I'm not expressing the point, which is just simply that you demonstrate the contradiction by showing that within that paradigm, there's fundamental contradictions between the claims that they make and what their basic starting points for epistemology, metaphysics, and ethics are. So if somebody says, for example, all knowledge comes from sense data, but they can't show that proposition itself is knowable through sense data, then the system is contradictory at a fundamental level.
Okay, but if it is an allowed move to say that, but my worldview is not identical to the syllogistic form or to the formal language form that you mentioned, if that's an allowed move, then anybody can get out of this trap in a way by saying, but my worldview is not identical to what you just said about my worldview, right? You see what I mean?
No, I'm just trying to express that there's not, you can't quantify every proposition. That's all I meant to say. I'm not saying that you can't. Again, I said you can express the contradictions formally. But that doesn't mean that the worldviews are identical to purely quantified systems, right? Like Bertrand Russell thought that everything could be expressed, literally everything could be expressed in mathematical sets. And Gödel said, no, that's false, because I can give you two examples here in these two theorems where it's not. Right, the first and second theorem. So,
okay, so sorry to
that doesn't mean that you can't demonstrate the contradictions. So again, you're confusing categories. I'm talking about the metaphysical notion that everything is math and quantification, right? Strictly speaking, versus the notion that you can express these things in formal languages and systems.
I'm sorry if I insist, but it seems to me that you're saying both that pointing out contradictions wouldn't be conclusive wouldn't be enough justification to say that a worldview is absurd, and on the other hand, you maintain that there seem to be some kind of incoherency. You see what I mean? There's a difference there.
Again, so there's a difference between a contradiction and a contradiction at a fundamental level about preconditions. Do you see the difference there? Like I could be wrong. I could be wrong about who my neighbor is, right? And it's not going to destroy my worldview, my paradigm, or the possibility of knowledge, because that's a fact of, empirical sense data that I could be wrong about. But I can't be wrong about whether logic is the case, because if I am, then knowledge is not possible anymore. That's two different criteria, two different categories. One is mundane sense data. The other one is a precondition for the possibility of experience or knowledge at all. That's why it's totally different and totally devastating to be wrong about the categories of preconditions, whereas I can be wrong about my empirical sense data. It doesn't destroy my worldview. Two different types of things.
So how do you decide which is which? How do you put in one category or the other?
I mean, have you ever looked at Aristotle's categories, Kant's categories, preconditions? I mean, that's all I'm doing is talking about what they talked about.
Aristotle and Kant?
Yeah, have you heard of them?
Yeah.
Okay, so Aristotle, for example, talks about the categories of being. And for him, right, they're the things that have to be the case for the world to be knowable. And Kant, I'm not agreeing with Kant in terms of his system. I'm just pointing out that he does philosophy based on these same categories, and he says these things have to be the case for you to have knowledge at all. So I would just simply say that whatever things are presupposed in any act of knowledge are preconditions of knowledge. So they have to be the case. So this would be anything that you deny. It would, for example, if I say words don't have meaning, if I say that there is no self, there is no external world, or all these kinds of classic philosophical problems, which are just another way to state Aristotle's categories. If I start denying those, then knowledge becomes impossible.
Okay, so you disagree with Kant's categories, but you accept Aristotle's?
I disagree with Kant's reducing everything to mental states, but not the actual arguments and the formal claims that he's making about transcendental arguments. Those are good. Just that he says it's all in your mind, which I don't believe is true. But basically I'm agreeing with Aristotle.
Okay, so these categories, they're right because Aristotle told them, or for some other reason?
Of course I'm not saying that, dude. They're right because they're preconditions for the possibility of knowledge.
Okay, so would you say that...
I just listed you multiple examples of them. So, I mean, do you think that it's possible to have knowledge if there's no logic? If logic is false? Wouldn't that destroy the possibility of knowledge?
If logic is false?
Yes.
I don't... What does that mean?
It's a very simple question. Wouldn't knowledge be impossible if logic was false? Okay, Aristotle asked this actual question, by the way.
Yes, but this seems to go back to the liar's paradox and Gödel's.
It's not a paradox. It has nothing to do with Gödel. This is thousands of years before Gödel. It's just a simple question about meta-logic and meta-ethics and meta-epistemology.
Yes. So I'm answering your question. We were talking with Good Faith earlier, a few days back, and he mentioned the theonomous reasoning compared with rationalist reasoning. And,
that doesn't mean that you're just fideistic.
Right.
That's not what the position is.
So in terms of meta-logic, how does theonomous reasoning solve the paradox of the liar?
Because the liar's paradox, again, is a different question from what we're talking about. I'm not sure why you keep bringing that in. It's fine if you want to bring that in, but
I don't understand.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so you asked me if logic is false, right? So it has to do with evaluation of truth values. which is a problem because we all know that there are problems with self-referencing statements. So if you make a self-referencing statement with logic, then you fall into the problem of the liar's paradox. So you ask me a question that is potentially undecidable in Gödel's term.
Again, I don't know what that has to do with preconditions of worldviews and whether or not there are preconditions. This is a question that far predates anything in Gödel.
Is there a specific way theonomus is applied to the liar's paradox? Are you aware of any philosopher that has taken a position on that?
Mm-mm.
No.
Right. So this is just comparing systems at a paradigm level and saying that, right, our paradigm is not just quote coherent, but actually justifiable. So it's all of those things at once. It gives an account. It gives a grounding. It has explanatory value, and it's holistic. And the limitations of the other systems aren't just limited and faulty. They actually make knowledge impossible. That's why it's a stronger claim. It's a stronger argument than sort of the typical theist type arguments. But I don't understand how. I'm just not understanding how this applies.
If you don't mind, if I can move on to a different question in the same topic.
Sure.
Good Faith told me about something you called pre-list.
Pre-list?
Some kind of error.
Delusion.
Yes. How would you define it?
Pre-lust is a spiritual delusion whereby we think that we are perceiving divine realities or miracles or spiritual things when in fact we aren't. It's just a delusion of our own heart. So I just read a chapter in Ezekiel, by the way, that is actually a really good expression of this. If anybody wants to, you can read, I think it's Ezekiel 14 or 15, and it's basically stating this very point about delusion.
Does that cause a problem in your epistemology or not?
Are you trying to argue that we could be deluded about everything, like the evil demon of Descartes or something?
I assume that you have something to fend off this kind of critique.
Right. So it's not a claim about knowledge per se. It's a claim about spiritual delusion. So it's not an epistemic claim that all of our faculties are subject to delusion. Therefore, everything is now in a state of pure skepticism. That's not what pre-list is.
Okay. It's only spiritual.
Right. I mean, it could reply to, mistaken interpretations of the external world. Sure. But we're not going to say that like pre-list means that I can't trust my, five senses or something like that. I would say we have good warrant to believe in the basic reliability of our senses. But the only way I believe that ultimately is because I think that man's made in the image of God. So the reliability of sense data, in my argument, presupposes the Imago Dei, the man being made in the image of God. Other systems can't give an account for sense data, and thus all the problems of skepticism and Hume.
Okay, so I assume that God is not subject to pre-list. So he
to what?
I'm sorry.
No, God's not a man. Humans are subject to pre-list because it's a result of the fall.
Yes, so it's a result of the fall. Okay. So how do you? So this is where grace comes into play.
I mean, grace comes into play in a lot of ways. What do you
mean? Grace helps you to overcome pre-list.
Yes, sure.
Okay. So.
Let me put it this way. So for us, we would say you could look at the church like a hospital of the mind or the soul. And so the purpose is basically a rehab program to rehabilitate man's erroneous programming and worldview interpretation. And so what the church does is basically operate as that hospital rehab program to retool our worldview so that we interpret the world correctly. Does that make sense?
Yeah, what in that analogy, what would be the grace then?
Well, it would be the medicine that the hospital or the,
Some kind
that
of
they give us.
medication. Yeah, okay.
Well, I mean, that's a bad analogy because I'm not a big fan of big pharma, but yeah.
Well,
I mean, assuming that it's good medicine, we'll say.
okay. So, if I can loop back on the previous topic, then, and you tell me when I overreach my welcome. We were mentioning the categories that would preclude knowledge, right? The certain philosophical preconditions for knowledge.
Correct.
So, would you say that this also comes through the medication? I mean, through grace?
No, I think there are facts of the world that's just the way that humans are constituted. It's the way the world is constituted. Again, given my paradigm. So it's not like you come to the church and you learn Aristotle's categories. I mean, those are just already the case because they're descriptions of the way the world is and the way humans are. So that's more of a metaphysical presupposition about the world and how the world is and how humans operate. But when we come to the church, we're going to get all of our faculties healed, so to speak, so that we can correctly interpret any of those things. So our ethics gets renovated, our view of knowledge gets renovated, transformed. Does that make sense?
Yes. Okay. So even if somebody doesn't come to this rehab church thing, you say that this person can reach already conclusions through the transcendental arguments about the preconditions of knowledge. You don't require the medication, right?
Well, they can get some things right, sure. I mean, but the point is that they can't get the whole picture. They can't get the whole system right. So, I mean, even if I don't know what your worldview is, but even if, let's say a person's an atheist has to admit that a Christian engineer or scientist can get things right? I mean, they don't believe that the Christian's worldview is correct, right? But they can still get things right, even despite their theism or Christianity. As a scientist, that's at least possible, right? So likewise, I mean, there's nothing wrong with saying that, yeah, people can get things right. And in my worldview, the way that I give an account for that is that because the world is precisely the way that we say it is, right? It's not the atheist worldview that we live in. It's the Christian paradigm that we're in. And that's why people are able to, because they're still made in the image of God, they're able to, reason, they're able to create things, they're able to come to correct conclusions about the world. But when it comes to giving an account for those conclusions and an explanation of the whole system as a whole, that's where it breaks down. And what I think is going on is that there's two conflicting systems at work in every atheist or every unbeliever. There's the correct system that's kind of there in potentia, and then there's the autonomous reasoning that's fighting against that theonomous reasoning. And so there's kind of a conflict. And so the person is going to affirm two different things. For example, atheists will say things like, the universe has no meaning, but then they'll turn around and say things like, secular humanism gives life meaning, something like that, just as an example. Well, those are conflicting, fundamental presuppositions that don't comport with one another.
Okay, so if I understand well, then the atheist would have some acuity and ability to reach correct conclusions, but eventually they all fall prey to prejudice, and they
Well,
make
sure. I
mistakes,
mean,
right?
yeah, I think every atheist, let me put it this way, every atheist would probably, unless they're being, ornery, would agree that 2 + 2 is 4. But they're not, what I would say is that, okay, but they're not able to give an account for how 2 + 2 is 4. So that's the way I would approach that. So if I was debating an atheist and I say, okay, look, we both agree that 2 + 2 is 4, I would be like, yeah, but how is 2 + 2 4? Like, how do you give an account for invariant immaterial objects, universals, etc.? Because that underlies the math problem of 2 + 2 = 4, right? Those are prior questions, preconditioned questions.
Yeah. So what about the answers that are given by atheists for decades now about this question? Like instrumentalism, the
Well, I think most of those
computational
are
theory of
right.
mind.
So most of those are avoiding the actual issue, which is a metaphysical and epistemological question. So they basically just say, well, that's not possible. We don't answer those things anymore. That's old medieval stuff. So they don't actually answer it. They just avoid it.
But what about those who answered these questions? Like the computational theory of mind, connectionism, all these branches of philosophy.
Yeah, again, most of these are reductionist in nature, and again, don't answer the metaphysical question that the actual question raises. They're just avoiding it and saying that we don't know anything about metaphysics, so these are just kind of token symbols. We don't know if they actually match up to anything.
Yes, okay. All right. I think I can leave the ground.
Yeah, great questions.
See you around.
Okay, we got a Roman Catholic coming up here. Matthew, yeah, feel free to go right ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up, dude?
So I was curious. I found something in Chalcedon the other day. Honestly, just curious to hear your take on it. So it's in session 1. I can link it in the chat here. Session 1 starts out with Postumius, papal legate, talking about deposing Dioscorus. And then when the Senate asks the papal legates why Dioscorus should be deposed, he says, this is Lucentius. He says, the most reverend bishop, having the place of the apostolic see, said, let him give a reason for his judgment, for he undertook to give sentence against one over whom he had no jurisdiction, and he dared to hold a synod without the authority of the apostolic see, a thing which had never taken place, nor can take place, right?
Yeah,
so in
in that
essence,
jurisdiction.
Chalcedon is saying that you cannot ever have
No,
a council.
it's saying in that jurisdiction because Rome didn't know what was going on in all the other jurisdictions.
That's not. It just says simpliciter, and he.
No,
dared
that's
to
your
hold.
reading of it. That's your reading of it. It doesn't say that. In fact, the very actions of Chalcedon itself, as well as Ephesus, they investigate the letters to see. But did you know that Chalcedon said that Leo's letters are equal to Cyril's?
No, it doesn't say that.
Yes, it does.
That's it.
Yes, it does.
We can go through Chalcedon and kind of whether or not the tome was judged, but look, Jay, like I don't know how you can read
it was
this any
judged,
other
and you
way.
know, they spent 2 weeks investigating the tome to see if it was orthodox.
Like,
Didn't
Jay,
they?
could you just
Yeah,
read?
So he's not going to answer. So I've given you the response.
I'll answer.
Yeah, Canon 6. What does Canon 6 of
Leo?
Nicaea say? This is what you guys do. You guys are
Are you
dishonest.
talking about Nicaea now or Chalcedon? Which one?
I'm talking about the fact that Chalcedon is going to be in accord with Canon 6 of Nicaea, which is about limited jurisdictions.
Yeah, for Alexandria.
And just flat out denied the fact that they said that Cyril's letters are equal to Leo. That's repeated at the Sixth Council. Cyril's letters are equal to Leo.
Well, it's only Cyril's letters that were affirmed at Ephesus. Those would be the letters.
I know that. Equal. Yeah, in a synod where they examined the letters. Did they spend 2 weeks examining
at Ephesus?
Did they spend 2 weeks examining the tome?
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did. You're lying.
Here, I can read you the Acts right now. So you start out right.
Move on. This guy's dishonest.
Can I read?
We're not going to read the entire Acts of Chalcedon in this. I just gave you multiple.
I gave you multiple examples.
I gave you multiple examples as to why what you're saying is false, and you're just ignoring it and saying that it's not true. Go listen to.
Go to the council.
All right, just move on. Just boot this guy.
Okay, if you want to ask another question, raise your hand. We'll bring someone up here in a second.
Yeah, by the way, Ubi dealt with literally all those objections already.
Okay, go right ahead, Rootin' Tootin' Putin.
Hi. This was a point that was raised by a vegan friend of mine who's a Protestant. And I'm just wondering how I get your thoughts on it, Jay.
Sure.
She said that because prior to the fall, there was no death in the Garden of Eden, so no animals were killing each other. And so that means as Christians, we should be vegan and not be killing animals.
Right, now this is false because that we don't exist in the time of Eden. And if you read through Genesis, you'll notice that it's Genesis 9 and 10 where God does give the permission to eat animals, and that's something given to Noah. So the fact that something was the case in Eden, it doesn't follow from that that's what every Christian should do. And in fact, in the New Testament, there's multiple places where, for example, in 1 Timothy 5 or 6, Paul says that it's a Gnostic heresy to deny the eating of meat. And then multiple church fathers, including St. Hippolytus, including Irenaeus, and including John Damascus in the in the Heresiology, lists all the reasons why we don't ascribe to vegetarianism or veganism. So there's no question about that for an Orthodox person.
Yeah,
I mean, Paul
researched
says in many
on that,
places
so,
that
I don't
God
know
has
a lot of
given.
it.
Yeah, God has given everything for consumption.
All right, thank you.
I would add, by the way, to the disingenuous Catholic guy that was here a minute ago, literally every one of these objections, Ubi's already replied to them in all of his Ibarra videos. So you just watch the Ibarra videos, and every one of these objections is already dealt with.
Yeah, you can look at the Ubi Petrus YouTube channel. He has very extensive videos on these questions from Catholics. All right, we're going to invite someone else up here shortly. Okay, B3, please be respectful. Go right ahead. B3, I believe, is an atheist. Is that correct? B3, you got to unmute your mic, buddy.
Yeah, I'm not an atheist at all. You're totally off base there.
My bad. Go right ahead. You can let him know what your worldview is.
Well, I'm enjoying the chat, and I appreciate that you brought me on the stage there. Jay knows me. My actual question was around the season of Lent. Jay said he wasn't going to debate no more, and that was fine. We had some nice discussions, and one of his minions muted me, or banned me from the server, so I just wanted to get back in the server.
You talking about the season? That was a while ago. So,
Well, I have a long memory.
okay.
Yeah, we've had some nice discussions. You know my voice. I'm sure you have a long memory also. But one of your guys banned me from the server, and it was totally ridiculous because we had some nice discussions. We had long discussions.
Okay, I don't know what happened or who did that. We had a mod that we had to
You got to watch out. You got to watch out for the underlings. Sometimes they take action on their own accord without your permission.
Okay. Well, we had a mod who was a bad guy, so it may have been during that phase. We had to.
We get some of those here too.
That guy.
All around.
Say what?
We have some of those here too.
Okay. I mean, do you want to get into the issues, or do you want to talk about?
that was my only question, to be honest. I mean, I could definitely get into the issues. We've been through the issues. You know me. You probably know my voice. So.
Remind me, was yours the Neoplatonist voice, or is this the Roman Catholic guy who's been looking at orthodoxy?
I mean, you get a lot more attention than I get, so perhaps it's such the case that you don't remember my voice, but I'm the Roman Catholic B3.
Okay, I remember now. Yeah.
All right, that's all I had to say. I mean, we can go into the issues, but I'm just enjoying the show.
I mean, that's up to you.
Well, shit, I'm on the stage. I might as well get into it. Now I'm on blast right now. I gotta come up with something quick. So you just said a minute ago that this guy learned from Ybarra. How do you know he didn't teach Ybarra, for that matter?
Multiple of our mods are familiar with this person, so I don't think he's a very.
All right, so it's a known quantity.
He's a disingenuous person, and the objections I can already tell are kind of low tier. It's kind of the list of what the Roman Catholics usually go to.
How you feeling about the Trent Horn debate? Are you confident, or are you nervous? I'd just like to get your personal feeling on that.
No, I'm not nervous. I mean, it's a topic that I've spent a lot of time on for maybe 18, 20 years. So,
you prepared?
Yeah. No. I mean, do I ever go into debates unprepared?
I would hardly doubt. I'd hardly think you would, but I mean, Trent is a serious interlocutor.
Yeah, but it's not ultimately about that. It's about the issues of what natural theology says and what it claims. So, I mean,
now, what do you make of his claim that you're semi-Calvinist still? In his response to your video?
That it rests on a lot of misunderstandings. It rests on the genetic fallacy that because the transcendental argument is used by Van Til, that the argument is therefore Calvinist. I mean, by that logic, I could say that Roman Catholicism is Aristotelian because they're using Aristotle's first cause argument. I mean, it just doesn't follow. The question is, are the arguments?
Jay, I have faith in you. I think you're gonna. I think you prepared well. You're probably gonna have a good showing. It's gonna be a tight debate, though. You understand? It's gonna be nip and tuck tight debate, right?
So again, I have debated multiple PhDs. I'm familiar with Trent's argumentation. I'm familiar with 20 years of natural theology argumentation. So, yeah, I have a lot of respect for Trent. I think he's a great debater.
Now, as long as I'm still on the stage, I can ask you a few questions. So we've had conversations before, and you and I, and also Deacon Ananias there, whatever it's, I don't know these titles, but you guys have said to me that the Trinity is a straight logical contradiction. Do you still hold that?
Nobody ever said that. That's total nonsense.
It's on record. You can't get around it that way.
Nobody said it's a logical contradiction. We've never affirmed that.
Oh, you said it's a straight logical contradiction.
So now you're full of shit. So no, you're not gonna come back to the server with bullshit like that, dude.
All right, then. If you're gonna deny it, I'll just post it.
Go for it.
All right, then. Anyway, so you mentioned one time you quit drinking, like your stomach was all fucked up.
So do you want to talk about the Trinity and that?
You're trying to shut me down.
You're talking over me. You're talking over me. So I take issue. Number one, the transcendental argument would never say that. It's just preposterous.
No, I mean, you said it.
No, I didn't. I would never say that the Trinity is a logical contradiction.
Let me drop it then. There's no way to prove it here. Like, there's no way we just drop the subject. I have
it's
a
a topic
question.
that I've been arguing this for 20 years. I would never say that.
I have the recording, dude. Come on.
Okay, so are you going to talk over me? Let me answer.
Go ahead.
Okay. So if you're talking about, when I talk about that it transcends logic, that is not a contradiction. Okay. There's a difference between something being supralogical and something being a contradiction.
I don't even disagree with that.
Okay, so there's no statement that the Trinity is a contradiction. It violates the law of identity.
It's a straight logical contradiction. Like, if
no,
you want
it
to
isn't.
argue,
I've never said that.
Well,
why do you guys do this? Why do you guys do this?
It's straight fact. I'll post the audio.
Can you Roman Catholics be on? So hold on. If you really thought that I said that, wouldn't you ask me, like, what does that mean? That doesn't make sense with the rest of your argument.
Yeah, let's do that.
How could I say it's a logical contradiction when it presupposes and is the grounding of logic itself? That would be just totally retarded.
That's the whole problem with the precept crew. They're in contradiction.
You don't even know what the argument is.
Anyway,
let's do it right now. So I'll be happy to debate you on precept. I don't think you have.
I'm game. Let's go.
Okay. So how is the transcendental argument a contradiction?
Well, I don't have a problem with transcendental argumentation. Like, that's fine with me as long as you're only making. No, I said the precept. I said precept apologetics is. I didn't say
that's the transcendental argument, dude.
No, they're not identical. It's false. It's so false.
How is the transcendental argument a contradiction?
I never claimed it was. I said precept.
You just said, dude, are you this sophistry? You just said we are, quote, in contradiction, which doesn't even.
Yes, presuppositional apologetics is in contradiction, but it's not transcendental argumentation. They're different things.
I said, how is the transcendental argument for God a contradiction?
I never claimed it was.
Okay, so you don't understand these categories. Wouldn't it make sense for you if you're going to these topics to learn these topics? You don't know these topics. You know these issues. You're here to debate them.
That's why I'm talking about them.
This isn't a debate, dude. You're just talking over me and saying nonsense. Do you want to present an actual argument?
Go away.
Do you want to present an argument?
I just said that presuppositional.
That's not an argument. That's not an argument. That's a claim. Make your argument.
All right, then. So, presuppositional apologetics. It makes the claim that, like, you can know things before you know them. Really.
No, you're an idiot. Just get this guy out of here. He doesn't even know what he's talking about. It's not even an argument.
Yeah. All right. We have someone else here. You go right ahead.
Yo, what's cracking, guys?
What's up?
Not much.
I just want to point out, look at the caliber of the 3 Roman Catholics we've had so far. Look at notice the caliber of these people.
No, I deal with those. Well, not B33, but like Matthew and Mosen, I deal with them on the regular.
That's three
I
in a
was
row
like,
of just total nonsense.
yeah, I was literally like laughing out loud listening to the way that went. It was like
The guy
you
doesn't
couldn't.
even know what an argument is. Like, they think that you just say stuff like, "Oh, you're in contradiction. It's granted in lie presupposition. They're in contradiction. They're in contradiction." Like, that's an argument. Okay, yeah, that's your claim. Now
Right.
prove it.
Yeah, no, that's funny, man. Like
I
I
mean,
said,
you know stuff before you know stuff.
I know.
Get out of here. This dude sounds like I'm debating Fred Flintstone. Dude, get out of here.
No, I feel for you, man. I mean, you know,
Wilma,
you
Bonnie.
give us your time, and you get stuck with that. But yeah, it's funny because I tell those dudes the same thing. I'll be like, look, you read your ideas into it, just like how a Protestant reads certain ideas. You know, whatever. It is what it is. But hey, check it out. I'm like winging these questions. If I drop out, I apologize. I'm on a phone that I can't ignore if it rings. First one's real quick, sweet, to the point. Did you skate as a kid?
No, seriously. I mean, I had a skateboard like every other kid in California in the '80s. I had a Volterra, but I mean, I wasn't serious about it. But
Sick.
I mean, yeah, for a couple of years, I skateboarded on a daily basis.
Yeah, and I was wondering because like on one of your streams, I seen you wearing a Keith Meek slasher shirt, and I was like, I don't know.
No,
But
I'm being a larper. I don't like. I'm not into. Although multiple of my really good friends are into skating. So one of my really good friends he was a fairly serious skater when he was younger, and then Wecking Ball and I have become buddies. So
right, yeah, Volterra counts, man. My first board was in action sports. It counts. If you're rolling and pushing, it's all good, dude.
yeah, I
Um,
had the exact same one that if you watch Back to the Future, the one that Marty McFly has. That's the one I had.
oh, dude, you still got it,
Nah, dude, that's long gone.
right? Yeah, I got you. All right, well, shoot, you know, I had some thoughts and ideas, but there's two things I want to kind of
Sure.
maybe say.
Go ahead.
One's kind of inspired by your talk with the Roman Catholics. I mean, like, where do you think is the difference in the dividing line between the way they view, say, canonicity versus like us?
Scripture?
Say again.
Are you saying canonicity of script, the canon of scripture, or canonicity in terms of like
In the
canon law?
well, I'm sorry, like in the ecclesiological sense, right? Like no Orthodox person is going to say that like Rome is part of the canonical Orthodox Church today, right? I
Oh,
mean, which
yeah, canonicity in terms of canonics. Okay.
right. And so, you know, like if someone were to flip me that question, I would say, well, you know, in a geographical and historical sense, yes, they have this continuity from the Apostolic Church, but you know, part of canonicity, true canonicity is contingent upon
Communion.
obedience to the canons.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Communion with the other bishops and obedience to the ancient canons. I mean, every ecumenical council stipulates that you have to follow the previous council. So in other words, no, Rome isn't canonical at all. So the fact that they bear some sort of historical lineage to a degree, like Monophysites, I mean, Rome is no different really than the Monophysites, strictly speaking, which are not canonical.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Yeah, I would agree. And so, like, say for example that next week, or you know, and let's say 2154, Bartholomew is like, "Yo, Rome, we're in communion." All of a sudden, right? Would that? I'm guessing that on your view, that would not, ipso facto make Rome canonical, correct?
No, of course not. He can't
Yeah. Right.
unilaterally do that, even
Right.
though he's trying to be a
Okay.
pope and do things unilaterally. He can't do that. That would have to be a canonical thing, but even, I mean, it couldn't even be done canonically because it's really contingent upon, if you look at Metropolitan Seraphim of Piraeus, he wrote a letter to Francis a couple of years ago. It's basically a small book, and he basically outlines the 33 or 4 things that Rome would have to alter to come back into communion with the Orthodox. So
Yeah.
that's how I agree with him. I think he's just restating the traditional Byzantine position. If you look at the Byzantine lists, it's just kind of the same stuff that Metropolitan Seraphim lists that Rome would have to get rid of to come back into communion. So you couldn't just be like, oh, okay, well we're all cool now. Oh, okay, well has Rome, given up these last 1,000 years of innovations?
Right. Now, so here's the hook. Would you say that situation works the other way around? So, for example, like in the case of, traditionalist Orthodox, which for full disclosure, I'm a part of that, what you would call that group. I'm not fully familiar with your views on it. I know like what Med White thinks, and I definitely know what a lot of the dudes on your server think. But what if, when a group holds to all the canonical tenets of the faith and all that, but is temporarily not in communion with the other, like the other jurisdictions? Like, how do you navigate that? And I'm not asking this as a trap question. I've been wanting for a long time to have like a reasonable discussion with somebody knowledgeable about this too. So that offer is on the table too.
Well, I think that there's more danger in the positions of the true Orthodox than the positions of the canonical Orthodox. So I don't think there's ever been a position or example where we, outside of a synod or outside of authority, just like set up parallel jurisdictions. So that's the problem, is that's what schism is parallel jurisdictions. And that's, basically like the Orthodox version of sedevacantism. So I just don't think it works. It doesn't make sense. It's impractical. Those are the simple answers to the question. But then more specifically, I think that many saints, if you look at their lives, they were persecuted. They went into these kinds of situations without setting up parallel jurisdictions. So it's actually the worst sin to do that than to be in a canonical Orthodox church, even if your priest is, a bad guy or whatever.
Right. Do you think, for example, that the catacomb church counts as a parallel jurisdiction?
I don't know what you mean by it. Do you mean, because some people think that anything in Russia today is graceless except for the CIA-run catacomb church there, which is just a tool of espionage? Or do you mean the catacomb church during the Soviet period?
For sake of easiness of example, let's say in the following decade after, Sergius, maybe in the 30s, right?
Yeah, I did a interview with Metropolitan Jonah on that topic, and he went into the details of how that's nuanced. So it's not a black and white question, because if you look at the KGB perspective, they actually had a tiered gradation system of people that were bishops that were either compromised, likely to be compromised, or not likely to be compromised. They had these different tiers. So you can't just like make it this black or white thing where, oh, suddenly at this date, everybody was in a blackout. It's just impractical. You don't see that in the history of the church. So
Yeah, I saw the piece with Metropolitan Jonah that you're mentioning, actually. Well, all right, yeah, it's a complex subject.
it is. And I would say too that, in my experience over the years, most of the people that go into the true Orthodox stuff, they don't last very long. Those jurisdictions pretty much fall apart pretty quick. You've got like jurisdictions of 5 people, and then one group, excommunicates the other group of 3 people. So,
no, I would agree. But the thing is, like,
okay, well, how is that?
How I've always kind of thought of it.
Well, wouldn't the true remnant church be full of miracles and not a bunch of wackos like living in trailer parks condemning the other 2 people at the other trailer park?
No, I totally agree with you. I don't think that we can paint all of the, I hate this label, but TO. I don't think you can paint all the TO groups with the same brush. I think they're kind of like carbs, right? But anyway, I totally agree with what you said about like, Bishop Gregory, for example, like where he has this big old long thing on his website, and at the very bottom of all of it, the sole entailment of all of this history is that I am the only, canonical bishop left in the world.
Exactly. Sure.
Yeah, that's nutso. So then, because it's such a complex subject, I know people have reached out before and tried to set up discussions, either maybe with you or people on your server, which I'm not allowed to go on. I don't know about all that. But anyway, if it's cool and amicable, would you be interested in dedicating a little bit of time, your choice, your call, to like a discussion like this?
No, not really.
Perfect. All right.
I think we can move on. Are you done here, Jay?
Yeah, for sure.
Well, I mean, I'm not trying to be rude. It was an enjoyable exchange. I'm not being, fussy or anything. I just don't think it would be worthwhile. I agree with the content that's in David's videos. So, that's my position. And, if we disagree, we disagree.
No, yeah, that's cool. Cool. I mean, I don't need to push it. I just had never actually got a chance to ask you in the flesh, and then all of a sudden I hop on here, and there you are. So I raised my hand.
That's
The
fine.
only last thing I'll say before I let you get back to everybody, I enjoy the content, love the shows, been watching for a while. I do have a pretty deep background in both skateboarding and Hollywood, and
Oh, cool.
maybe we can connect sometime, talk about some of that stuff.
Well, I
Anyways,
mean, I think that, the way the server typically works is that people are allowed to be there that disagree, but you can't like promote those ideas. So I don't know, why you got banned. As I said, we've had a couple bad mods that we had to get rid of because they were literally just banning people nonstop to screw up the server. So
well, if that Paul the Albanian dude was one of them, and I'm not asking you to out anybody, then that would explain it, because I was like a wallflower on your server for about 2 years, never said a word. And then somehow through the grapevine, somebody heard like, oh, he's a part of one of these traditionalist groups. And then people just started like saying stuff. And I'm like, dude, I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to make a big deal about it right here on this dude's server. And they push it, push it, push it.
no, I wasn't specifically thinking of Paul, but I don't know if Paul's even a mod anymore. I think he wanted to go do other things. Nothing bad happened, but I think he just wanted to do other stuff. So,
well, I'll track down the invite link and try to get back in and say what's up sometime then, man.
yeah, if people from our server, I think we have permission, and we're sharing with those guys. If you want to come over to our server, they can. You just have to obey the rules or whatever. So,
For sure. Cool, man. Appreciate it.
you'll have to, if you want to be unbanned, you'll have to let us know what your handle was and all that. So,
Yeah, it's always the same. But so I'll just find a link and try to get in. Yeah.
So you can message me privately. We'll deal with it. Okay.
Cool, man. Thanks, guys.
Thanks a lot.
thank you, man.
Okay, we've got GI Luther here. GI Luther, go right ahead.
Hey, what's up, Jay? Can you hear me?
Yeah, man. What's up? How are you?
I'm good. You?
Doing well.
All right, awesome. By the way, I just want to full disclosure. You might hear some background noise, and also my old my usual name on here is Jonathan. You might remember me from a while ago. I just don't want you to think that I'm someone else, I guess. So is it all right if I...
As in Jonathan Talks that used to be on the server, that Jonathan?
Yeah, like a year or two.
Okay. And you're a Lutheran now?
No, not a Lutheran. That's a meme.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm a Catholic. I've been a Catholic for a while. I haven't been on your server really in a year or two.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to apologize. We've had some bad interactions in the past, and I want to apologize if I ever was offensive,
No, I understand that, people get heated and we get into debates and, no, there's no anger on my side. That's cool.
All right, awesome. And I guess I want to ask, first kind of like a light question. Do you think that, well, first of all, do you have any like very close Catholic friends in real life?
Yeah, I have one that is a longtime buddy, Dave. He's got like 10 kids and we've been friends for at least 12, 15 years.
Yeah, and would you say he's a Christian, or would you say would you say that? I guess I'm asking if you would say Catholics are Christian.
Well, I think there's a general sense of the term where we speak of that to, to express the attitude of most people's perception as to what a Christian is. But in terms of his personal salvation, I don't typically make that judgment. I hope that he comes out of Rome, but no, but I believe he's heterodox. So we've had, a lot of discussions over these topics, and he's a traditional Catholic, and he basically finally just said, I give up. I don't have any responses or answers to this position. So we basically don't debate it anymore.
I see. All right. And about Catholic sacraments, do you think that Catholic sacraments have grace or no?
No, I don't believe they do.
Okay. What even baptism?
So I think the Orthodox position is that we can speak of validity, but in certain cases, but The grace itself, we don't make a pronouncement of knowing that the grace is there, apart from when you leave heterodoxy and you become Orthodox. So that's the position of the Confession of Dositheus. So
Okay. And so you'd basically say that the full immersion baptisms in the Catholic Church are valid, but they don't necessarily confer grace until that person's received in the Orthodox Church.
correct.
Okay. I just wanted to ask that. My
From
more
from our vantage point of what we know. Now, if God has his own way of like reaching that individual person and, does what he does in terms of extra outside the norm, with which he does with the thief on the cross, God can certainly do that. But from the vantage point of the church, militant on earth, we speak to what we know, as Paul says.
right, yeah, I definitely understand that. And my more important question, or the question I really wanted to get at, but I had some others that I just asked. But the core question is about the essence energy.
Sure.
Debate. Okay, I've heard you in several like places on YouTube and in your server run the modal collapse objection to the Thomistic view of simplicity.
Mhm.
Would you do that?
Yeah, I give various versions of it. I don't stick to just Ryan Mullins's version or whatever, but yeah, of course, that's a long time objection. It's in all of the scholarly literature on the topic.
Right. Yeah. And so if I'll just quickly summarize it so I know that this is the version that you would run, is that God's essence is necessary. God's act of creating is identical to his essence.
Yeah, are you going to use the planets analogy? We've already covered this.
No, I'm not. No,
Okay.
I want to ask you. Yeah, and I'm not going to use the client. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. God's essence is necessary. His act of creation is identical to his essence. Therefore, his act of creation is necessary. Would you run an objection like that, or do you have like a different version?
I have a lot of different versions, but that is one good version of it. Yeah.
Okay. And you would say the distinction that you make solves the problem, like it solves whatever problems there are with modal collapse, right?
Well, it solves it in the sense that it's faithful to what's revealed because the scriptures themselves teach the essence energy distinction. So if by solved you mean that it gives an exhaustive, explanation that will convince everyone, no. But is it faithful to the revelation of scripture and tradition? Yes.
I guess what I mean is, if I were to run that same objection against your view of God and the view of God that you think is in scripture and tradition, you don't think philosophically it would work, even though it might not convince people. You don't think it would work?
No, not at all, because our whole Trinitarian theology is premised on beginning with the person of the Father and distinguishing the actions of God from the person and from the essence. So, I mean, our whole system is literally built on that from the very first, Athanasius stating that the Father is the source of the eternal generation, to Constantinople 1 stating that you have to interpret Constantinople 1 in accord with the Cappadocians. And as Sashinsky says, the Cappadocians don't teach that the Son is a secondary cause or a co-cause or shares the Father's causal power. So that means that sole source, as the Cappadocians say, is the way you're supposed to interpret the Niceno-Constantinopolitan Creed. And by the way, all the Cappadocians teach the essence energy distinction too. So that also, by extension, is part of Constantinople 1.
Would the solution philosophically to the issue be that God's energy of creation is contingent and it's not identical to his necessary essence?
Yeah, it's precisely what if you had ever read the book that we recommended you to read, the Bradshaw book, you would see that he argues that there is, in a sense, potentia.
No, I'm not saying that you don't believe this. I'm just clarifying, so
there is potentia. So if God can do different things, there's potentia in God. And that's exactly what Bradshaw says to Tomaszewski in the video.
Yeah.
I mean, actus purus means God has to do one thing. But we see him in scripture doing different things.
Well, I'm willing to even though I don't think that works, I'm willing to concede that the Thomistic view leads to that just for the sake of the question. Because
you don't think what works?
I don't think the modal collapse objection works. I don't think the idea that God being actus purus leads to a necessary creation works. And I do remember you recommended me.
And why is that?
Well, because I think it relies on a certain view of how agents act in the world and how God acts in the world that doesn't actually work. Because I think that what you're trying to say is that when we talk about God's act of creation, that we're positing God's necessary essence, then there's the creation, and then there's this third thing called the act of creation. That's
No,
identical.
it's not that's not a third thing. So again, the whole reason that you would voice that objection is on a absolute divine simplicity presupposition. It's not a third thing. God is fully present in every one of his energies.
So I'm not saying that's what you think. I'm saying I think the argument assumes that, because if there's a third thing called God's act of creation that's distinct from the creation and God's essence itself, then it, of course, that would follow.
So again, is there potentia in God or not?
Not in God, no. That would mean God could change.
Again, only if you presuppose the strict identification thesis, and if you presuppose Aristotelian categories mapped onto the intra-Trinitarian life. So you understand that if you read Maximus in the 200 chapters, he deals with this right at the beginning, and he says that God is in one sense first cause, and in another sense not first cause. And he even talks about actus purus. He says that God is not actus purus in the intra-Trinitarian life. That's the Trinity itself. That's theology proper. That's distinct from economia, or theology in relation to the created order, right? And redemption. Do you understand that that's a fundamental distinction that both Roman Catholic and Orthodox theologians agree on, even Protestants, when it comes to how you do Trinitarian theology? Are you aware of that?
The internal life of God versus how God acts in the world?
Yes.
Yeah, of course. I'm not
okay,
saying...
so hold on. So that is usually what happens when there's confusion on this topic, because the Roman Catholic Thomistic system and the dogmatic definitions collapse those two systems. For example, the Fourth Lateran Council's acceptance of Peter Lombard's doctrine of identity thesis, where the person, the nature, the actions are all identical and all the same as the essence in a strict sense. Are you aware of that?
Am I aware that the Fourth Lateran Council teaches that?
It accepts Peter Lombard's view.
I wasn't aware that it accepted Lombard's view, but I'm aware
that
they
specifically say Peter Lombard in the text.
Yeah, I'm not aware of that, no.
Okay, so are you aware that Lombard is called identity thesis in the literature? If you read Rada Galwitz's PhD thesis, he covers this. It's not just.
I feel like you're not actually answering. You're going off into interesting literature about the.
I'm showing you what the position leads to and why it does relate to your question. And what I'm saying is that the Thomist position, for example, we'll just use this as an example. We're not going to talk about SCOTUS or anything that right now, but we can in a minute if you want to. But the Thomist position is stating that there is no potentia in God. There's not active nor passive potentia in God, right? And so the meaning of actus purus is not God in relation to world. It is that, but it's also identified as God in the intra-Trinitarian life. He just simply is pure act. So this would apply to any of the actions, right? It's not just creating. You understand, as I argued to you years ago, this is the same thing, the same problem for incarnating, right? If God is pure act.
I don't agree that you can run the same bad argument against other aspects of Christian theology.
I don't care that you don't agree with it. The fact is that this is the same point that I've made to you many times that you've never grasped, or you're just playing I don't know what.
No, I do know what the point is. I know what the argument's supposed to be, and what I'm saying is...
I know you don't. I don't even think that you do. I mean, you didn't know that. I mean, I pointed out years ago that the Fourth Lateran Council and these positions are dogmatic. You just said you didn't know that.
You didn't do that to me. Because
I did do that. I sent you the essay, which you never read. I sent you the essay, which you never read. I sent you the essay, which you never read.
What essay did you send me?
On Roman Catholic absolute divine simplicity from the dogmas.
No, the only thing you ever sent me was Joseph D.
I'd recommended other books to you. I posted that essay probably 30 times, even when you were in the server. So it's not my fault that you didn't look into this. You just want to debate.
Look at that essay. I mean, have you read any of the responses?
It's not a bad essay. What do you didn't even? How do you know it's bad if you haven't read it?
No, I said that essay, not bad essay.
My bad.
Yeah, I was confused for a second. I said that essay. Maybe it might be a good essay, right? I'm not, but I don't remember you ever sending that to me. And my question isn't even about whether Thomism leads to this view. I'm saying yes.
Have you read into literature? So you want to come debate me on the topic, and you haven't read the literature. I literally spent the last 5 years reading the literature on this topic.
I have read the relevant literature.
No,
on
you
this
haven't. Have you read Radagowitz's thesis?
No, I haven't.
Yeah,
That
so you
doesn't
haven't
mean
read
I
the
haven't read on
so
this
you
argument.
haven't. No, you
That
haven't.
doesn't mean I haven't read on this argument. That doesn't mean I haven't read.
So it's
in
not
this
just an
argument.
issue of modal collapse. It's an issue of how we view the Trinity and how we predicate of the Trinity. And so
But
I'm trying to tell.
talking.
I don't care that you're not talking about that. I'm trying to tell.
Saying
All right,
your view doesn't
just
solve
move
the issue.
on. This is what he does.
Because
I'm done.
what's your
Just no, forget it, dude. He doesn't want me to give the context of why this is the case. And again, it's something I've been looking at for a long time. He just wants to try to play the gotcha and go straight to the fact that it's not actually a problem. So if he's not going to let me explain the context and why I think it still is a problem, then there's no point doing it. This is what he does.
All right, next up we have Andrikis. You can go ahead.
Hey Jay, how you doing?
By the way, I hope he's enjoying all of Francis's tomfoolery now that he decided to go to Team Francis. So again, I can't think of a better example of delusion than this kind of stuff. So you want to get here, it's fine if you want to debate all this modal collapse, actus pure stuff, but dude, Rome is apostate. I mean, look at what he does on a daily basis. So yeah, all of this is just rambling nonsense when you're over there in communion with that clown.
All right, we got Andrikis here. Andrikis, I think you're agnostic. Is that your worldview?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead with your question.
Hey Jay, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, dude?
I was just curious about something you said in your opening statements. You said something about an atheist worldview position being that there's no intrinsic meaning in the universe, and yet something like secular humanism or some other kind of ideology can.
I was just giving an example of sometimes arguments that atheists make that are obvious contradictions. Obviously, I wasn't saying every atheist says that.
Oh yeah, sure. But my curiosity is why you think that would be a contradiction.
Because, I mean, how do you not see that as a contradiction? I mean, if there's no meaning in the universe, then the fact that you think in your meaningless life you can have some subjective sense of meaning and then you die and go into the nothingness doesn't mean anything.
So if the position is there's no intrinsic meaning, as in there's no like meaning assigned to the physical aspects of the universe, but we can conceptually assign meaning ourselves subjectively, as you just said, what would
but that's meaningless, right? Because you can't give an account for how meaning is possible given the metaphysics and the epistemology and the ethics of the atheist worldview.
But you said earlier that scientists, philosophers can get some things right, even though they don't necessarily have what you.
That's a given account for, and that's what they can't get right. That's what I said earlier: is that they can get things right when it comes to 2 + 2 = 4. They can't explain how 2 + 2 = 4.
So if a person says this means something to me, how is that contradictory with the
it's just a subjective claim, and it's not giving account for how meaning is possible. Those are two different things.
If it's what's the problem with subjective meaning?
They don't give an account for how meaning is possible. They're just claims. I'm asking for account of how meaning itself is possible. So you're just avoiding the question by saying it's like when Matt Dillon says monkey have meaning.
No, you're just making a distinction between an objective and a subjective sort of meaning is all you're doing, right?
Yeah, meaning, if you're going to give an account for it, it has to be objective. That's what giving an account for it means.
Why would it have to be objective?
That's epistemology 101. If you're not giving an account for it, if it's just a subjective experience of phenomena or account of phenomena, that's not giving an account. That's not a justification. Well, if that counts as a justification, then nothing counts as justification.
I just still don't understand why it's a contradiction. Okay, so if a person says,
do you understand what justification means in epistemology?
Yeah, reasons for believing something, sure.
Right, and so subjective states of affairs is not a reason to believe something, because I can just counter with a subjective state of affairs of why you shouldn't believe it, and they're equal weight.
Well, but if they don't correspond with anything that you are, observing or that you are talking about.
No, I don't have to do that because it's just subjective. Why do I have to do that? Now you're making objective criteria that I'm bound to.
So
justification requires objective criteria, obviously.
Justification requires. I don't understand that. So if
it's not my problem that you don't understand it. It's epistemology 101, because if anything that's subjective counts as justification, then there's no such thing as justification anymore. There's no reasons to believe. Everything is a reason to believe or not believe.
This doesn't make any sense.
I don't care that it doesn't make sense to you. That's a psychological state that you're describing, and I just gave you the answer why.
So objective meaning is the only possible kind of meaning, is what you're saying.
I didn't say that. Again, straw man. I'm talking about giving an account for meaning itself.
Why would I have to give an account?
That's what justification means, dude.
No,
go
if
take
I have,
a class.
if I have reasons,
go take an epistemology class.
But
it's not any reasons; it's good reasons.
Yeah. So if I have good reasons to think something has meaning to me, why don't I have? Why would? How could you say I don't have good reasons?
Subjective claims are not good reasons.
Why?
Because what I just told you 5 times in a row.
You haven't. No, you've said it's the case, but you haven't told me why.
I gave you multiple, because it means that I can reply with a subjective reason as to why it's not to be followed.
Right, but that's meaning to you.
It doesn't matter. That's the contradiction of subjectivism, dummy.
But that's not the no.
All right,
no,
just
no.
get out of here. This guy's an idiot. He's just so stupid. It might behoove people to take an epistemology 101 class if they're going to come debate.
Yeah, it's kind of a precondition. I think.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so I don't have to give an account. So giving an account is just subjective states. Okay, then my subjective state says I don't have to give an account. There you go. And that's just as valid as your claim. That's why it doesn't work, right? Again, giving an account or justification presupposes objective criteria, like the laws of logic. It would be like playing chess and saying we're playing chess, but there's no rules. My game of chess is I take the checkerboard pieces and I just thump them over at your pieces and knock them over, and that's how I win. And then I'm like, well, that's not playing chess. He's like, yeah, but that's my playing chess subjectively. Okay, well, that's not chess, right? Because chess has objective rules. That's what debate is. Debate has objective rules. Critical thinking has objective rules that we all have to follow.
Yeah, everything goes out the window if it can all be subjective. There is no
clearly
debate.
I mean, it's like he would learn this if he had one class on epistemology.
Yeah. All right. Go ahead, Dog. Okay. If he's doesn't have a mic working, then I guess we'll bring up somebody else.
Hello, check.
Yep. You're good there, G.I. Jew. Feel free to go ahead.
Hi, Jay. Thanks for coming. Thanks for your time interacting with everybody. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
I am a Calvinist presuppositionalist myself, and I've been running this argument against some Roman Catholics and some Orthodox people that I think I've had some success with, but it would be interesting to run it with you because you're familiar and accept like transcendental argumentation.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you think, okay, you understand, obviously we both understand the distinction between ontology, epistemology. They're not separate, but you can make distinction. Okay.
Agreed.
So when you say, that Jesus said that the Spirit will guide the church, is the way that you know that ultimately through the consensus of the fathers?
So again, knowing is more nuanced than trying to boil it down to one type of knowing. If you listen to a lot of Father Deacon's talks, he'll go into the different notions and Greek words for what we know, both in Scripture and in ancient philosophy. So I would say that it's not one type of thing. So the way that I know as an individual existentially is going to involve a whole host of things. It's going to involve my own reading of the Bible. It's going to involve my reading the Church Fathers. It's going to involve my interactions with other Orthodox Christians. It's going to involve my time in the liturgy, being catechized by the liturgy. All of those things are going to go into how the Holy Spirit leads the individual to know. So there's not just one like reductionist sort of formal, logical way to show that we, quote, know something. Did he leave?
Okay, I guess he dropped out. Feel free to come back in, G.I. Jew, if you get your thing working here. Let's bring up Dog real quick. All right, Dog, go right ahead.
Can you hear me? Can you hear my mic now?
Yeah,
Is it fine?
Yeah, you're good.
All right. Hello. So I have three questions. So what is the Eastern Orthodox conceptual analysis of both time and causation as understood in our explanations, such that it's compatible with the claim that causal relations hold between temporal and atemporal relata? If it's counterfactual, if it's a counterfactual analysis of causation that you take, then wouldn't that violate the monarchy of the father, since his existence is in a biconditional relation with the existence of the other two persons?
It's analogical.
Well, okay, so what's your conceptual analysis of causation?
I mean, have you read Athanasius and Basil?
No.
Okay, well, so you're talking about the Trinity. Do you agree with the classic Trinitarian doctrines or not?
Well, do I agree with them? Like, are you asking me if I believe them?
Yes.
No.
Okay, so what's your position?
What? I mean, I don't have a position on this
No,
issue.
that's not true. Everybody has a position, even if you're an agnostic. So,
Well, okay, sure. Let's just say I'm agnostic.
okay, this is the guy who does the sophistry game. So,
Well, no, I mean, I just wanted to know what your account of the causation is, right?
well, I mean, you're using modern analytical terms to try to bind me into some sort of false either-or dialectic about how
Well-
created causation can't relate to the causal relationship between the Father and the persons. And I mean, I'm just telling you that it's analogical.
Okay, fine. Let's just accept that it's analogical, right? So, what's your account of causation, just generally?
If by account you mean like the total,
Like the conceptual analysis is what I mean. Like, what does it mean for something to be a cause?
I think that agents in the world can do things because they're made in the image of God, and God allows and creates those agents to have the ability to do things.
Yeah, but when you say to do things, I mean that just sounds like almost like a circular definition, right? Do you take it to be some kind of primitive notion?
To act in the world. I mean, I don't know what you're looking for here. I mean, how would any position not be circular, defining or explaining what cause is? Event A follows event B by a direct causal relation.
Okay, so right, so you think causation is when A follows B. Do you think that following is a relation in time or out a part of time?
I think created beings act in time and cause things in time, and God can act in time and out of time.
Well, so I guess my question is, in what sense are causes prior to their effects?
I would say that the orthodox notion of a person, of an agent, is presupposed in the notion of cause. So they're prior in the sense that they're the one causing the event to happen. The effect, I mean.
No, sure, but I'm saying, do you think,
Get to your point, dude. You're trying to trip me up. Get to what the point of tripping me up is.
Look, I'm just asking, in virtue of what are they a cause in that case, right?
I mean, created beings can act to change things in the created world.
But they're just saying they're a cause in virtue of being a cause, right? That's just
I don't have a problem with circularity, and every position is going to have circularity on these kinds of questions.
Okay, all right. Well, I guess that answers my question. All right, thank you.
You're saying, how can you explain causation without presupposing causation? Well, I mean, that's why I say it's one of the transcendently necessary categories for the possibility of cognition. I mean,
well, that wasn't really my question was just, do you think that there could be a conceptual analysis of it, or do you think it's some kind of primitive notion? But I mean, it seems based on what you've said that you do think.
I believe in a theonomous epistemology, so I believe that man is made in the image of God, so he can cause things in the world because God is the first cause. He's made in his image, so he can do things like God.
Yeah, but that wouldn't really address what I'm saying, I guess. It's sort of
Are you asking me for an account for causation without being circular? It's not possible, and that's why I agree with David Hume. Well, I invoke him all the time.
Well, but David Hume doesn't think causation is it's like primitive notion, and in fact,
I said circular. I didn't say anything about primitive notions. I said circularity involved in the concept. That's the whole point of David Hume's treatises.
But But when you say circularity, do you mean I'm not talking about justification. I'm talking about more like reducing the predicates to further predicates, right? So, for example, we can say like a chair is an object that you sit on, right? That's not circular, right? I'm not invoking the concept of like sitting or the concept of a
Okay,
chair in my
I don't know
concept
what
of
you're after
sitting
here.
an
You're
object.
trying to play gotcha, and I don't get what the gotcha is. Where's the gotcha here?
Well, I'm not trying to play gotcha. I was
Of
just
course you
asking.
are. Yeah, you are. When you came to the Discord, it was to play gotcha. So,
I mean, no, I just had like a genuine question.
well, you want an account for causation. When I give you an account, usually that means justification. You're saying, no, I don't want a justification. I don't want a justification.
No,
That's
an
not just.
account would just be a conceptual analysis. Like, do you
No, it's
understand?
not. Account typically means a justification.
Well, okay, let me clarify then. Can you give me a conceptual analysis of causation?
I don't know what you mean.
A conceptual analysis is just trying to find what are the constituents of the concept that our pre-theoretic intuitions are tracking.
Pre-theoretical intuitions of, I mean, don't you think that's a host of things that are presupposed there in an issue that, I mean, how are you going to even do that?
Well,
I mean, you asked me
to give a
about
conceptual
cause
analysis?
outside of time and inside of time, and
Yeah,
I
right.
answered with the
Yeah,
Christian
right.
paradigm.
Well, right, but I'm saying like, so like for example, like Hume might say that causes always precede their effects in time, whereas like a Christian might give some other account of causation, right? Like what?
That's what the word analogical means, which is what I used at the very beginning. So it's not a one-to-one mapping. The created causal relations don't one-to-one map onto God, because for us, it's the other way around. Created causation is grounded in the divine.
Yeah. So okay. So
and you're saying, give me an account for the created causation that maps one-to-one onto the divine.
Okay. So like, in virtue of what would divine causation be analogical as opposed to equivocal? Like, what properties do they have in common, such that they're both sufficiently
coming from?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so there's a sense in which there's priority.
Sure.
So I guess my question is, what constitutes priority under your view of causation?
Well, the Father is the fount of the Godhead, so he has priority in that sense.
He's the, sorry, what?
The Father has the priority in the sense that he is the fount of the Godhead. He's the cause of the other person.
Right, I agree, but like the whole point I was getting at is like, in virtue of what is he the cause?
Oh, I see. Well, he's the cause of two persons in terms of the inter-Trinitarian life, but he's the cause of the created order as creator, which begins in time.
Oh, okay. All right, I mean, I think that kind of like answers my question.
Do you have any more questions, dog?
No, that's it.
Okay, thanks for your questions, man. Appreciate it. All right, next up we have Eddie. He runs the Brute Facts podcast and recently came into the server. Talked to him a lot. He's a great dude. Go ahead, Eddie.
Appreciate that, good faith. So for transparency, Jay, my first exposure to you was with T-Jump's debate, and it wasn't the most intellectual debate that I'd seen. Not on your part, just kind of the interaction. So I say that because a few people who are here probably heard me in the past say not so great things about you because I'm friends with T-Jump. And so I just kind of wanted to put that out there. My position is I'm agnostic at this point on the Trinity. I was a Trinitarian Protestant and studying into Judaism kind of changed my position for the moment. But good faith had turned me on to a lot of your videos and stuff. So I've been watching those. So I got a few questions that pertains to the Trinity. So when somebody denies the essence distinction and keeps charging, polytheism. What is your response to when they deny that essence distinction I guess it's the is of predication, the is of identity.
Are you talking about the essence energy distinction, or are you talking about the distinction of the persons?
Yeah, the distinction of God having an essence but separate in persons.
Well, distinct, not separate. So we wouldn't say separation because that would imply, division or composition. But so the question is, what is the response to people who say that distinction implies composition or division or separation, or polytheism?
Yeah, but they would deny like Plato's idea of essence and what essence is. That kind of like a crude analogy would be, the essence of humanity versus the individual human.
Well, so for us, we're saying that the way that we know and predicate about God is first and foremost derived from revelation. So it's not a project where humans are like, let me think it up this way. Oh, what about this? Or maybe we can borrow Plato or this, that. We would reject Plato's ideas too. We would reject Aristotle's ideas when it comes to what I called earlier intra-Trinitarian theology, or the ontological Trinity, sometimes it's called, or Trinity proper. This is just basically the Trinity apart from the created order, just God himself, right? And the way that we go about that is on the basis of revelation, first and foremost, which can use philosophical concepts, analogies, ideas, and things that are, valid arguments or good analogies or good principles in Plato, Aristotle, or whoever. But we're not going to take those definitions, for example, of what Plato or Plotinus says simplicity is, and then squeeze God into that. And most of the early heresies that are anti-Trinitarian, that's exactly what they do. In fact, there's a really good paper that I just read the other day that was pointing out how Eunomius, who was kind of like the preeminent Arian anti-Trinitarian guy of the 4th century, who all the Cappadocians had to write against, Eunomius's key track of argumentation is really borrowed directly from Plotinus. And so the assumption is basically what we called earlier identity thesis, and the idea that there's that basically anything that's a distinct thing or an individual, any principle of individuation must therefore be a separate nature or a separate substance. And that's just simply not the case, right? Because things can be one and many in different ways. So not everything is one and many in the same way. And in the case of God, we're saying that, Scripture reveals him to be both one and many in terms of a unity of essence, unity of source in the person of the Father, unity in the sense of perichoresis, that the persons fully indwell one another, and then distinct in persons and energies. So there's different ways that God is one and different ways that he's distinct. But it doesn't imply polytheism, because we would say, even the Old Testament revelation makes these distinctions. And even modern Jewish scholarship has admitted in the Benjamin Summers book, Body of God, and the Alan Siegel book, Two Powers of Heaven, that Old Testament Judaism was not a generic monotheism. That's a false presupposition.
Okay, yeah, because a lot of times they would argue it's a strict monotheism.
Right, but that's why. Well, that's why in a lot of the debates, if you watch, for example, Sam Shamoun's debate with Yossi, the Jewish guy, it goes to all the manifestations of the angel of the Lord, and the distinction between the Father and the angel that he sends, and the fact that the angel is given divine appellation, descriptions, and worship, which you can't worship creatures. So the angel of the Lord can't be a creature.
Right, and you actually headed off the second question, which was how the Trinity solves the problem of the one and the many. That was going to be the second one. The last question, I don't understand the distinction of the Father being the cause in the Trinity. What exactly does it mean? The Father.
Right, so one of the first sort of big theological squabbles that occurs in the church is the Council of Nicaea, and of course everybody probably has heard of Athanasius. He's the preeminent church father of that council, and his writings are basically dedicated to demonstrating the eternal generation of the Son, that Jesus is begotten in two senses. He's begotten eternally from the Father from all ages, which is an atemporal begetting, coming forth from as the Son of the Father with all of the divine appellations and attributes that the Father possesses, except that he is exempted from one thing that the Father has, and that's being the cause. And for us, for Orthodox theology, the way that we pick out and individuate the persons is on this principle of what's called hypostatic properties. So the property that identifies and picks out the person of the Father is to be cause, origin, fount, source, anarche, arche. These are all terms that Scripture and Church Father use, and the Church Fathers use for the person of the Father. And then the hypostatic property that picks out the Son is that he is the one who is generated from the Father. So generation, according to Athanasius, picks him out not in just a temporal sense of being born, of Mary, but born eternally, begotten from the Father. And then, of course, likewise, the same principle, the Holy Spirit being spirated, that's what picks him out, is his procession. So that's why for us, those three things are very unique, in particular to those persons, and never shared. And this, for example, is why we don't accept the filioque. So the Father could never give his personal property to the Son, because then we wouldn't have a Trinity anymore. We'd have a dyad. So that's the begetting in the intertrinitarian life, theology proper, ontological Trinity. And then the begetting in time is when he's born of Mary, when the second person of the Godhead takes on human nature and wills to be born of Mary to then redeem and heal the human race. So two different distinctions between begetting. And so the Father is the cause in a unique sense of the two persons in the Trinity from all eternity. And then the whole Trinity, in a sense, is cause of the created order, because God, as triad, creates. But the way that God creates is also triadic. So we say, for example, that just as in the Trinity, there's a movement of the Son from the Father, and then a sharing of presence in the person of the Spirit between the Father and the Son. So there's a mutuality there of interchange and exchange of love. And that is manifested as the person of the Spirit. It's not identical to love is not identical to the Holy Spirit, but manifested as the person of the Spirit. So also any action of God is likewise triadic. So you have a movement from the Father through the Son and the Spirit. And this is Basil's dictum for how all Trinitarian theology and all soteriology works. So in that way, the Father is also the cause of creation. But creation, according to St. Paul, says it comes from the Father. It is done through the Son as the arche of the created order, and then it's perfected by the Spirit. Redemption also, the Father sends the Son to redeem, and then the Spirit completes the work. So there's always that from, through, in movement that Basil points out that shows us that even though there's a distinction between the intertrinitarian life and the economia and salvation, it's still that same triadic movement.
Okay.
So that's the way in which God the Father is cause in the Godhead, and also cause in a unique way of the created order too.
Okay. So do you have if you could boil it down to the single best source to explain that, what would you recommend?
Well, actually, I could give you different church father sources, but one thing we did recently was we lectured through the entirety of the Gospel of John. So I went in about, I think, 5 talks through all of John. And basically, all of these doctrines are totally present in John, I think, very clearly. So you get the eternal begetting is clear in John 1. And then you get up into the high priestly prayer of John 15, 16, 17. And there it's Christ speaking of the relationship between him and the Father, why he prays to the Father, etc. And then you get the Spirit by 16, 17.
Okay, I'll check those out.
They're all on YouTube.
Yeah, I've seen quite a because Good Faith sent me a bunch of the videos that you have. I lied. I do have one more. It just kind of came to mind. I was looking at the video one of your older videos where you explaining these basic terms, hypostasis, and when you didn't go into detail, maybe I just didn't see another video. You didn't go into detail exactly what the logia versus logos Logos would be Christ manifested, I believe.
Well, Logos is
And
just Christ himself, the second person of
right,
Godhead.
okay.
Right. And the
And so
logi, so this gets into just what's called divine conceptualism. So in the academic, scholarly discourse, you will see a lot of discussions about divine conceptualism. For example, William Lane Craig, he's a famous proponent of this. And I don't advocate William Lane Craig. I'm just giving an example of people who speak this way. And really, all this is saying is that the created order is grounded and based ultimately on the divine mind. So there's an analogy between the human mind and kind of the planning and patterns of how humans, for example, maybe I'm going to build a house and I have in my mind, I'm going to have, a 100-room mansion. I'm going to have this there and this there. And then when I go to build a house, I actually, no, you know what, I'm going to do a 50-room mansion. Right. So I just build a 50-room thing and it's according to all the plans and blueprints that I had in my mind. And so we think that in an analogous way, reality is grounded in the divine mind and that God planned the created order in terms of what are called archetypes or patterns, principles, blueprints, predeterminations, exemplars, or logi. So that's what the logi refer to, is just literally the patterns and principles and structures of everything in the created order. And that would be both the one and the many. So that would be me, you, all of the relations of the categories, Aristotle's categories, all the logical structure of the world in total, including, by the way, not just the existence of those things, but also their telos. And this is a unique innovation that St. Maximus does to go beyond Platonism, because in Platonism, the forms or the exemplars are just self-subsisting immaterial causes. And what they give birth to, the things and the patterns that are based on them are diminished in status. So it really doesn't make any sense in Platonism, like why there would be a causal relationship here, or why there would be a diminished status. And, Plato thinks that we have to get back to that formal ideal realm in his weird system. Well, that's not what we're saying. So, I mean, in one sense, we're agreeing that, okay, there are exemplars, but they're not self-subsisting, impersonal causes. They're actually predeterminations, ideas in the divine mind. And so God doesn't have to create them. He wills to create them. And so sometimes some of the church fathers will use the word thought wills to expand beyond just the notion of exemplars or logi in the sense of just forms. And they also include the principle of change over time and the purpose of creatures. And that's something that Plato would never say. Plato is not a fan of change. In fact, he thinks that change and flux in the world are bad. So we got to get back to the unchanging, perfectly stasis world. And so that's, in short, what the logi are. Is just the patterns in the divine mind that are uniquely expressed by the logos. Because remember, the logos is the agent of the creation is done through him. So the created order expresses for us the person of Christ, the logos that John's talking about in John 1. In both the many and the one, relationships in the created order, the logical structure of the created order, the categories of Aristotle, those would all be logi, for example.
Okay, would it be separate from the energies distinction?
No, they would be one of the energies. They're a type of energy.
Okay.
So not all the energies are identical for us. We think there's a real distinction between, say, love and glory and foreknowledge. This is one of the reasons.
Okay.
So, for example, we can't say that God's, one thing that modal collapse argument does is that it makes all the attributes identical. So, like God's foreknowledge is identical to his eternal glory. Well, if this was Origen's argument, Origen said, well, if that's the case, then God has to eternally have a world over which he's provident and foreknows. So the world's eternal, according to Origen.
Okay.
So in other words, that's why every energy is really distinct, but they also have a unifying factor as well. So they're one and many at the same time with equal ultimacy. And the same goes for the logi. The logi are the thought, wills, manifestations. The thought, wills, and patterns that God has towards the created order. And so, for example, sometimes people in this domain that talk about the logi, they'll get into the possible world stuff. Could God have created a world without, Thomas Aquinas or the Pope? Yes, he could have. It's possible. But did he? No. He created this world. So the fact that there are possible worlds that God didn't create proves that there's potentia in God and that he only willed to create this world. So he doesn't actualize all the logi, just the ones that he wills to actualize. Just like in my analogy, I might have in my head, a 100-room mansion I want to build, but I only end up building a 50-room mansion.
Okay. All right, cool. Yeah, that was it's so I just give you a little background. I came from very fundamentalist background and
Gotcha.
kind of went into philosophy, and so way behind on the theology, but I was leaning towards kind of Catholicism. But I deny the Pope, and I don't think, unlike the other gentleman that was up here, that you can get around modal collapse. I know Tomaszewski defends a position that modal collapse is not, but it seems to always lead to necessitarianism.
Exactly. If you listen to the discussion between Dr. Bradshaw and Tomaszewski, he gets them precisely at the point where he says, well, doesn't actus purus mean that God basically does the same thing? And he's like, yeah. And he's like, well, doesn't creation look like God's doing another different thing? Yeah, of course. Exactly. And by the way, creation is not the same thing as becoming incarnate. So the problem with actus purus is that really ultimately it disallows and undoes the incarnation. I mean, if God is pure act in his essence, and that's what defines him definitionally, then that being, that thing can't become incarnate. He can't step into time and space. And in fact, there's a section in Phaser's book where he actually says this. He says the Neoplatonic proof for God is a God who cannot enter into time and space, because that would mean he undergoes change. Oh, okay. Well, that's so good. You just totally destroy the possibility of incarnation. That's a great apologetic there, Roman Catholic.
Well, I'll let other people ask, and I appreciate your time.
Yeah, if you want a couple things that are not too long on the logi, Ambiguum 7 of St. Maximus, which you could probably find online. That's his whole famous essay. There's a lot of other ones. I think Ambiguum 10, Ambiguum, I think 42. But the easiest and most accessible one is Ambiguum 7. And he covers, just kind of outlines what the doctrine of the logi is. And then for a deeper essay on the topic, I recommend Creation and Creaturehood by Father Florovsky. And both of those are just easily accessible online.
Okay, appreciate that.
All right, next up, we've got Not. You can unmute yourself, ask a question.
You can. Well, my name is Awesome. Just for clarification on that. Hi, Jay Dyer. I haven't met you before. I just want to ask you some questions about your position, see where you stand on a few issues.
Sure.
So, can you give an account of why the Trinity does not entail a contradiction? I know that you may have already rendered that, but as far as I understand it, there's a dichotomy between choosing the is of predication and the is of identity, in which case there'd be like entailing polytheism or a contradiction. And then you want to say that it's neither of those, so then you need to have like a third account of is, and as far as I understand it. So could you just speak to that quickly?
Yeah, I mean, modern analytical terminology is not going to map onto the distinctions that even the ancient world made. So, no, it's not. It's things can have and possess things in different ways. And so to take categories applicable to the created order and say that God has to match up to that is to get the whole ordering backwards. It's the other way around. The Trinity grounds the one and the many. The one and the many doesn't ground the Trinity.
Would you have an account for what the third option might be, as opposed to saying that there can be a third option?
Right. So there's a distinction between the essence of a thing and the action of a thing, and that God can God can be fully present in his actions without being numerically and strictly identical to those actions. So this is called identity thesis. And modern logic and logical identity is not the identity thesis of what our Trinitarian theology is. So we just simply don't think that God has to submit to the categories of Aristotelian, right, identity thesis, etc.
So you say God can be distinct in identity from his actions.
God can have distinctions in multiple ways, is what I'm trying to say. And even created things, even things in the created order, can be distinct in different ways. So in other words, I'm just pointing out that it's not just a problem or quote unquote an issue for the Trinity. Even in the created order, we can see that objects can possess distinctions and unities in different ways, and that doesn't like somehow cause or pose a problem for the objects.
So you're saying that, so in terms of the Trinity, you would say that God is both distinct from, as in the Father is both distinct from Jesus, but also is Jesus. Is that correct?
No, the Father is not Jesus. No one would say that.
But you're saying the Father is God?
Yeah, but God is a non-rigid designator. God can pick out different types of things.
But
so
not
this
be
whole
polytheistic.
argument is presupposing that the word God is a rigid designator. It's not.
So it can pick out different things, but not be. So you're
Right.
saying.
So for example, let me just give you within Scripture itself the word God, whether it's Elohim or whether it's Greek theos or whatever gods. That can be a reference to angels. It can be a reference to men. It can be a reference to demons. It can be a reference to God in terms of the persons, or it can be a reference to God in terms of his actions. So the word God, God, does not have it's not a pronoun.
So
it's not a specific noun, excuse me.
Does that mean God is one or three agents?
No, they're not eight. There's one. The agency would be. Well, if you mean by agent persons, in that sense, yeah, you could say that the Father, Son, and the Spirit are agents in that sense. But really, we're saying that the person is fully possesses the same essence. So what's one in God is the essence, and what's three is the persons.
So is he three distinct forms of intentionality or one form of intentionality?
Right. So forms of intentionality might be useful, but the divine mind is one. So there's not three different intentions. There's one mind that is uniquely manifested in the mode of three persons. And so this is why modes become an important issue for Trinitarian theology.
So God and Jesus the Father and Jesus have the same intentionality.
Yeah, but they're manifested or expressed or actualized in each person's unique mode. So, for example, if you heard me earlier, I was saying that creation is a single act of the Trinity, but it's manifested uniquely by the Father as the origin, by the Son as the bridge, or how creation happens through the Son, and is perfected in the Spirit. So it's one action of creating, but it's uniquely manifested in the mode of three persons.
Okay. I think someone was asking. So, by the way, I'm not. My goal is not to criticize your positions, just to get you to elaborate on them, so I can understand like who you are and what you're about. I heard someone say something along the lines of like the Trinity generates a contradiction for some reason, and then you said it wouldn't actually be violating the law of non-contradiction; it'd be violating the law of identity. Could you just elaborate as to what that was about, if you recall it?
Right. So identity operates on a certain assumption about how substances exist and that they must be reducible to singulars, right? So any individuated substance is its own unique substance. And so when you do the law of identity according to Aristotelian logic, it's not going to work for the Trinity because the Trinity is not submitted to the metaphysics of Aristotle. We don't adopt the metaphysics of Aristotle, which underlies the doctrine of unity of substances. So for Aristotle, let me give you an example. So for Aristotle, you couldn't have a Trinity because it would violate the law of identity, right? How can a father and a son possess the same nature? They would be two unique substances. They might have the same nature, human nature, but they're unique individual substances. Right? So Aristotle would see that as a contradiction, but we're not Aristotelians. So that's not our starting point for how we do philosophy and epistemology.
Do you think, so that leads me to think that you think that the law of identity has some sort of metaphysical nature?
Well, Aristotle thought it did. So I'm just saying, I'm giving that as an example of why. I mean, that's where the law of identity comes from, is Aristotelian philosophy.
Well, would you hold to that then?
So again, the ways that we speak of the created order, there's nothing wrong with talking about a law of identity and speaking of created objects, but you can't map one-to-one the things that are true of the created order onto God. And that should be self-evident. I mean, if God exists and he's the origin of the created order, the created order is not going to map perfectly onto him in a one-to-one correspondence.
That moves on to, because I heard someone talking about Gödel's incomplete theory with you. Like, it moves on to something else that I want to touch on. You say something like, if there's a, I can't remember exactly, but if there's a possibility for what we would consider like logically impossible, it doesn't undermine the system, so the system can still be like informative.
Well, I was saying that
like
a person who's a non-Christian or an unbeliever can certainly get things right about the world and can make discoveries. And I mean, when a Christian and an atheist discuss 2 + 2 = 4, most of the time they're going to agree, yes, 2 + 2 = 4. But my point was that how the two parties give an account for 2 + 2 = 4 is totally different. And the point is that in the domain of epistemology and justification, I don't think that any atheist can give an account for how 2 + 2 = 4, even though they might believe it and it's true. They're not able to give good reasons for why that's the case, given the rest of their system.
And what is your account for 2 + 2 = 4?
All the divine conceptualism that I just mentioned earlier.
In discussion with me?
No, like 5 minutes before you got here.
Okay, no problem. Something else that you said, I'm just curious. You said that you must have an attitude towards a proposition. And I'm just going to try and quickly get through like notes of questions that I made. So you said something like, you must have a belief, a denial, or be agnostic towards a proposition. Do you think that's the case? What does that mean to you?
Wait, you're saying you heard me say we must be agnostic towards proposition?
No, that you must be at least it's like trivalent. Like when there's a proposition, it must be the case that you have a positive attitude, negative attitude, or neutral attitude.
Oh, like when I said, like if you're agnostic, that's still a position? Is that what you're talking about?
No, you said to Dog when he said, I don't have a position on causality in terms of theism. You said, no, you do have a position. You must have a position.
I don't remember saying that. I was saying to a dude that said that he's agnostic that I was saying that you have to have some position. So I'm confused. Okay. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's all right. I mean, things.
I may have misspoken. I don't know.
And I may have misheard. What do you think agnosticism is a tenable position?
What do I think it is?
Yeah, in terms of like ontology or metaphysics.
Oh, so I think that like there's areas of these different domains that we lack knowledge, and it's fine to be agnostic on, but preconditions are something different. So, for example, to say, I don't know if like there's a dude that lives next door and he looks like Lil Wayne, right? For me to say that it looks like Lil Wayne lives next door, but I'm not sure, right? It's not that big of a deal. But if I say that I don't know if there is logic, that's a much stronger thing to deny or doubt, right? So, yeah, right. So yeah, I mean, in the domain of any of these areas of philosophy, there's going to be areas where we can have doubts and have, genuinely say, I don't know.
Well, what about in terms of like accounting for things like logic and like ontology in general, as in widely?
Okay. I mean, if a person doesn't have a good account for knowledge or their position, then they can't really debate.
They can have an account, but that doesn't mean that they like when you go down the reductio to like a low position, like a meta position, they may not have justification for those beliefs. They may be like axiomatic.
Right. Well, that's what I mean by a good account. Like they have to give a good account, not just any account.
So you think you have to be justified like all the way down epistemically, otherwise the position is not tenable.
Well, yeah. I mean, why would I grant to you things that you're not justified in using, right? I mean, for example, a lot of atheists, just as an example, will appeal to things that they can't justify. And so I'm not going to grant that.
Right. Let me have a quick look.
Like metaphysical absolutes, universals, categories, claims, all these things that don't make sense on the atheist paradigm that they all use in their argumentation. I'm not going to just grant those things. Oh, okay, you can do that. That's fine. No, I'm going to ask you as a philosopher, okay, well, you have to give an account for those things. That's what's presupposed in your argument.
Do you hold a JTB?
Yes, and in regard to the Gettier problem, also the fourth condition as well.
What's the fourth condition? Sorry.
So the Gettier problem is a classic example in epistemology of
Yeah, I know.
indeterminacy when it comes to.
Getty
Okay, well,
cases.
no,
What I'm
okay,
saying
but the
is
audience might not know. So
sorry. Oh, sorry. Yeah. I
Sorry.
don't mean to be a dick. My bad.
Right,
But I
and
just
so
want to know
the
which response to the Getty problem do you hold to, if you hold to any?
right. So the most philosophers, right, tend to think that there's some fourth condition which would relate to a specific event at specific point in time. I'm just being specific here.
Do you have an account for the fourth condition? Do you have a position on the fourth condition?
Well, the point is that all of the conditions are necessary to have good knowledge, to have a good account of knowledge.
Yeah, well, I'm saying something like, do you hold to like indefeasibility or like reliabilism? If I can render some of these.
So I think that
do you
like
hold to any of them?
So I think that the Orthodox position is unique because ultimately our position is grounded in a worldview that's ordered and regular, right? We have a basis for induction, regularity of nature, and all that stuff. So that's going to give an account for how there could be, specifics about, knowledge act at point P at time Z, right?
Okay. Is God's knowledge distinct from human knowledge?
Sure.
Do you have an account for God's knowledge?
Right. So God's knowledge is revealed, and so He is the ultimate authority and starting point for our system. So He's self-referencing. There's no higher thing that gives an account for God because that's how our system is structured.
Does God have justification for His beliefs?
Yes, God is His own justification.
So God raises the credence of His own propositions.
God does what?
Raises the credence of His own propositions.
Well, it's a self-authenticating and self-referencing authority because every system ultimately has to have that at some point. So I'm not a foundationalist, so I think that knowledge is ultimately circular and self-referencing. So for us, that's what God does.
So God's omniscience would mean that He knows the truth of all propositions. Is that what you take that to be?
God's omniscience means He knows everything, not just the truth of propositions.
I don't know what it would mean to be outside the truth of propositions. Like what?
Okay, well, not everything that exists is propositions.
But can you give an example of something that exists that is non-propositional?
A chair. A chair is not a proposition.
So,
the human mind.
What is the
future
reference for a chair?
What do you mean? What's the reference for a chair?
Because I don't understand the meaning.
Do you literally think that the only things that exist are chairs? I mean, I don't know. This is a silly. Do you think that the only thing that exists? Excuse me. The only thing that exists are propositions.
In terms of knowledge, I think knowledge is.
Okay, well, I'm saying that God has knowledge of objects. God has knowledge of minds, and those are not propositions.
But then they can be accounted for by propositions.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that they are propositions.
Like X chair exists. So you think that
yeah, but that doesn't mean that the chair is a proposition.
I'm not saying that the chair is a proposition, but so you're saying.
Okay, but God's knowledge is not identical to propositional, discursive, dialogical reasoning.
Do you think that propositions are generated by minds?
Sure.
What is it? So is God's knowledge of a chair? I don't know which chair is being picked out there. What is that? Just like an awareness?
No, God knows every fact about the chair. He knows everything about the chair, every possibility about the chair. He also knows all the future potential of the chair, the purpose of the chair, etc., the origin of the chair.
Every fact about the chair.
Yeah, including the future, the past, all that.
And are all those facts propositional?
They can be expressed as propositions, but they're not identical to propositions.
So
the assumption here is that human knowledge and propositions must be the identical one-to-one mapping to what's in God's mind. And we don't do that. Again, I keep trying to stress here. So apophatic theology requires analogical predication. It's not univocal predication. So all these atheist arguments typically hinge on there being a one-to-one correspondence between human terms, naming, categories, and what's in God or in the divine mind. And that's what?
Like, sorry, I think we fleshed out your position there.
Right, so the position is analogical predication.
Do you think there is a like God knows that there are no propositions external to himself?
So human beings
awareness,
have propositions that they can learn and know and create, and those are not identical to what's in God's mind. My mind is not God's mind. So the propositions in my God knows the propositions in my mind, but they're not identical to God's mind.
So there are no propositions that God is not aware of.
Correct.
Does he have so he knows that to be the case? Seems like
are you going somewhere with this, or is this are we just going to keep doing I'm fine to do this, but are you getting to a point here, or is there an argument you're making?
No, I'm just doing Q&A.
Okay, so where are we going?
Just through a list of questions. So you fleshed out your position on what God's knowledge is, and I'm curious as to how.
So again, you're equivocating on knowledge. That knowledge strictly is propositions, and therefore God must know propositions, and that's strictly the only sense in which he has knowledge.
I actually didn't equivocate on propositions because I was just asking questions. I haven't asserted anything.
Okay, your questions were presupposing that that's also the case for God. So
you can have an inductive case for that, but I'm telling you that's not the case based on my access to my intentions. So
your questions presuppose that that's what you were doing. So
no.
Yes, it is.
I don't think that's very fruitful to go down that.
Okay, well, you asked me when I was 5 minutes ago. You said, "Does God know these propositions?" And you said, "I think that knowledge just is propositions."
Yeah, well, I didn't say that. I think that knowledge are just propositions. I was asking you what it means for knowledge to be external to propositions.
Dude, this is getting this is just sounding like sophistry. So obviously, you're going towards a point here. What's the point?
No, there is no point. I'm fleshing out your position so I can understand out of future conversations.
And then you can do what? Critique it. Go for it. Just ask your questions.
I'm not planning on critiquing it today.
Okay.
But I do want to. So I did want to know. There's an epistemic issue with if there are. So God is aware, or God.
So you did want to critique it, but you just said I'm not here to critique it.
No, I'm asking for
you said there's an epistemic issue, which means you're going to critique it.
That's fair. So I said it seems like an epistemic issue, which is why I'm asking you to clear it up.
Oh, come on, dude. If you're going to get into the sophistry, we're just going to move on. Just stop trying to talk in the sophistry. Just make your point, dude.
So don't
argue with me over the word seems.
I don't know why you're getting emotional.
Because you're about the fifth person that has done this thing where you're acting like you're not here to debate or discuss a problem or an issue, and then you are. And so it's disingenuous. Just state your fucking position, dude.
It's not disingenuous. My main goal
is
to find out what it means for God to know that there are no propositions outside of his awareness.
That's all I don't know how to. I don't know how to answer that. How's that? Is that good enough for
you? Sure.
Because the way that God knows is not identical to the way that humans know, and that's what analogical predication means. So you're asking me, well, how does God know?
Yeah, and I'm asking what that means. You don't have to give it, like you said. If you say something, you said something like you don't know, that would be fine.
No, I was just doing that to mess with you. I'm happy to give a justification.
Okay, yeah. Do you have an account for what's going on?
Yeah, so it's analogical predication, which I already explained to you 5 times. So your question is presupposing that there's a univocal correspondence between human knowing and divine knowing, and then you're saying, give an account for the divine knowing, just like human knowing. And I'm saying that violates the whole position. We're not. So that's based on equivocation.
Okay,
which is the very thing you said you're not doing.
Well, equivocation would be that I'm using a word in 2 different senses, and I don't think I'm doing that here.
Excuse me, you're right. Univocal predication is what I meant to say.
Right. Okay. And yeah, I do see that. So your response is something like, there is no way to account for this in terms of human language.
No, it's an analogy. So again, analogical predication does not mean total dissimilarity. It does not mean no way to account for it. So
you're saying it's like a close mapping of what's going on is what we can give in.
Do you know what an analogy is?
It's where there's a identical property present in 2 concepts.
Similarity, yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
Identical property is again kind of missing the point because it's not identical.
Could be the same property.
Similar.
So
I mean, there's no perfect identical comparison between a creature and God. That's why there's no one-to-one correspondence. It's a likeness and analogy.
You responded to my question of what does it mean for God to know that there is no proposition external to his awareness. You responded to that by saying that our accounts of these are analogous. Could you give your best analogous account of what's going on there?
Yeah, the human mind is analogous to the divine mind, and that's why I listed all the arguments earlier about divine conceptualism. So it's not my fault that you weren't here for that, and I'm not going to repeat all that.
Okay, thanks. I have two more positions I want to understand from you. So I want to know your position on Kalam, whether you think that's a good argument.
No, I don't. I always critique and go against the classical arguments. I think it's a stupid argument.
Is that because of like modal collapse?
I mean, you could make a modal collapse argument, but no, I think none of the classical arguments are that good. And that's for multiple reasons, including the fact that they're not sound arguments. They don't demonstrate what they claim to demonstrate. They presuppose what they're trying to demonstrate. And our apologetic shouldn't be the same as a Muslim. We have a different God.
And then last position I'd like to understand by you is what is your position on the problem of evil?
That really only the Christian worldview can give an account for evil. So evil has to, in one sense, be a privation. If we mean it in the word like a deprivation, like he's evil because it's an evil to lack sight, right? And then there's moral evil, which is a privation or a negation, which is a movement of the will away from the good. So ultimately, I think only the Christian paradigm actually gives an account for evil. No other paradigm can. So that's how I would say that if you're asking for why does God permit it, there's nothing within the Christian worldview that is contradicted by saying that God has his own reasons why. He's not bound to reveal or to tell humans why he permitted it.
Are those reasons good?
Yeah, anything God does is good.
Do we have knowledge of those reasons?
What did I just say?
I must have missed it.
All right, let's just move on. This guy's getting on this. This is annoying.
Thanks for your questions. We're going to go ahead and go with Luca here. He's, hope I'm not misstating, but I believe you're an atheist, Luca?
Yeah. I was just wondering, Jay, if you think that there's a good solution to Grimm's paradox of omniscience. If you've ever heard of it.
I'm not familiar with that. What is that?
So Grimm's initial article shows that on, I think it's basically just about every like complex interpretation of set theory, the assertion that there is a set of all true propositions, which I think I heard you say something slightly like that, which is why it piqued my interest. Just entails a contradiction straightforwardly. And so if it's derivable from God knows all true propositions, that a set of true propositions, that a contradiction follows. And then there's like updates that like remove controversial axioms like choice or whichever one he used. So
okay, so hold on. So the argument is that, could you state it again? If God knows
if there's
all
a set of all, if there's a set that contains all true propositions, a contradiction follows. And so if that's what it means to be omniscient, i.e., God knows that set or something like that.
Right. So that's not what we would say omniscience is. Right.
Oh, okay.
So for example, any of the attributes of God are going to be determined by our system, so that you can't import extra systemic definitions of what omniscience or omnipotence is and then say, oh, well, God has to conform to that. Because by the nature of our system, because God is the ultimate self-referencing authority, the self-revelation of God of his attributes is going to be determined by him. So we can't like, oh, well, I think omniscience has to mean this, and therefore if he doesn't meet that standard, well, it's what the system says omniscience is. Does that make sense? So it's not just...
Well, I'm just wondering whether the system says anything that's going to entail that there is a set of all true propositions, right? Because that's supposed to be where you
Well,
get Grimm's
one of the
paradox.
problems here would be the assumption that all types of knowledge or all types of facts or things are the same. And for
Well, I
us,
think you can, real quick, I think you can dispense with that, right? You can have like certain things like acquaintive knowledge, etc., and still have Grimm's run.
no, I'm saying something different. I'm saying that there's for us, there's fundamentally two types of reality. There's not just one type of reality, like a continuum that humans and God are all on one sort of chain of being. For us, there's fundamentally two different types of reality: uncreated and created. So not everything that is the case for the created realm is going to map on one-to-one to God, to the uncreated. So that's why our theology, for example, is apophatic. So a lot of times atheists say, well, what's the definition for omniscience? Well, for us, that's an apophatic attribute, meaning that it's only defined in negation to the created order, right? So not extended in space and time, not, doesn't have a beginning. And so even though they're not cataphatic, they're not positive definitions, they still at least tell us something, right? And you can make an analogy to something like the number zero, or when we say things like the situation is unknowable, right? If we say something is unknowable, in one sense it's telling us something, but in another sense it's also not telling us something, right? So in the same way, what?
So presumably, like, you would think that it's false that there's a true proposition such that God does not know it, right?
Yeah, I'm just saying that there's different types of knowledge.
Sure, there's propositional, acquaintive, all sorts of.
I'm saying there's uncreated knowledge, and that's not in your list. So God knows uncreated
I can
knowledge as
add
well.
uncreated knowledge as well. I'm not familiar with that term, but I mean, just to quickly preface, is that proposition?
Okay, but your assumption is that it's all going to be the same type of thing.
It doesn't.
And I'm telling you, it's not.
I mean, it doesn't have to be. I mean, again, Grimm's argument can be generalized over things that even aren't even propositions. It's just a simple logical form.
Okay, so what's the problem?
Yeah, so I mean, I just need like a set of because the issue is I'm unsure if you're committed to this, and that's what I'm trying to clarify, which is, does anything that you would commit to about God commit you to the existence of a set of all true propositions? Because there can be like more than true propositions, right? There can be all sorts of stuff, but is that an entailment of what you believe about God, is what I'm wondering.
Yeah, I would say if we're speaking of propositions relating to the created order, yes, God knows all those, and he also knows all the false propositions.
Okay, so you would say it is true that God knows all true propositions.
Yeah, I think that if we're speaking of the created order, we can say that, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not exhausting God's knowledge of that. I'm just saying that it's true that of all true propositions, God knows them.
Yeah, I don't see any immediate problem with saying that.
Yeah, and so the Grimm's argument is actually kind of against the existence of such a set. Here, I can just post a simple explanation of it. It's like a paragraph long in Dyer chat. It has the logical form of the paradox right there. So the basic idea for this being a paradox is that it sort of gets off there being the existence of such a thing as a set that collects all and only true propositions. So it has like more it has more like broader implications in like set theory and logic as well. But so the basic idea is something like if there is a set of all and only true propositions, there's going to be like complementary subsets of that set. Let's call that the set of all and only true propositions S. Like, for instance, all the endorsements of the collections. Like let's say I have the set, which is a subset of S, of all like true propositions about J. Dyer. I'll call that like the J set or something like that. And then there is a proposition, presumably in S, that says all the propositions in the J set are true, right? Well, that's true because all of the propositions in the J set are true because the J set is a subset of S, which is a set of all and only true propositions. And so that what we're picking out there is a particular kind of proposition with that endorsement there. It's called a unique identifier. by Grimm at least. And the logical form for it like the symbol for that kind of proposition is P underscore a big P with an underscore like subscript rather, a subscript sign for the set it identifies.
Mhm.
And so it follows from like S and S being discriminable into subsets
Mhm.
that there's going to be a set of all of those kind of propositions, the unique identifiers, and
Mhm.
Grimm calls them R. Rather defines a set called R that collects a set of unique identifiers, which are members of S, that are not members of the sets they identify. So, for
Yes.
instance,
Right.
the endorsement P, let's call it P of J because it's for the J set, right?
So would this be
Isn't a
like
member of the J set because
like
it's
a
a fact
logical
about.
conjunct that each set is its own unique set, right?
So,
Is that right? What you're
pardon?
Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand. Was that as a question?
A
Please?
logical conjunct that each set is its own unique set.
Each set is presumably its own unique set, sure.
And so that I'm just trying to follow along with your argument.
Mhm. So, presumably that proposition, all the members of the J set are true, isn't a fact about J Dyer, right? It's a fact about propositions in that subset of S.
Right.
And so that proposition doesn't actually belong in the J set; it belongs outside of the J set.
Right.
And so that's not a member of R, right?
Yeah,
Because,
this is what Gödel argues.
well, yeah, this basically boils down to something similar to a paradox of self-reference.
Yeah, I'm not a foundationalist, so
That's
I've
fine.
been saying that for years.
And so what you end up having is presumably because R is a proper subset of S, R has a unique identifier. Let's say, for instance, the proposition, all the members of R are true.
Mhm.
And then we have to figure out whether or not that P of R is a member of R. And what you can see here in the derivation is that once we plug in what P of R is into the entrance conditions for the subset R, you get a contradiction whether P of R is a member of R or P of R isn't a member of R. It's pretty intuitive why. I mean, like, if P of R is not a member of R, then it is, because it's collecting the unique identifiers which are not members of of its own set. And then if it is, it's not. So seemingly here the commitment to there being a set of all true propositions generates a contradiction here then, because R is a true P of R is a true is a true proposition.
Right, but formal logic applies analogously to God, and
Okay,
is
that's
a
what I
way
was
to
wondering. Like,
is
that
a way
doesn't.
to describe the created order. So yeah,
Sure.
you're gonna have these paradoxes like this, just like the incompleteness theorem.
Okay, so your response would probably be that the logic being used to render this is not the right
Well,
logic,
it's
I
not
suppose?
false. It's just limited to the created order. That's why I began the point with that there's not just one type of knowledge and not just one type of fact, so to speak.
But for you, presumably, then a completed set theory would require like significant extensions over and above. Like, I think this is rendered in it's the one that came after naive set theory. I forget. Zermelo-Frankel set theory. So presumably for you, like a completed set theory would be something over and above Zermelo-Frankel set theory.
Right. So again, that set theory would be applicable to the created order. It's not false, but it's limited by that because the starting point for how we go about speaking about God is not set theory. It's what's revealed.
Well, so would the propositions in question here be part of the created order, like R,
yes,
etc.?
Absolutely.
Well, because I think the issue then is like, if the created order contains a set like S, then a contradiction follows, just given this argument, right?
Well, we also think there's a created infinity, so I don't have a problem with it. I don't. A paradox is not a contradiction, by the way.
No, this is a
two different things.
Like, this derives a formal contradiction.
I mean, only if everything is expressible formally, and I'm saying it's not. I mean, I don't have a problem with there being created infinites.
Like, I'm just saying that deducible from the existence of S is a sentence of the form P and not P.
Yeah, I don't have a problem saying that there's limitations in the created order, that you get to a certain point in logic or math or whatever, and you hit bottom. There's nothing else you can do.
I'm guessing you would probably affirm, though, that there are no true sentences of the form P and not P.
Well, what I'm going to say is that the ability to do this at all presupposes a kind of world. And I need you to give me an account for that.
I mean, I think Grimm was a Christian. This is like
I don't care. I'm asking you.
This isn't really terribly relevant.
Right, because that's what the atheist does, that he doesn't have an account for these things. But don't you think that the ability to do this at all demonstrates that there's preconditions to have this kind of set theory of mathematics at all?
I mean, sure.
Okay. Can you give an account for those, how they're possible?
I mean, that would take a very long time. I mean, my views on that
Right, so you don't have one,
aren't even like
basically.
super fleshed out. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not terribly relevant, though. I was just wondering if you had a.
It is
view on
relevant
Grimm's
because
paradox.
the argument, the transcendental argument, requires the comparison of two paradigms, and you're basically
Why
saying
isn't
I don't have
tag
to give an
relevant
account. I don't
to
have
whether
one.
or not you think you have a solution to Grimm's paradox?
Yeah, I just told you that the features of the created order are never going to be exhaustive of the totality of the set. They're never going to get. I mean, I always invoked right the incompleteness theorems to show that anything that's the case for the created order is going to be limited. It's going to get to a certain point where it can't tell you anything beyond that point. It's going to be self-referencing. So,
I mean,
so could you give an account for
if you
numbers?
want to talk about tag instead of Grimm's paradox, I guess that's up to you.
So what
I'm
you're
just not
asking,
terribly
you're
interested in
asking,
that.
you're saying basically that set theory shows that set theory doesn't work, right?
No, I mean it just shows that from ZFC is derivable that there is no set that contains all true propositions. That's it.
Right, and if by that we're talking about the created order, that's fine. But again, I told you from the outset that there's two different kinds of knowledge. You said I don't know what that means. I don't know. You basically didn't accept that, which is fine.
You don't think that there's a set of all true propositions.
So again, I keep trying to tell you that logic for us is going to be not the arbiter of all truths in the system, because some truths are going to be supralogical, namely the questions of logic itself, metalogical questions. So I'm telling you that
this is
the
not
theism is
metalogical
metalogical. So you're basically just going to formal logic and formal set theory to try to show that God doesn't have a knowledge of a true set or of a set of all the true propositions, because it would be contradictory.
I don't think.
And I'm saying so that's
theism.
a one-to-one correspondence between the created order and God's mind.
I'm not even making an argument against theism. I think that there are good theistic responses to this. I was just wondering if you used one of them.
No, I don't know. It's a new argument to me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, just look up. I mean, one easy option actually is just denying that God's knowledge is propositional. Just if you want an avenue to read up on, but that just obviously works because there just is no set S that's such that God knows it. Then, but anyway, I mean,
I don't see, but I mean, I don't see what problem with saying. I don't see a problem with saying that God has knowledge of the propositions, but that's not exhaustive of God's knowledge.
Well, if it's but the thing is, God can if God has propositional knowledge and there is no proposition such that God does not know it, seemingly that's going to entail that there is a set of all true propositions, and then from that a contradiction follows. And so seemingly the avenues that are open are to deny that God's knowledge is propositional.
But it's couched as an either or. That's what I was trying to say from the outset, that it's either propositional knowledge or no knowledge. And I'm saying that God's knowledge is not
I would disagree
identical.
with that. I think there are different kinds of knowledge.
Okay, but you said from the outset you don't know what uncreated knowledge would mean.
Yeah, I said.
So you're not letting me.
I said I didn't know what it means because I've never heard it. That's it.
Okay, so again, the logic that's applicable to the created order is only analogical to the divine mind. It's not a one-to-one mapped on correspondence. So when we say
maybe that questions like this are unanswerable for us, then
I think that there are limitations for all kinds of questions that are going to be limited like this. But To me, it sounds like it's premised on the notion that there's a one-to-one correspondence between human propositional knowledge and divine propositional knowledge. And by definition, who God is, for us, even when we say, if we say, let me give you, so if we say God has propositional knowledge, for us, that's still analogical. It doesn't mean that God has the knowledge of propositions like humans do in a one-to-one correspondence.
Yeah, prima facie, I don't think that discriminating God's knowledge into various different kinds is going to be relevant.
So you don't think that this argument is premised on there being certain types of facts and certain types of things that are the case for epistemology?
So, I mean, the only things that get this argument off the ground are the axioms of ZFC set theory and just the initial claim that there is such a set S that contains all and only true propositions.
So again, there would, if this was applicable, then there would be a set that's true for the created order, and there would also be a set that goes beyond that, that's infinite. That is, God's knowledge of facts. So it's a both
pretty
and,
sure you
not
could
an
collect
either or.
R and consequently P of R in either set if there's a set that contains all true.
The point is that it doesn't fit under the set. That's the point. It's outside the set. Because sets are applicable to the created order. And then you're taking what I just said and saying, okay, well, then that's part of a set.
Is there a set that's like S that's only for the created order for you?
What I'm saying is that there are facts, propositions, truths, whatever, that are applicable to the created order. And then there's a infinite variety of knowledge that goes beyond the created order that God has. And God has both of those. I'm saying it's a both and.
That's fine.
And you're saying, okay, I'll take the infinite knowledge and I'll stick it under the set. And I'm saying it's not in a set.
Well, so
because sets apply to the created order and God is not created.
That's fine. So look,
it's not fine because you keep reasserting that apply it to the created, what's applicable to the created order.
You can keep this, like, even if like S is a subset of.
It doesn't fit in the set. You keep putting it in the set, and I'm saying it's not applicable to the created order and therefore not definable by sets.
Seemingly, even if we restrict sets like set talk entirely only about the created order.
Sets are applicable to the created order.
Yeah, I'm just granting you that. Let's say that sets are only applicable to the created order.
Okay, and so the things that are God's knowledge that are not the created order are not in sets.
Yeah, fine. I don't see a problem with that. That seemingly still you're going to get. I mean, that doesn't really tell us anything about whether there is a set like S.
How is it a problem if the knowledge of all the possible worlds, for example, is not in a set?
Well, because I'd have to think about that for a second. But
so the fact that you can use
analogous to S,
the fact that you can use a designator does not mean that it's defined by that set. So, for example,
I mean, I agree with that. I mean, I don't think there are contradictions, and I think we can talk about S. So that seemingly, I don't think I'm.
Well, that doesn't mean it's defined.
Being a set.
So the fact that we can talk about, like, let's say God's attributes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is there a set of God's attributes? Well, in one
I think from what you just said, there wouldn't be.
Are you going to let me finish?
View, right?
Are you going to let me finish what I'm explaining?
Sure.
Okay, so if we speak of God's attributes, in one sense, we could say there's a set in that he has X number of attributes.
Mm-hmm.
But in another sense, they're not expressible as a set because they're infinite.
Okay.
So I'm just trying to use set theory in an analogous way to what I'm saying.
Sure.
So you can't do the one-to-one correspondence to God's knowledge the way you're trying to do it. It doesn't work. It's presupposing one type of knowledge.
I don't think anyone is trying to circumscribe the entirety of God's knowledge in a set. Presumably, let's say that there are things outside of
the
inaccessible to set theory
if
or
I
something
understood
like
what
that.
you're saying, the argument is hinging on the propositions in set theory matching up one-to-one with the propositions in the divine mind.
I mean, not necessarily, right? Because the point is, the argument gets off if there's a set like S simplicator. It could be in the created order or not. I mean, if you want to say that sets only
No,
apply in
again,
the
I think
created order,
that's
okay.
what you're assuming. That's the thing I'm calling into a question.
I mean, let's just say S like and ZFC only applies in the created order. I mean, if S exists, then a contradiction follows. That's just
No, because the knowledge that God has is not restricted to all the propositions that are true.
so the form of this argument gets off without even talking about knowledge, right? Because it's just talking about
what I'm
S.
saying is that you can't do formal argumentation in theology that doesn't presuppose some kind of metaphysic and some kind of epistemology. That's what you're trying to do.
Not really.
Yeah, you are. That's impossible. You can't do
I
it
mean,
without
if
doing that.
anything, I'm trying to like make this amenable to your. I'm trying to like see
Yeah,
how this works
I
with your
appreciate
view.
that.
So I'd be
That's
trying
very
to like.
noble of you to help me out here. That's very noble.
No,
But
I'm not.
but
I'm not trying to help you. I'm saying that I'm trying to understand what your response is. So presumably the presuppositions that I'm bringing in, like conditionally, like hopefully are yours.
no. Again, they're not. You didn't know what I meant by uncreated knowledge, so they're not the same presuppositions.
Yeah, that's why I asked you.
Okay. So again, the point is that there is an account for the possibility of these things, and I'd be interested to hear your account too.
So if I mean. I guess
I'm just not. I'm not. I'm not trying to
an
be
article
obtuse.
about this.
I'm not.
Like it seems like
no,
we're
that's
having a communication.
so. The
error.
transcendental argument is a comparison of worldviews, and if you're not willing to compare your worldview, that's fine. I mean, you don't have to, but
it doesn't have anything to do with the tag.
right. So you don't want to do the critique of your position.
I'm not terribly interested in transcendental arguments right now. No.
Okay, but that's the argument that I make. So
I mean, if we're just having a communication error and you don't really want to continue, I guess that's up to you.
again, if you want to make points about theism or why you don't believe theism, that's what we're here to do. I'm interested to hear exactly how this is a problem, and what I've heard is that it's a problem for any system formally.
It's a
And I'm saying-
problem for. It's not a formal.
what?
It's not a formal issue. No, it's
A contradiction. Contradictions would be formal problems, right?
It's a formal problem for not things like systems. It's a formal problem that follows given a system in the background like ZFC.
No, this
and
is your
a further
mistake. There's no
assertion,
such
right?
there's no such thing as a logic that judges all systems. This is your error.
I didn't say there was.
You just what you just said presupposes that.
No.
Yes, it does.
What I said was this is a problem.
It's a
given
system.
some formal system, which I mean by that I just mean any formal system like ZFC that has things like the axiom of separation. This works without choice, as far as I know. So you don't need to.
Yeah, but that's assuming that this is the case for all systems, that you can analyze any of the systems this way. And I'm saying
No, I
that
mean,
we don't operate that way. That's the whole point of presuppositionalism.
Straightforwardly, I mean, like you can just add one additional axiom in ZFC and this no longer works, right?
You're missing the point. There's no such thing as a self-evident axiomatic system, which is what you're trying to do here.
I'm not saying there is.
You just argued that just now. You said all you have to do is plug it into this.
No, I said if you add one additional axiom to ZFC, this problem like
I'm
doesn't work
asking
anymore.
pre-axiomatic questions. I'm asking about the preconditions.
So you're talking about tag?
Yes.
Why?
Because that's how we go about analyzing systems in set theory. We don't start with set theory. There's no self-evident axiom.
When asked a question about set theory, you want to not talk about set theory?
No, I gave you my answer, and now I want to know your account for sets.
But you said you didn't have an answer.
I said I didn't have an answer to the question of when we get to the bottom of a system that's finite being limited. Nobody has an answer to that.
Well, that's not what this problem is. The problem being pointed out by Grimm here.
Yeah, the problem assumes that there's a formal way to critique any set. And I'm saying that doesn't count for our system because it presupposes that there's self-evident maxims that you haven't given account for. You have to give an account for the logic that you're using.
I mean, there can be objects in sets that like collect things that aren't propositions, all sorts of stuff aside from this. And
yeah, what you're not understanding is that you're presupposing a worldview. You're presupposing a worldview to do this argument is what I'm arguing.
Which Sure, yeah, actually, yes, and
Right.
in
So you're
trying
going to
to
have
make
to give
this
an account for
and
how
in
you
trying
can,
to
you're
like
going to have to give an account for how you can do that before you try to put our system in a logical bind. I'm going to say,
no,
okay,
but
well
the
then,
point is that if you're doing something like what to make this like, because obviously I'm not going to like show up and say like, well, here there's this issue if you have like paraconsistent logic in the background or something like that. I'm trying to like use assumptions that you're using right now.
no, you're not using my assumptions because you didn't know what my position was. You said, I don't know what that is, but so it's not my
Yeah, that's
position.
why I try. That's why
You're
I
trying
asked
to
you
do so.
clarify
Wait,
to see
so
if
you're
it made
trying
a
to
difference.
pre-sub. So you're trying to pre-sub my position, right?
No,
You just said I'm trying to help your position out, right? Which you're not actually trying to do.
no,
You're trying to critique it.
I'm not trying to help your system out. What?
You said earlier, I'm here to help you out.
I said I was interested in
Yeah. So
like
again, are you
whether or
going
not you
to?
had an
Yeah.
whether or not you had a response to like Grimm's paradox of omniscience, and then we
And so
like
logical
went through a dialectic to
paradoxes.
figure out whether or not
Yeah. Logical
various different.
paradoxes. Do you think that the logic that you're using here, right, to analyze this question or to raise the question of the sets, does that operate on the basis of preconditions?
I mean, do you think it does? Because I'm just
No,
trying to make this
I'm asking
amenable to
you.
your
No,
view.
don't too quoque me. Does it?
Too quick. What?
That's a fallacy, dude. Too quoque. I asked you a question.
I'm
You
not
just asked
making
me
an
the same.
argument. Why? How could I have
You
a
are making
fallacy?
an argument. This is totally disingenuous. I'm asking
I'm
you
asking
now.
you a question. Questions
No, I'm
definition
asking. I asked you the question. You don't get to ask me the question. I asked you the question. Does
This
your
is an
logic? All
AMA.
right. So if you're not going to
I
answer
asked
the question, no, it's
the
a debate. I said it's a debate. It's not just an AMA.
oh, it's a
So
debate.
you're not going to debate the topic. Is that right?
Well, considering that the topic is Grimm's argument, you're asking what like the
No, we've already been
transcendental
through that, and I gave you the answer. You didn't find it sufficient. I told you that you're applying
You
the
said you were going to
categories
read
of the.
about it. I was going to give you an article for it.
I'm arguing to you that the argument is using and assuming self-evident axioms to critique the system.
I
Do
don't
you
think
think? Yes, it is.
I don't think the axioms of set theory are self-evident. What?
No, your argument here is using a set, right? It's using sets. It's using logic, right?
It's using ZFC set theory.
Okay. Is that presupposing a kind of world and a kind of logic? Any kind?
I mean, for it to be an internal critique, and I know you do that, it has to be, yeah.
Yeah. So what I'm asking is that if our theology is prior to logical argumentation, right? I'm asking you the metalogical question of, well, how do you even have a basis to use that logic at all?
Well, if it's an internal critique, it has to use yours, presumably.
No, I'm asking your position. I'm not asking you to play like you're going to take my position. I want to know your position.
I mean, on what?
So
I don't believe that there is.
Okay, so you're a sophist.
I don't have a problem.
You're not going to answer a debate your worldview. And this is the atheists. This is what they do. They want to ask all the questions and not let their worldview be subject to critique because he can't answer any of these questions.
I mean,
so that's why he's fighting tooth and
though.
nail. He won't let me critique his position. As you
I
can
literally
see.
just answered why.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
I'm asking you for.
I don't believe that there is such a set. So this isn't.
I'm asking you for not the set. I'm asking you for an account for the logic you're using in your argument.
I think I'd probably lean like structuralist about logic. Have you ever read Shapiro about that?
Okay, so give an account for how logic is. What is logic?
So like a structuralist analysis of logic is that it's going to be like a semantic interpretation of like structural qualities of objects in the world.
Right. So do you know that there's objects in the world?
I mean, depends on what you mean by no, I suppose.
Okay, so here we go. Let's just move on. This is sophistry. He knows the questions I'm asking, and he's just skirting it.
Yeah, I've actually been waiting to hear you talk to him for quite a while. That was interesting.
Right. So it's let me ask you a whole bunch of questions, and my position cannot be critiqued. Right. So again, I mean, it's kind of like a Euthyphro dilemma in a way where it's like, well, I mean, God is subject to the same rules and categories as men, right? The gods is propositional knowledge the same for God as it is for men? And if so, then how does God learn the good? And does God will the good because he learns it, or does he will the good because he wills it to be, right? So it's just endless sophistry.
Hey Jay, yeah, I'm here. It's been a while. I've been waiting a while. Yeah, I'll just tell you straight up that yeah, I potentially have a gotcha question. I'm not gonna be coy about it. Like you've
Okay.
expressed that you're unhappy about
I
that.
appreciate that much more than the
I mean,
slimy
that's all this
responses.
is,
Go
right?
for
It's
it.
just like, hey, what's your answer to this, right? So
Well, it's
that's
an
what I'm
open
gonna do.
forum, yeah. So go for it.
So just actually, I don't even know if you for sure hold this position. So depending on position, but I've talked to several presuppositionalists recently, and they all hold to the idea that in order to have intelligibility, God, not necessarily the Christian God, just any concept of God, must have the quality of being always truth revealing. Is that something that you hold to?
Well, first, I would say I don't believe that there's a generic concept of God because the word God is not a rigid designator, doesn't pick out any specific deity, and is used for all kinds of different things. So the word God itself doesn't really tell us much outside of the rest of the system that we're talking about. But I would say that for us, yes, God's own character kind of dictates that he's not going to do evil. Paul says it's impossible for God to lie or to do evil.
Right. So just to be clear, I mean, you're saying that because there seems to be confusion when I ask people this. The particular attribute of being always truth revealing, without that, intelligibility would be logically impossible. Is that correct?
So you're saying that some people have argued that in order to ground truth at all, we need a God who is always truth telling. You're saying that people have made that argument?
No, I'm saying that people are making the claim that in order to have intelligibility, God must have never, ever told a lie, even one, and he must have the attribute of being always truth revealing. Otherwise, it's somehow like logically impossible to have intelligibility.
I don't. It's a weird version of this. I don't know if I would make this argument. It's kind of a weird version. I don't know who has made that type of argument. I don't know that I would make this argument. So I would have to think about
That's
it.
fine.
That's weird.
But just to be clear, you're like at least agnostic that God, we could possibly have the intelligibility we perceive, and God maybe is not always truth revealing. That's not contradictory.
Well, I think God is always truth revealing, and I think that ultimately I would ground truth in God. But it's just a weird, maybe not the best way to make this argument to say that all knowledge is predicated on God being truth revealing, but maybe in a roundabout way, I would make that argument.
Well,
If you read
not knowledge, intelligibility. So like the ability to interpret or
I know what
understand.
intelligibility. I mean, it's the two are related. So I'm just intending to express the same idea. So,
well, some people will go even further and say something. Some people go even further to make an argument that they know that God is always truth revealing because we have intelligibility.
I would say that maybe ultimately that's true. It's a weird way to say it, but yeah, you could probably make that argument.
Yeah, I just don't see why anybody would say that or how they could defend that.
Because intelligibility would require a certain type of world and certain preconditions that lead to God.
And one of those preconditions is that God is always truth revealing.
Yes.
Why? I mean, why is that necessary?
Because we're grounding truth in the person of God. So we go beyond the Platonic, conceptual ideal justification. We're saying that it's not just ideals in the Platonic realm, it's actually God himself. Because, again, truth claims require a certain kind of world. In a certain kind of world where you have objective criteria, where you have truth and falsehood, and thus logical laws and universals. And so to have universals requires a certain kind of world.
Yeah. Okay. Let me just give a quick example that I use. So, example is that someone is crawling on the sun-scorched sand of the Sahara Desert, dying of dehydration, right? And right before they die, God whispers into their ear He says that there's an even number of hydrogen atoms in the universe as opposed to the truth that there's an odd number, right? Now, instantaneously after he tells that lie, right, like this concept of God, halfway around the world in a diner in New York, a man orders a club sandwich. And now, because God told that lie, the waitress can't understand what he's saying. Does that sound right to you?
Well, the analogy is false because it's predicated on a world in which God does lie. And our argument is that God doesn't lie. So, I mean, I'm fine with thought experiments, but it's a thought experiment that's not applicable to
Right.
our
I
world.
understand that your position is that the Christian God does not lie, but I'm asking what for a conceptual analysis of, like, I'm asking basically for the contradiction where God tells that one lie in that situation, and now the waitress can no longer understand what he's
Because
saying.
you're not
Why is that the
understanding
case?
that the argument is about the comparison of systems at the paradigm level. It's not about giving a thought experiment example where you could think of a defeater.
Well, it is, because you said that the tag argument is used to compare worldviews.
What did I just say at the beginning? It's not a possible example in our system. So it'd be like saying, what if there's a world where God doesn't exist? Right. This is like JF's example that he gave when I debated JF. He's like, okay, well, what about a world where God doesn't exist? See, I came up with a defeater.
Right, exactly. But I mean, that's fine. And I could just say that when you use the tag, right, as you said, you use it oftentimes to say, like, it's true. Your worldview is true,
Right.
because of the impossibility of the contrary, right?
Right.
So I'm presenting an alternative worldview.
Yeah, it's missing the argument. Right. It's missing the argument. It's not a situation where you just think up whatever. It's a debate about preconditions of knowledge. So one of those preconditions I gave was the possibility of there being truth claims, the possibility of having true knowledge, and those are grounded in things like universal categories and or universals. So your argument, your hypothetical is skirting the actual question of preconditions for knowledge, and it's saying, well, what about a world where God lies?
Yeah, but I'm asking why it's not just asserted blankly as a precondition, right? You think that there is
because
a logical impossibility. You say,
yes,
my view is true due to the impossibility of the contrary.
Correct.
You bring your worldview to the table,
that's
and
not
I'm going to
all
show
that
you
there-
the contradiction.
Yeah, you're not giving an actual worldview. You're giving a hypothetical system or example that's impossible in our worldview. So, in other words, if you're going to critique my worldview, it's got to be a critique of what's in my worldview.
Look, I'm asking you to just simply critique or give an explanation of what the contradiction is between a God lying one time and the waitress not understanding an order for a club sandwich.
Well, because it would be a defeater for multiple of his attributes, and therefore there would no longer be a possibility of grounding truth propositions and universals.
So it's just going to seem like it reduces to, like, when you say something like, if God is not always truth revealing, then you can't have intelligibility. That's equivalent to something like, if God is not jealous, then you can't have intelligibility. It's just going to reduce to, like, you can't have intelligibility because that's not God. That's not a quality of God.
It's not. No, you're missing that the argument is about grounding preconditions. Do you understand that or not?
Kind of.
Okay, what do you think I mean by that? I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm just trying to make sure that you understand the flow of the argument.
Well, you're saying that you need to have God in order to even have knowledge, and these other preconditions.
Okay, so what are preconditions of knowledge?
Well, one of them is always being truth revealing. This is what we're discussing, right?
Okay, but there's a whole bunch of them. So the point is that anything that you say, anybody, presupposes a kind of world. You follow me there or not?
Okay.
So in a world where God lies and tells the truth, there's no longer any clear criteria of truth, not just arbitrarily, but for grounding the preconditions of truth. So it's not just a question of coming up with a defeater, it's giving an account for the preconditions.
So are you just saying something like, if God lied one time, we wouldn't know possibly whether or not he's telling us the truth, and therefore he must always be truth revealing?
Again, the argument is about grounding the preconditions for knowledge.
That's just an argument from consequence.
No, it's not. It's an argument about the preconditions of all truth and all claims and all knowledge. It's much stronger than that. It's not an argument from consequence. It's saying that to have knowledge at all requires a certain kind of world. Do you understand that? A certain kind of metaphysics, a certain kind of epistemology, a certain kind of ethics.
Yeah, and I'm asking why.
Because
specifically with regards to this one attribute.
Because now we lose the possibility of truth values.
Yeah, but what's the contradiction though?
You're
saying that like it can't possibly be the case because otherwise I might be wrong about something.
You're not understanding of what I mean by grounding the preconditions. So the preconditions are grounded in God. If God lies, then the preconditions are no longer true.
So walk me through how when God lies about the number of hydrogen atoms in the world.
Because all truth claims and predicates are grounded in universals. Universals are grounded in God. If you take out God, the universals go. Then goes predication. Is that clear enough?
I think so, but I mean, let's say that it's possible for God to even lie, but I mean that wouldn't mean.
Okay, so again, you're importing stupid ass questions that are not possible in the worldview. Do you not understand why that doesn't work?
Well, you were just critiquing the view where he told a lie, and then with the ramifications of that. So you're not.
Do you understand?
Unable to critique this worldview.
It's not an actual worldview. It's a hypothetical situation. Do you don't understand what worldviews are? Worldviews aren't
a collection of my beliefs and presuppositions, and
it's not a hypothetical that doesn't exist, right? So you're asking me to give an account for a hypothetical that in my system is impossible. So you can't import external to my system things that are impossible in my system.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm just saying that, look, you said the tag argument is used to compare worldviews. I'm presenting a worldview in which this God tells a lie, and you're supposed to tell me how it's...
And I just told you why it doesn't work 4 times in a row. Do you need me to say it again? Truth claims, any truth claim, is grounded in something like, for example, universals. Universals are grounded in God. If God goes, the universals go. And thus the truth claims go. So again, do you need me to say it the 5th time?
Now you're doing the external critique.
No, this is true for anybody's worldview.
All right, so truth in my worldview is just grounded in the same.
You haven't given a worldview because you haven't said what yours is, right? So the only worldview,
agnostic, the only one you really see what that matters.
The only one you presented is the hypothetical that's not your actual worldview. You said, "What about one where God lies?" Okay,
well, I don't dismiss this worldview.
Okay, I'm giving you an internal critique, and I'm saying that if God lies, then the universals go because they're no longer grounded in a truthful God. And if universals go, all knowledge goes. Do you not see this? This is a very simple point.
No, I don't.
Yeah, exactly.
So now you're able
you want me to explain it for the 6th time?
Right? So just to be clear,
I'm critiquing it on its own grounds.
Now you are critiquing this worldview, which previously you said that
on its own
unable
grounds.
to do. Right.
On its own grounds.
In this worldview, on its own grounds, God lies one time. What's the contradiction with now the waitress?
So for the 6th time, do you want me to explain it for the 6th time? The 6th time, universals underlie all truth claims. All of them. Everywhere. God grounds the universals. If God goes, the universals go. If the universals
go, let's say, the ground...
So again, do you need me to explain it the 7th time?
A sometimes lying God, in this case just once,
do you know what a universal
all truth claims, right?
Do you know what a universal is?
I might not know what you mean by
so let's move on, because it doesn't matter what I think it is. It's a classic question of philosophy. Good Lord, dude.
Hope you got that for your
These are like the master sophists. It's like they intentionally. How many do I need to? How about the 8th time? Want me to explain the 8th time? To predicate at all, to say the tree is green, right, requires universals. Now you can deny universals, but then you're in a whole other host of problems. But if we do admit universals, where are they grounded? Well, our argument is that they're grounded in God, in the divine mind. So if God goes and God lies, then there's no longer any grounding for truth at all. And so now there are no truth claims because you can't ground them in anything above individual subjective experiences. I mean, I'm not saying that, I'm not asking you to accept God's existence from that point. I'm just saying that, do you see that that's not a problem in the argument because you're importing a hypothetical that's impossible in our system. It's like saying, oh yeah, well, I can think of a world where God doesn't exist and it's consistent, so refute that. How do you refute that, theist? Because I just gave you an example where God doesn't exist, or God lies, or there's a computer on Mars that's just self-programming all the robots that planted the humans here, like JS example. That's a consistent worldview. How do you disprove it, dude? When he's missing the whole point, that the question is about giving an account for the things prior to any knowledge claim. So he's just trying to make knowledge claims and saying, see, here's this hypothetical where your objection doesn't apply. And I'm saying you're not responding to the objection, because the objection is about preconditions of knowledge, not knowledge claims, preconditions of any knowledge claims. Two different things, but none of these people can figure that out.
But can't you just grant me this one lever and a fulcrum to put it on so I can move the whole world?
Yeah, like the guy before him with the Grimm's paradox. Well, I'm not using set theory logic. What? I'm not using any system. I'm not doing anything. I'm just asking a question.
Yeah, that's where the conversation has to go. It's the justification.
No atheist can allow, yes, they can never allow you to critique their position because they know they'll be demolished. That's why they have to fight tooth and nail to not have to give an account for the arguments that they're using. Like I was like, I'm not using an argument. Yes, you are. Why are you guys being so disingenuous? At least that last dude was not disingenuous. And he's like, no, I'm here to bring an argument. But they're all just playing like, oh, I'm not here to give an argument. I just want to ask you questions. And then like in the chat, they're like, oh, I wrecked him. I destroyed that dude. He's wrecked. Yeah. So you're just a soy boy who can't just step up to the table and say what your argument is.
All right, let's move on. You let me know when you're getting tired. We're going to bring up Harlequin. Harlequin, feel free to unmute yourself and ask your question.
Hey, Jay Dyer. How you doing?
Good. What's up, dude?
Thank you for responding. I was getting awkward. I'm pretty good. I just wanted to point out, if nothing else, because I don't want to take up too much time, when you were talking about how atheists typically yada yada yada, well, first of all, these hasty generalizations, I can understand why, for the sake of shorthand or expediency.
They're not hasty. I've been debating atheists for 20 years.
But it's a nonsensical. Well, but so to be clear, though, it is a nonsensical position to take to try to generalize a position of non-belief. I mean, there are mutually exclusive categories that atheists may fall into. Like one atheist might be philosophical naturalist, the other one might just affirm methodological naturalists.
So what? That doesn't mean that I can't make generalizations.
It just doesn't inform or tell us anything. But okay, so
sure it does. Well, so so hold on. You believe in empirical sense data and evidence, and I can't collect together the thousands of atheist debates I've had as a series of empirical scientific data to make generalizations.
No,
doesn't all science operate on generalizations?
Well, you started out saying something that I feel was more it's your experience, and not you. Of course, you can speak to that, and I can generally understand what you might be referring to. But it would be, I think it would also.
Are you
be
a car salesman? You sound like you're about to make a car sales pitch, like.
No, not at all. I'm just trying to. I don't want to waste too much time on this because one reason why I even brought that up is because.
So you're telling me that most atheists don't make those kinds of arguments?
I'm saying we can't know what quote unquote most atheists do. That's a hasty generalization.
Okay. So you don't think that I have a decent approximation of that after thousands of atheist debates for 20 years?
Well, again, if you're talking about approximations, we're shooting from the hip. That's not science. But okay,
so you're just here to argue sophistry. What's your actual argument? So I don't care if you disagree with my. I know what atheists argue after thousands of atheist debates.
I'm not attacking it. I'm just saying that it's a hasty generalization by definition. And
it's not hasty because it's based on at least thousands of examples of debating atheists for 20 years. So
that's not hasty. As I said, if they can belong to mutually exclusive groups.
By the way,
it's not a worldview unto itself, right?
Hasty generalization is a fallacy. I gave an example. If I said that atheism is false because atheists do this, that would be a faulty argument, right? Because not all atheists have the same argument. I was giving an example of the types of arguments that atheists sometimes make.
Sure.
And it's one that I've heard many times.
Yeah, I just feel like that would obviously come down to a better explanations, like it would relate to the person's geography or their culture or something like that, not necessarily the fact that they're an atheist, because atheism is not a worldview unto itself. Right?
No, it is. Everybody has a worldview. It doesn't matter whether you title it atheism or agnosticism.
Okay. Well,
You
I
have
don't want to take. Okay.
Well, you have.
I can
Are you denying
yeah.
that you have fundamental assumptions about ethics, epistemology, and metaphysics?
It is separate from atheism, though, is what I would say. And can I just bring this up too?
Again,
is
this is bullshit. I mean, are you
How
saying
is
that
it
no
bullshit?
no one can make generalizations?
No, what I said is that it is. I'm not denying that I do. I'm saying it is separate from atheism.
Okay.
Like they're not.
I
One
spent
doesn't
many
do
years I spent many years in undergraduate and graduate world debating, including atheist professors. So is that also not a correct slice of the population?
Well, I'm sorry. What is your point? What do you mean?
What is your point, dude? This is getting retarded.
I didn't really get to it. I just wanted to first say that it's you
Okay,
can't
I
generalize a
reject it.
group
I think
of
it's
people
stupid. I
based on
think
what
your
they
argument's
don't
stupid.
believe.
I think it's stupid because I've had 2,000 debates with atheists.
But specifically, what is stupid about all I'm saying is you can't generalize people based
So you don't
upon
have an
what
argument.
they don't believe.
Again, that's not what atheism actually is. Atheism is a presupposition about metaphysics.
It's a response to
ethics.
God claims.
No,
It
it's
is without
not.
belief.
No, it's not. This is
That
a
is
lie
how
that you guys do. You guys are dishonest when
How
you
is
do
it a
this.
lie, Jay? How is
Because
it a
you
lie?
know,
Because
the word itself means against theism. That's the
it's
definition
without
of the
theism,
word.
without belief.
Yeah, and that
It's a
presupposes a specific kind of metaphysics, epistemology, and ethics. It's unavoidable.
So you say, but not all God claims are equal. So how can that even be the
What do you mean?
case?
So I say it's just a fact of it's a feature
Because
of
not all
everyone's
God
worldview.
claims are your God claim. So if I'm rejecting another God claim that isn't your God claim, I'm an atheist, right? And I'm
Yeah, but
not
I can
necessarily
still
presupposing
class.
anything.
I can still class. No, that's not true. I can still class the people who are atheism, a-theism, against theism. I can still class them as a people who do not believe in transcendent beings or deities. And that's going to lead them into a finite number of conclusions about what their epistemology, their ethic, and their metaphysics is.
Okay, Jay. Can I just say what I really wanted to say from the beginning, and that is that because there's just a lot of
I mean,
territory.
you can snicker with your condescension.
I'm not snickering. No, I'm not snickering,
Okay,
Jay.
okay.
Jay, you called me a liar. You said we're
you did lie.
liars, and
You did
I'm
lie
not taking
because you
offense
said
to that.
atheism
So
is
why
not
are
a
you taking
position.
offense? I wasn't even.
You said
snickering. I'm
atheism
just
is not a
breathing.
position, and it's a lie. This
I
is
didn't say
because
it's not a position. Hold on. I didn't
you
say it's
did
not a
say
position.
that. You
I
said it's not a position.
no.
You
I
just-
said it's not, Jay. I said it's not a worldview.
Stop saying
Unto
my name.
itself.
It is
Of
a
course, it's a
worldview.
position.
It is a
Can I be
worldview.
clear?
Every
It is a
position
position.
is a worldview. Every position is a worldview. That's what you don't
I don't
understand.
agree, but can I just
I
say
don't care that you
what I
don't
really
agree.
wanted to say? I'm not condescending you. I just because the reason I rose my hand from the beginning was just because you were conflating meaning and meaningfulness when you suggest
All right, let's
that
just move on.
an
This is
atheist. No,
retarded.
let me just
Let's move on.
really. I'm
going to argue over whether it's true that atheists have general claims that they make. I mean, this is completely retarded.
Painful. All right. Bring up Albadeo. Feel free to ask your question. You have to unmute yourself, though, my friend.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Jay.
Hey, what's up, dude?
I was just curious. Well, I kind of have the answer to one of them just by listening to what you think is the best argument for theism, which I'm assuming is just the tag argument now.
Yeah.
But
correct.
what is the best argument for atheism?
I think that the most consistent atheism is expressed by David Hume or like a Graham Oppie. I mean, I guess that's the most consistent presentation of it. And I like those guys because, well, particularly Hume, because he's just trying to be rigorously consistent with his atheism and skepticism. So that's why we often invoke Hume as a consistent atheist against other atheists who are not consistent.
Yeah, that's all I had for you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure.
Thanks for your question. Let's go ahead and bring up Avi here. Is it Avi? You're gonna have to unmute yourself. Are you the Avi from Ask Yourselves Discord?
Yeah, what's up?
You're
No, God, here we go. So yeah, this is all the no wonder I never came over here.
You're a PhD or something from Israel, something like that. Right?
I'm Dia, and I'm not from Israel. But...
Yeah, I'm not interested in discussing with Ask Yourselves Professor. So, no.
Well, I was just You're not going to answer any of
I'm
my
not going to do
questions?
the name the trait thing. I'm not going to do that
I
because
wasn't going to ask you that. I'm just
okay.
I was just going to ask you if you can tell me what contradiction is entailed by God's non-existence, or if you backed off the claim that God's non-existence entails a contradiction.
No, I've never backed off the claim. I don't know where you would
All
get the
right.
idea
So
of
what?
backed off of that.
No, I was a question. Okay. So then, in that case,
Yeah, the
what?
transcendental argument. If you know that I've made that claim, then you know I make the transcendental argument. So feel free to
Yes.
tell me why the
So what
transcendental
are the
argument is false.
propositions?
All right,
Yeah.
let's
So
move
what
on. This is not a
propositions?
serious person. This is not going anywhere.
Wait. So you can't. You're telling me
No, I'm
that
not
God's
interested in
non-existence
debating the
entails a
question with ask yourself handler. That's that simple.
All right. Bring up someone else here. Let's see what we got. Ask yourselves handler. Very true. Let's see. We got Benny here. Benny Bro.
Yeah, can you hear me? Hello.
We can. Yeah. Go ahead with your question.
Yes. So Jay, you said earlier, and I was curious about that. Is that you said that the man is in the image of God, right? So please can you explain further? This can be loaded.
You're cutting out, dude. What now?
Okay, you hear me now?
Try again. Yeah.
Yeah. So you said that man is in the image of God, right? Absolute. So it's a very loaded claim. Can you please explain further what you mean
I
by
mean, it's
that?
only loaded if you don't believe it, I guess. I mean, in the Christian paradigm, it's not loaded. So what do you mean? What
Do you
does it
mean the
mean?
image of God? Do you mean that? What do you
It
mean
means
by
that
image of God?
means
Yes.
that we have some of the faculties and powers and abilities that God has in a limited creaturely sense. So I have the ability to reason. I have the ability to be creative, to create things. I have the ability to do good things. I mean, these are all things that God does. And those are part of what it means to be made in the image of God.
Oh, you're talking about the attributes. You're not really talking about the physical or the way you see things, the way you see that the human being is not like look-alike like God or something, that he has a nose and two
No,
eyes.
no.
Okay. So
Although there is a sense in which we would add that man is made in the image of Christ. So in that sense, yes, we do kind of match up to the archetype of Christ himself. But no, it's not that God the Father doesn't have eyes or a mouth or something like that.
okay, so if you can give a very big difference between a human being and the Father, what's the biggest difference you think? For example, Christ, right? Christ was a human being on earth, right?
Well, he's a divine
So
person with a human nature, in our
he's a
view.
divine person with human nature. Okay,
Right.
so the Father is what's the biggest difference between the Father and Christ? If you
Well, the Father is the source and origin of the person of Christ. So he eternally begot the Son. So they have an eternal relationship between the two of Christ eternally coming from his origin, the Father. So words like God the Father are analogies to human fathers. So between a human father and a human son, there's an analogy between that and God. An analogy means that it's not univocal. It's not a one-to-one correspondence. There's similarity and dissimilarity at the same time.
okay, so if I am in a difficult situation, right? For example, I'm in a plane about to crash or in a ship. If I call upon the Father, right? That's sufficient, right? To call upon the Father. I don't have to call upon the Son. I don't have to call upon the Holy Spirit. The Father is enough sufficient for me to hear my prayers and to hear my distress.
Well, let's be clear here.
What do you think about that?
Right. So we have an example of this in Scripture where God can hear the prayers of anyone, right? He hears the prayers of Cornelius in the book of Acts because Cornelius had for a long attending the Jewish synagogue and believed in God. And he called upon the Father, and God heard his prayers before even he had been baptized and brought in the church. So, yes, God can hear anyone's prayers. However, that's distinct from salvation, which does require Christ. So you can't be saved by just calling on God the Father, or, oh, well, Muslims and Jews and Christians all believe in one God, so anybody can be saved in those religions. No, Jesus says that no man comes to the Father but through me.
Okay, no man comes to the Father but through me. Okay, let's rewind the tape before Jesus, in the time of Moses. Did you, as an Israelite, right? Can you have salvation without following Moses? So if you reject Moses, Moses
Yeah,
comes
so
to you
Jesus, if you read
and
John 5 through 8, Jesus
yeah.
answers this very question. And he says, Moses believed in me and wrote about me. Abraham believed in me and looked forward to me. So Moses and Abraham believed in Jesus.
Yeah, that's no problem. I have no problem with that. But if you were Israelite, right, and Prophet Moses came to you, right, you were in the time of Prophet Moses, and he came to you, and he says, right, I'm the messenger of God. He gives me the Torah, the laws. Follow me, then you have salvation. If you reject Moses at that time, in that present, would you be saved? If you reject
No.
Moses, okay. So what I'm going at is that Jesus is the way. Yes, I accept, but it depends on the. It depends because if you are in the time of Moses, you didn't have to believe that Jesus died for you, right? You had to
No,
follow
you
Moses.
did.
You had
You
to.
did. Did you not hear what I just said? What did I just say about John 5 through 8? Jesus tells the Pharisees, Moses believed and wrote about me. All of Moses' writings are about the Messiah. So, in other words, in the Old Testament, the Jews had an implicit faith in Christ, in the Messiah. And Jesus is saying, Abraham knew me. He saw my day. Me, Jesus. Abraham. Because
okay, so
hold on,
okay,
because what we're saying, what we believe, is that in the burning bush, in the theophanies of the Old Testament, that's Jesus. Jesus is who's talking in the burning bush, literally, and they knew that. They might not have known his name as Jesus, but they knew that it was the messenger of the Lord, the messenger of the covenant. You know, all these different titles that are in the Old Testament itself.
so what went wrong with the Jewish community then? What went wrong because they don't really have that
Well, I mean, you have
concept of.
countless explanations in the Old Testament itself that tells you what went wrong with the Jews. The whole book of Jeremiah, the whole book of Ezekiel are written to describe the whole book of Isaiah, the whole book of Hosea. They're all written to describe the reasons for Jewish unbelief, and so it wasn't what they wanted it to be, and that's why they rejected Christ. They wanted a Davidic conquering king who would give them power over the nations in a temporal sense. They didn't want a spiritual Messiah who was setting up a church that would bring the Gentiles in. But if you read Ezekiel, what I just put up on my Twitter, the text in Ezekiel, I mean, there's like all these statements that this is one example, right? So look at Ezekiel. If you have your Bible there, I'll pull it open. Okay.
You gonna read it?
It's funny, but it's not long. This is a exact answer to the question that you're asking. So in Ezekiel 16, verse 59, for thus says the Lord, I will deal with you as I've done, as you have done, as you dishonored these things to break my covenant. Right. So this is principally talking about the Mosaic covenant because he's saying, you Israel have broken my covenant. Nevertheless, I will remember my covenant with you as in the days of your youth. And I will raise up an eternal covenant. So there's a new covenant coming, something after. Remember, Ezekiel is writing after Moses, and here's a prediction of a new covenant that's coming that's called the eternal covenant, which, by the way, is mentioned in Hebrews 13. Then you will remember your way, and you will be dishonored when you receive your older and younger sisters. So if you read earlier in Ezekiel 16, the older and younger sisters are Samaria, Assyria, and Sodom. So God is literally saying that you are sisters with these Gentile pagan groups, and you're going to receive them into you. I shall give them to you for strengthening, but not because of your covenant, not, in other words, not the Mosaic covenant, but I will raise up my covenant with you. This is the prediction of the new covenant in Christ. Then you will know that I'm the Lord, that you may remember and be ashamed, and may never open your mouth again because of your dishonor, when I am reconciled to you for all that you did. And so this is fulfilled in the book of Acts in the first 10 chapters when the Jewish church, right, is the foundation of the New Testament church. The Jews go out, the ones that are converted. That's the true Israel, the true remnant, and they convert the Gentiles. And the Gentiles here are listed as the older and younger sisters of Israel who are brought into this new eternal covenant. That's the New Testament. And by the way, there's dozens of other examples of the same types of imagery and language in the Old Testament itself that says that the Jews would be punished for unbelief. And that's what happened in 70 AD, the diaspora.
Okay, so the new covenant, right? If you were in the time present with Moses, what's the difference between the new covenant that came after Moses and in the present that you are in the time of Moses? What's the biggest difference? What is the biggest difference? It's Jesus, right? Jesus came after. He died
Yeah, well,
after.
Paul says that Jesus came to fulfill all the promises given to the patriarchs in Romans. He says that Jesus fulfilled all those promises to the fathers. So every promise given to Adam, every promise given to Noah, Abraham, to Moses, and to David, those are the covenants, right, is fulfilled in Jesus.
So if I follow you correctly, right, and if I understand you correctly, if you were in the time of Moses and the Torah came down and the guidance of Moses came as a prophet and a messenger to guide the children of Israel, to follow Moses, to follow the Torah was not sufficient for your salvation. You had to believe that someone in the future had to come
No,
to die for your sins.
Following Moses and following the Torah means that you're following Jesus. That's what I'm saying. Moses and the Torah teaches Jesus. Do you not understand this?
Oh, yes, I understand, but do you have to also believe that Jesus will die for you in the future to follow that?
Oh, I see what you're asking. You're asking.
Yeah.
So you're asking, right? So you're asking, like, how much did the people in these different Old Testament periods know? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, if you were, so I would take you back to the presence of Moses for salvation. This is the key, the salvation. If you follow the way of Jesus, so to speak, in your own words, you follow Moses, you follow his teaching, his guidance, and the Torah, is that sufficient? Or did you have to believe also, okay, Jesus will come as a human being on earth and he will die for your sins? Is that
So,
also?
right. Yeah, I see
Sorry,
what you're saying.
that's my question.
Right. So I would say that if you look in the Old Testament itself, right, as the centuries progress, there's more and more revelation that's given about what the Messiah is going to do, who he is, where he will come from, etc. So, for example, people didn't know that he would be born in Bethlehem prior to the minor prophets predicting that he'd be born in Bethlehem, right? So, no, they wouldn't have had to know like every specific detail, which wasn't accessible to them. But that's why typically the church speaks of the Old Testament saints having an implicit faith. So they didn't have the word Trinity, but they had an implicit faith in the Trinity because they recognized Father, the angel of the Lord, and the Spirit, even in the Old Testament. So in the same way, I would say that no, there was not an explicit knowledge of everything that the Messiah would do until he came. And that's why he's the full revealer. If you look at the end of the book of Luke, in Luke 24, it says Jesus opened the eyes of the apostles to see and understand everything in the books of Moses and in the Psalms and in the prophets about him. So the full disclosure happens when he comes, but there is an implicit faith, which Hebrews calls a faith in the gospel. If you look at Hebrews 4, it says that the gospel was preached to the Jews in the wilderness. If you look at the book of Galatians, Paul says the gospel was preached to Abraham. But how much they knew about all the details, we don't know. But they did have an implicit faith in the coming Messiah. So I would say that no, I mean, maybe by Isaiah's time, where there's a lot more revelation, maybe Isaiah could deduce, that he would die or something like that. But we don't know explicitly all the, extant details of every patriarch in every period, what they knew. But
okay, I understand.
But one thing let me say this. One thing I would say too is that it's also possible that, because remember, from our perspective, when Moses goes up on the mountain in Exodus and he eats with God, we think that's Jesus. So it's entirely possible that Moses says, or that Jesus told Moses that, he was going to die. It's entirely possible because we believe that they're all interacting directly with Christ. Christ is eternal. He's the second person of Godhead. He created the world. He gave the law to Moses. So it is possible that Moses knew but was only allowed to, write down what was going to happen in types and symbols. And then by Isaiah's time, it gets a lot more explicit. It's a lot more clear because Isaiah has entire chapters about his death.
Okay, so just to summarize, right, is that you don't know 100% if the children of Israel, right, who being guided by Moses and by Jesus and God, that they had to believe that the Messiah will come and will die for their
Well, everybody
sins.
knows. I mean, the Jews still believe in the coming of the Messiah, right?
Yeah,
Right. So,
100%. Yeah.
so we know that at least that was part of the belief system. But what I'm saying is that
But
we
you're
don't
not
know
sure about
explicitly.
the resurrection, right? You're not sure about dying for your
No, the
sins.
resurrection.
That's the key
The
part.
resurrection's taught in the Old Testament. In fact,
Yeah,
Jesus
yeah, but
uses.
the Jew. I'm talking about the children of Israel. Was it
What do you?
part of
They
their
believe in the
foundation?
resurrection. Jews believe in the resurrection. So I don't understand what you're talking about.
I'm talking about dying for your sins. That the Messiah will come as a human being on earth and he will die for your sins.
Yeah. So again, in Genesis 22, the purpose of that object lesson to Abraham is that God will provide the sacrifice. Jesus.
Okay. So you think that in the time of Moses, the people had the mindset of, okay, the Messiah will come in the future and he will die for our sins. So
I said
that's
that I
how we
don't know. We don't know the explicit knowledge that each individual saint or patriarch of the Old Testament had. I said it's possible that they knew that Christ would die because they met face to face with Christ. And I said that as time goes by, they get a clearer picture. So I would say that at least by Isaiah's day, right? Because it's explicit in Isaiah about the death of the Messiah. David
Okay,
probably
by
knew it,
Isaiah's
right?
day, but Moses' day, you're not 100% sure. But Moses'
Nobody
day
knows
was.
exactly what every individual Israelite believes, but it doesn't matter because that's not the. I mean, I don't understand what this argument is supposed to prove.
So my really what I'm trying to say is that the mercy of God and the forgiveness of God is always the same from day one. That is always forgiving and merciful.
Okay, but to whom much is
And
given,
that
much is required. So no, there's no like free passes because And by the way, we also have the doctrine of the descent into Hades. So whatever things were unclear to the Old Testament patriarchs, when Jesus went into Hades, he preached the gospel to the dead. So they got the full revelation eventually.
okay, cool. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Okay, Xenius, go ahead.
Oh, thanks, bro. Yeah, Jay, I just had a couple question. One of the question was, what's your view about like once save, always save, and like how would you give like a good argument against the Protestant view of like once you're saved, you're always going to be saved?
Well, I mean, there's just countless examples in the New Testament of falling away. I mean, we have in Hebrews specific statements about tasting of the heavenly gift, being washed in baptism, and falling away. So I don't think that it makes any sense to say that you can do all these things. You can, why are there so many warnings in the New Testament if you can't fall away? So that's the first thing I would say. The second thing I would say is that we have people who were even apostles like Judas and fell away. So you could say, well, he never actually believed, but I mean, again, what does that mean, right? I mean, we see people leave Christianity all the time for atheism, and it doesn't work to say, well, they never really believed, right? No, I have plenty of people genuinely believe Christianity or some other version of theism and become atheists. So it's just contradicted by the facts of everyone's experience. It's contradicted, I think, in Scripture in countless places. Jesus says that you can be in the vine and cut out and thrown into the fire. So I don't know how clearer that could be.
Yeah, all right. Thanks. And also like another like question. It's about Matthew 23 verses 9, where it goes ahead like call no man father. Like how would you like respond to like an argument like of the Protestants saying, oh, you guys call your priest father, and therefore
Right.
like you
So
guys
Paul, in many places, speaks of Timothy as a spiritual son. Therefore, he's the father. We, in the Ten Commandments, right, honor your father and mother. So obviously, Jesus can't literally mean call no man father. If you look at the context, he's talking about undue reverence and exaltation for authority. So is it wrong to revere authorities or to give deference to authorities? No, because that's part of the Ten Commandments, right? Honor your father and mother also extends to all other legitimate authorities. And so you shouldn't just be rebellious for the sake of rebellious. But at the same time, you shouldn't have the kind of, sycophantic worship of the Pharisees that a lot of people had. And so the Pharisees were arrogating themselves to taking on kind of divine prerogatives. And we see this even still. Rabbis do the same thing, where it's like, there's these ideas in Talmudic Judaism that you listen to the rabbi even over God, right? Which is kind of a humor. It's supposed to be kind of a humorous expression or exaggeration, but it kind of points out what Jesus was critiquing in the mindset of the people at the time. Is that you listen to God over the human authorities when the human authorities go against God. So it has nothing to do with like literally saying you can't call a person father. It's just kind of absurd.
I see. And just do you believe like the Protestant concept of like the church that it's only invisible, it's an historian concept?
Absolutely. I mean, it's just as visible as Christ's physical body. Paul says to the church at Corinth, you are God's eyes, feet, hands, right? So to say that the church is invisible is to go against the very fundamentals of Christology. The invisible is united to the visible in the very person of Christ. And the body, the church, is the extension of the incarnation. It's his body.
Right.
This, by the way, is why, of course, the Protestants don't have the real presence, right? So, I mean, it's not an accident that they deny the real presence and they also lose the doctrine of the church at the same time.
Oh, and since we speak about like, you mentioned the real presence, like a lot of Protestant for like an argument against the real presence, like they mentioned that in the scriptures it says not to drink any blood. How would you respond to that?
Right. So in the Orthodox liturgy, in the divine liturgy, it's called the rational bloodless sacrifice. So it's precisely intended to replace not just animal sacrifice, but any kind of human sacrifice, any of it, right? And we think that God in the Old Testament, that one of the reasons, not the only reason, but one of the reasons he instituted the animal sacrifices was to gradually pedagogically lead humans who had unfortunately gotten very deep into human sacrifice to pedagogically lead them away from that into something not as degenerate, the animal sacrifices, which themselves are types of the death of Christ. So Christ is the ultimate Passover. He's the ultimate, sacrifice on the cross, which completes and fulfills all of those animal sacrifices. And so the Eucharist is precisely that. It's the deified body of the God-man, and it's not the pagan practice that the Old Testament is intending to put an end to.
All right. And just one last quick question. It's concerning like Second Timothy 3:16 and the Protestant argument of sola scriptura. Could you just like make a quick argument like why you think like that Second Timothy
Yeah, if you go to my channel and if you look at the debate that I did with Pedro, that was he brought that up. That was kind of a, I don't know, 15, 20-minute part of the debate was that text. Right, so the text says that scripture is inspired, and it says it's sufficient, right, to make the man of God, capable for every good work. It's not a universal exclusionary statement, right? So, for example, it doesn't mention prayer. It doesn't mention the church. But obviously in other texts, Paul says those things are also necessary. So Paul's not giving a minimalistic, absolute statement about the only thing that you need is just to read your Bible. Obviously, you need the church. You need the sacraments. You need prayer. You need other Christians. You need all those other things too. But it's true that, scriptures are sufficient to make you knowledgeable, to make you capable for every good work. There's nothing wrong with that. There's no Orthodox person who would disagree with that. I would just also add that when Paul wrote that, there was no New Testament. So the scriptures that Paul's talking about to Timothy are literally just the Old Testament canon, right? The Deuterocanon included. So if Paul's talking about the Septuagint, then if a Protestant really wants to be strict with that argument, then you don't even need the New Testament, because Paul is literally telling Timothy that the Old Testament is all you need. It's sufficient. But no Protestant believes that. So those are, I think, easy defeaters for the Protestant argument there.
Yeah, right. Thanks very much. If I could just one last question real quick. Do you
Sure.
think like penal substitutionary atonement, like the Calvinist view of the atonement, is Nestorian?
Absolutely. Yeah. If you read the John McGuckin book, St. Cyril of Alexandria and the Christological Controversy, he goes into great detail to demonstrate how that's the case. And you'll notice that a lot of Nestorius' reasoning and argumentation is kind of proto-Calvinist, kind of anticipates a lot of the Calvinist arguments, although I wouldn't say that, like, I mean, Nestorius is obviously not a total PSA proponent. There's just the seeds for PSA to be there, right? Where we get a Jesus who's a separate subject who undergoes the punishment, right? Not the Son of God. So you have the Son of God, and then you have this other subject who's a human person, Jesus of Nazareth. And so the human person undergoes a lot of the punishment and all this kind of stuff, which is, again, just ridiculous, right? I mean, Cyril refutes Nestorius completely. And then basically if we were talking about Calvinism proper, Calvinism doesn't work in that regard because classically speaking, the Reformation doctrine is about an exchange of punishment for the imputed righteousness. And if that's the case, then Christ has to undergo damnation. And the classical reformers taught this, right? Charles Hodde teaches it. Martin Luther teaches it. Calvin teaches it. They all teach, as well as many other Reformed theologians, that Christ literally was damned by the Father, because that's the punishment that's due, right? So if we're going to get his righteousness, he has to undergo our punishment, and our punishment's damnation. So Christ has to be damned. Well, now we're in the problem of anti-Trinitarianism, right? Because if Christ is a divine person, as he is, then how can the Son of God be damned, right? You can't split the Trinity. You can't divide the persons to where there's no more perichoresis, as if the Father stops indwelling the Son when he damns him. What, he cuts the Holy Spirit off? I mean, this is anti-Trinitarian. It's just ridiculous. The other option would be the Nestorian option to say, oh, well, Jesus is of Nazareth is a human person who undergoes the damnation, and the Son of God departs from him when he's damned. Okay, well, now there's two Jesuses. There's not a real incarnation. And, you know, it's the horns of a terrible dilemma to be on. And so that right there is the ultimate refutation of PSA. But there's other things too that I could go into. But if you watch, Cabane has a video. Our friend Cabane has a good 10-minute video on just kind of like the basics of why PSA is wrong. So I would say just go to Google and go to YouTube and put Cabane, penal substitution. It'll come up.
All right, thanks very much. God bless.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Jay, we got DE here. Go ahead, DE.
Hey, I was just wondering, do you think that God can do whatever he wants to do?
No, I mean, that's going to be, again, determined by our system. So what God can do is determined by what the system determines God can do, and what determines what God can do is his own nature. So no, God cannot do literally anything. So, like, could God make himself not exist or something like that? No.
Well, I just asked if he could do anything he wants. Well, that changes the question then. Can God want to not exist and then be unable to do it?
No, his willing is always in accord with his nature, so he can never will something against his nature.
So it sounds like the answer has changed then to God can do whatever he wants, right?
No, again, that was what I was intending to critique at the beginning, was that you're importing a definition of what it means to do anything that's not possible in our system. So if God is the ultimate reference point and the ultimate authority in our system, then his nature is going to determine what he does and doesn't do. So he's good by nature, so he doesn't do bad things, and he can't will the evil. He can't will to not exist because he's existence itself.
Right, but all of those things fall under what God wants, right? So I'm asking.
Well, no, God wants in accord with his nature. So no, he doesn't. There's no necessary connection between he can only will the good. I'll put it that way. So he can't will the evil. So no, he can't will to not exist because that would be against his nature.
Right. So that's a case of God not being able to do something that he doesn't want to do, right?
Yeah, but what he wants to do is determined by his nature. So he can only will in accord with his nature, just like a human being can only will in accord with his nature. For example, I might will to bilocate, but it's not within my nature to do that. So I can't do it.
I don't know. Right. Well, all I'm asking is, you're different from God in that respect, right?
That's why I said
You
an
can want
analogy.
you can want to do things that you can't do, but I'm asking if you already told me God can't want to do things that he can't do, right?
Correct. Not outside of his nature. So I'm saying that
Right.
the nature. What the point of the analogy was to show that nature's limit what the beings can and can't do, and God's nature limits what he can and can't do.
Right. But it also limits what he can and can't want, right?
Correct.
And so for everything that God wants, that's something that God can do. Is that correct?
I'm sorry. So that my wife was saying something. Could you say that again?
Yeah. So for everything that God wants, that's something that God can do.
Correct. Yeah, they're in harmony. Yeah.
Right. So that's when you say yes to that, that's what I mean when I'm saying God can do anything that he wants to do. So the answer to that question
Yeah, as
is
long
yes.
as it's understood to be in with what's in accord with his nature, and so it's not in accord with his nature to want to not exist because he is existence itself.
But I don't know. Well, I don't understand that claim. But I'll
Again,
just
the very first thing I said to you was that the system is going to determine what it means to be all powerful or all, whatever. Any of the omnis. So you're just taking an extra systemic definition of what it must be and saying God doesn't do that. And I'm just trying to tell you that that's what you're doing. That's the art. That's what I said at the beginning.
I don't know what you're talking about. I said there was something in
Come
there.
on, dude. Seriously, are you that slow? Like I literally just told you at the beginning, like what the system determines what the attributes mean. Do you understand that?
I don't know what it means.
Okay, exactly. So
but
what it
I
means for
don't.
God to desire and to want and to the omnis, the attributes, is going to be determined by our system. So you can't bring an extra systemic definition of those words and say, can't God do that? And if he can't, then he's not God. That's what you're doing.
No, I wasn't actually.
No,
Doing
that is
any of
what you're
that.
doing. That's what you're doing. This is
No,
a
I was.
low tier classic atheist type argument.
Well, I wasn't actually making an argument. I was asking a
Okay.
question.
Yeah. Sure.
And
Right. Here we
and
go. They're
and in
not
fact,
making arguments. It's just questions,
and in
and then it's
fact,
a gotcha. Yeah.
and in fact, the first thing I tried to do was to get you to concede, which you did in fact
Let's
concede,
move on.
that God
This is
can
not
do
going anywhere.
that God can do anything.
So from now on, if the person doesn't grasp or understand the second time that I explained the point, we'll just move on because it just goes in circles. It's a waste of time. And I got to do it. So I'll be on with Tristan tonight. We'll be doing an analysis of the NATO PSYOPs document and the transhumanist document from the Ministry of Defense tonight. So be sure and check that out over on Tristan's channel tonight at 8 p.m. Central, I think. But I'll keep going until then. So I'm good to go.
Okay, that's Primal Edge Health on YouTube.
Yeah, and Tristan Haggard on Rockfin. So it'll mainly be on Rockfin.
All right, let's bring up John. John, you can go ahead.
Hello. I just had a couple of questions concerning the Orthodox faith. I'm an Orthodox Christian and just had some questions. So, you were mentioning sacrifice earlier, and this is a question that I've been pending for a while. So, and this is a Messianic prophecy, unless I'm wrong on this, but Ezekiel 45, verse 17 says, it essentially says that it essentially talks about how when the Messiah comes, right, there will be an accordance of sacrifice of, young bulls, lambs, for example, and it will be done in a specific time era, in a, a specific number of months, and there will be a specific number of sacrifices. And this is mentioned in also verse 25. It goes into verse 25. So my answer is that when, for example, Hebrews 10:18 mentions how, Christ is there is no sacrifice for sins, how would you interpret Ezekiel 45?
So hold on, I'm opening up Ezekiel 45. Where's the text again? I got it.
It's verses 17 to 26.
Okay, let me pull that up here. So this is the sections of the lands that are apportioned during the prince, right, which will be the Messiah.
Yes.
Then it shall be the prince's part to offer the burnt offering, sacrifices, and the feasts, the new moons, the Sabbaths, the appointed festivals of the house of Israel. He will offer the sin offerings. So this is similar to things that are said, for example, about the like when Christ is circumcised, for example, if you look at the Orthodox feast of circumcision, that is the fulfillment of circumcision. So when Christ, for example, is going and participating, as he did as a faithful Jew in the Mosaic administration, he's fulfilling these things right there. So when Jesus goes to the temple for Passover with his family, those are fulfillments of these things. And so the Messianic era's presentation of the bulls and the offerings and all that for the church is fulfilled in the Eucharist. And that's why if you look at Hebrews 13:10, it says that we in the church have an offering, right, which is a Eucharistic. We have a table, an altar, he says, from which those who serve at the Jewish tabernacle have no right to eat, because the church's Eucharist is it's the ultimate sacrificial offering. So what I'm saying is that it's both and. It's fulfilled first in Jesus himself keeping the Mosaic law and going to the appointed festivals, and then it's fulfilled in the church in that the Eucharistic offering is the fulfillment of all of these offerings.
All right, thank you. And I'm just curious, how would you answer the argument where it mentions the specific months and weeks, I believe, where these sacrifices will be done?
Right. So again, Jesus literally did specifically keep these feasts. So he kept Passover, he kept all of these feasts in his own life, and then there's also a lot of the church fathers do an allegorical significance of the numerology. So, for example, there's a book. It's not written by a church father, but E.W. Bullinger's book, Number in Scripture, is a good analysis of the way that numbers are symbolic in Scripture. But for example, you'll have Old Testament statements about what will happen on Pentecost, and that's fulfilled in Acts 2 at Pentecost, right? So that's why some of these feasts continue into the church. Right? The Orthodox Church does Pentecost, which is the fulfillment of the Jewish feast of Pentecost, right? So in the same way, if you look at Zechariah 14, this is another way to illustrate this principle. Zechariah 14 is describing the Messianic era and is describing a period where the nations have to come and eat at the table of Israel's feasts. And it's the Messianic era, so it's talking about the church, and it's saying that the Eucharist is the feast that it's talking about, and the nations that won't come eat the feast are cursed. The ones that do are blessed. And we know it's the Messianic era because there's still in other words, it's not the eschaton because there's still blessings and cursings. There won't be blessings and cursings in the eschaton. But Zechariah 14 is fulfilled in the nations doing the Eucharist. It's another example of what's similar to what's here at the latter chapters of Ezekiel. So in other words, the temple, the new temple in Ezekiel, that's talking about the church. It's not a literal temple.
I see. And I have some.
By the way, if you look at Ezekiel 44, let me give you an example of this. If you look at Ezekiel 44 verses 1-4, it says that there's a gate that Messiah the Prince will exit a door, and the door will remain shut.
See,
that's Mary. That's the perpetual virginity. The door is the fact that she never lost her virginity, and yet Christ passed through her.
I see. Okay. I understand that it's more allegorical and sometimes metaphorical.
Right.
Before I have some questions on Christology and Triadology, but before I get
Sure.
into that, I had a quick question on scripture. So I'm Russian Orthodox, so we have 1 to 3 Maccabees. And correct me if I'm wrong on this, but from what I know though, Georgian Orthodox Church has 4 Maccabees, and personally, I accept 4 Maccabees as scripture. Would you consider that an innovation, or is that permissible?
No, I mean we don't believe in sola scriptura, and there's always been minor variations on the canon in the various apostolic churches. So no, it's not an issue at all.
Okay, and most Orthodox Christians that I know, well, I haven't seen any who affirm this view, but because I love textual criticism, I love diving into refuting arguments against the Bible, and
Yeah.
personally, I accept the Gospel of Q, right? You're aware of the Gospel of Q, correct?
Well, I know this was a theory in academia for a long time, but I don't have any opinion on it either way.
Okay, I just because some people have told me that, that's more of like an atheist argument, which I'm confused by. So I was just trying to wonder if it's okay to accept the Gospel of Q to affirm the historicity of the Gospels.
Well, I think it's just a theory about what was the proto thing that the other gospels are based on. So, I mean, it's entirely possible, but I don't think anybody really knows. So it's just kind of a theory, but I don't have any opinion on it.
Okay, no problem. And my questions concerning triadology and Christology. So in terms of property, right? Us Orthodox Christians, we believe in the monarchy of the Father, but I don't want to sound irreverent when speaking of, the hypostases of the Son. So I don't know if this is a heretical way of putting it, but is it permissible to say that in terms of hypostases and property, that the Son is lesser than the Father because the Father is greater than the Son?
No, that is heterodox. So he's not lesser in any sense of power or essence or attribute. He possesses all the same powers and attributes. In fact, Jesus says this in John that all that the Father has, he has given to the Son, to me, right? He says, all the works that the Father does, I do also. So works are just energies or powers or operations or attributes. So there's no lesser sense. The only sense in which Christ is calling the Father greater is in the sense of origin. So there's a logical ordering, there's a hierarchical ordering in terms of origin point, but not in terms of power or essence.
Oh, and forgive me if this is the wrong language of putting it in, but from what I've known, I thought that, the Father, right, he begets the Son and the Son is begotten. Therefore, the Son lacks a property that the Father doesn't have, lacks a property
No, the
that the
only
Father.
the only property that's lacked is hypostatic property, and hypostatic properties that pick out and identify the persons. So
I see.
no, Jesus can't have the property that is the Father's unique identifier.
I see. Okay.
That is to be the cause. But when it comes to the energies, the operations, the attributes, he possesses all those: love, glory, mercy, foreknowledge, providence. All those same powers that the Father has, Jesus has as well. He only
And
has so as the Cappadocians say, the Son possesses every power of the Father except for being the cause. And being the cause is not intended to be an attribute. Being cause is what picks out the person of the Father.
I see. Okay. And you can obviously say that, in essence, and obviously they're equal and the energies they proceed from the essence, so they all share the same energy, the same
Right, so
energies.
Basil says, if you read a good book on this, is Basil's little book against Eunomius. And that's where we get the dictum that energy signifies essence. So any being or if the person has the same energy as the other person, then they possess the same essence. So that's Basil's argument that if the Holy Spirit can do all the same things that the Father and the Son do, then he possesses the same nature as the Father and the Son, and God's nature admits of no partition or division. So he must be fully divine. You can't have a half divine. You can't have half of the essence of God.
Okay, and I guess my last question, because when you had mentioned hypostatic properties and you expounded on that, that kind of answered all of the questions that I was going to ask after that. So thank you for that. But I guess my last question would be is that because you're much more knowledgeable on this subject, is it okay to say in a sense, right, that the energies, the multiplicity of energies that move out from the Father through the Son and in the Spirit, go out in one movement and one surge and one energy. So in a sense, you can say there's one energy from the Father through the Son and in the Spirit.
Well, I would say that every energy, according to the tomos of the Palamite councils, is really distinct, but they also share a unity amongst them. So the energies are all one, and they're also many at the same time. And in fact, if you read John Damascus book 1, you see him say the same thing. At one point, he says, in one sense, there's one energy because there's one God acting, but there's also many energies because God does many things. So it's a both and not an either or. And I would say yes, that every energy is not just so every energy is one in the sense that it proceeds from one source, namely the Trinity. But God also does many different things, right? So his energies are equally divine because he's fully present in every energy. But God really does do different things, and the energies really are distinct. And this is in the tomos of the Palamite synods, where it condemns the idea that you can say that the reality is foreknowledge is really just the same thing as the reality that is glory or is love. It says that's false. So that means that they really are distinct realities, but they're
Yeah.
also one in that there's one God doing them, and God's fully present in every energy.
I see, and I'm a little bit of a history buff, so the analogy that I have thought, to affirm this is essentially that, for example, Operation Barbarossa, right, in World War II, that's one operation. In a sense, it's one operation, but it is also a multiplicity of operations. So that I'm not sure if that's a bad example, but that's sometimes the analogy that I've appealed to.
Well, there's a couple of distinctions here. So first, let's take the action of creating. So the action of creating is there's a unique role that each person plays in that one act. So the action of creating originates in the person of the Father. It's manifested through the Son and is perfected in the Spirit. So there's a from through in, and then that's so mode comes into play here because we're saying that one action is uniquely manifested by each person in their own mode. So they have roles, right, that are particular and proper to the manifesting or actualizing of that one action. That's a different thing, though. I mean, it's related, but that's different from, are the actions themselves distinct? And yes, they are. So foreknowledge or divine providence is distinct from eternal glory. And there's a reason for that, right? Palamas's argument in the chapter 150 chapters is that if you say that they're identical, then God must eternally have a world over which he's provident to manifest his glory. So that means creation's eternal, right? That's his argument. And I think it's chapters 98 to 102 of the 150 chapters. So that's why we don't say that the attributes are really just identical to one another, which is what the Fourth Lateran Council, in its acceptance of Peter Lombard's definition of simplicity, actually says. And they actually say, we accept Peter Lombard's, identification of all these attributes. So, the manifestation of any single energy is triadic and unique to each person in terms of the mode of how they manifest it. And then God also does different types of things. So the energies themselves are also distinct.
I see, and yeah, that's exactly what the book of Romans says. From him, through him, and in him are all things. So yeah, that makes perfect sense. And one last thing, I remember you were doing a Q&A probably a couple months ago. It's one of those ones that wasn't uploaded on YouTube, but I was on there and I had asked about, St. Gregory Palamas and the Dialogue of a Barlaamite, explicitly saying that the distinction between the essence and energies is just as real as the distinction between the hypostases and the essence. So
Correct.
so I have the PDF, and I'm not doubting what you're saying. I'm just curious as of what page that is, if you could find it.
Yeah. So I'm pulling it out here. Oh, by the way, the point I just made is on page 48, that you can't say that foreknowledge is identical to the other names and attributes. Let's see. Page 57, he says God is fully present in every energy, and yet energies are distinct. Are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure. Let's see. So 60, what was the question again?
Oh, the question was,
the comparison of the distinction between energies and distinction between persons.
Yeah, because there's many people who are slandering St. Gregory Palamas by saying that he didn't teach a real distinction, and that quote is yeah, I know.
So
That's funny.
let's see, on page 70, he talks about distinctions do not entail composition or division. That's where he says that if you take Barlaam's position, it'll end up in atheism. Page 72, he talks about the oneness of God, in what sense God is one. Person nature distinction is on page 73, and that it also doesn't entail composition or division. So it's probably in these sections. Page 74, he calls simplicity and energy. I'm having to look at my sticky notes at the top to figure out.
I mean, it seems if it benefits you, I'll look around like the context of page 72 because I'm sure it's there because if he's making the nature person distinction
So
and you
God
know
is divided in an undivided way. So it's probably between pages 70 to 87. So it's in one of those pages.
I see. Okay, I'll read up on those.
And it also might be in the triads too. So let me look at that real quick.
Yeah, I'm actually reading through. I've read most of the triads already, and it's very clear that St. Gregory Palamas is making a real distinction. It's just that people are always
It's
trying to
probably this.
slant.
Yeah, I know. I understand. It's probably the section where he talks about nature and person, which is page 73. So it's probably there. Yeah, that looks like it's it. Because he's talking about how, in what sense, God is possesses the essence, that each person possesses the essence, and yet the essence isn't divided. That would be, I think, where it is.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else?
No, that's it. Thank you, brother, and God bless you.
Sure. Thank you.
Adriana, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you for bringing me up. You can call me Ada for short, for time's sake. So I have a few questions. I think they're super basic compared to all the questions that have come up, but I'm gonna ask them if that's okay with you. So the first question is there anything else that differentiates Catholicism and Eastern Orthodoxy other than the papacy?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much all of the theological issues relating to the energies, the filioque, uncreated grace versus created grace, the eschaton, the doctrine of the nous, which is missing in Rome. I mean, those are all big ones.
Okay, thanks. And then a related question is, what is the most appealing thing about Eastern Orthodoxy, in your opinion?
Well, I think it's true. So I think that the Bible demonstrates Orthodox theology, Orthodox Trinitarian theology, the proofs in the Old Testament that relate to the church being the continuity with the Old Testament Israel. If you go to Orthodox Shahada and watch the little documentary that Lewis put together there, he does a whole documentary on that. So I think it's like it heals the human person. It provides. I mean, it's the pathway to the resurrection. So I mean, that's why I believe it, because it's
Not
true.
one of the questions, but I keep hearing this thing about energies and essence. Is that just Eastern Orthodoxy thing, or is it just something I'm just not aware of? Because I keep hearing about it, and I'm like, what is this?
I mean, it's fundamental to Orthodox theology, but I mean, it's not strictly speaking. I mean, there are some, I suppose, Roman Catholics that are Eastern Catholics that might profess to believe in that, but no, it's pretty much an Orthodox distinctive.
Okay, I was wondering because I kept hearing it among the EOs.
Right.
So do you think the Catholic canonized saints are valid?
Well, the Orthodox and the Roman Catholics share saints for the first, 10, 1200 years. And then after that, no, we don't accept the Roman Catholic. We don't accept the Roman Catholic saints who would accept things like the filioque.
Okay, gotcha. And I guess this is more of a personal question. What's your favorite Eastern Orthodox saint that isn't a saint in the Catholic Church?
Palamas. Well, I take that back. He's a so-called saint now in Rome. Probably one of the apologists, like Alexis Toth or somebody like that, or St. John of Kronstadt.
Can I ask? I guess this is another question. Sorry.
You can ask whatever.
Okay. What is the process of canonizing a saint in the Eastern Orthodoxy Church? I wonder.
Right. So the Orthodox process of canonization is the same way that it was done in the first 1,000 years. So by the time of the rise of the papal monarchy in the early Middle Ages, this becomes a prerogative of Rome, and Rome alone determines the saints. Everybody knows that that's not what happened in the first 1,000 years of the church. It was done locally. It would be impossible for Rome to verify all of the world's saints. You know, I mean, it was the ancient world, right? So we do it the same way it used to be done, which is just locally. So a person's sanctity becomes known over time. It enters into the liturgy, and the church eventually accepts it everywhere.
Okay. So from what it looks like, it sounds like we also, I'm sure you know, we know there's unknown saints, of course, but I'm assuming there's more canonized saints in the Eastern Orthodoxy Church than maybe the Roman Catholic Church, since you do it locally.
I wouldn't actually know about the numbers or the tally.
Okay.
So I don't know.
And last question, so it's related to the other question I had, but favorite saint that is in both the Catholic Church and Eastern Orthodox Church.
Well, I mean, a lot of the first 1,000 years is, I mean, we pretty much share the first 1,000 years. So any of the saints that battled, the heresies, the Cappadocians, probably the Cappadocians would be my favorite. Maybe Saint
Awesome.
Cyril.
All right, that's all. Thank you so much. God bless.
Sure.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, so Jay, can you tell me the argument for the claim that all non-Christian worldviews can't account for knowledge?
Yeah, so they're not able to provide a consistent justification for the preconditions of knowledge.
What's the argument for that?
The argument is that when they try to give an account, it falls into contradictions.
So I don't see why that entails that all non-Christian worldviews can't do it. Is it like an inductive
I mean, if you
case,
can't
or-
give an account for knowledge, you can't argue. So then the debate's over.
Well, you're making the claim, so I was hoping you'd have some argument that could show the claim was true.
Yeah, the argument is that anytime somebody makes this argument, we demonstrate it. So feel free to make the argument for how you give an account for knowledge. I'll be glad to deconstruct it.
Well, you're the one making the claim. I thought you had some syllogism for the claim.
Yeah, okay, so I'll put it that way, that only the triune God could give an account for the preconditions of knowledge. We have knowledge, therefore the preconditions are true, therefore God's true.
Okay, so why would I think premise 1 is true?
Because if you deny that, then nobody has to give an account for any knowledge, and debate's impossible. So the fact that you're debating shows that you don't actually believe that.
So why would that follow? I don't see the inference.
So you don't think you have to give an account for knowledge?
I don't see the inference to the claim that if I denied premise 1, that I wouldn't be able to account for knowledge. Or what was your claim? I may have misconstrued.
So that the preconditions of knowledge is not a debate about knowledge claims. It's a debate about the preconditions of the possibility of knowledge at all. So the question is about who can give an account for that: the atheist, the non-believer, the Christian, etc.
Okay, so you were making the claim that the atheist can't, right? That
Correct.
no other view but the non-Christian one could.
Right.
So I'm just looking for why I would believe the premise 1 of your argument. And
yeah, so that the argument is conditioned on two systems being compared. So if you're saying that you're not going to put a system up for comparison, then there's no argument. It's a systemic argument. And you're saying, well, I'm not going to debate the systems. Okay, well then you're not going to respond to this argument, because this argument is about competing systems.
Well, you're making claims, right? My view is irrelevant to your ability to establish your claim, right? You can show.
But the claim is contingent upon two systems being compared. So it's an argument about systems. So if you're saying I'm not going to debate systems, then you're not arguing.
I don't see where I said that, right? I just wanted to see the argument. right? You could
Yeah, the
show
argument is about the comparison of systems. So what's the system that we're going to compare to Christianity? And you're saying that I'm not going to give a system to compare.
you have to refute all systems.
No,
right?
I don't, because I can put it into a disjunctive using a logical conjunct. Do you know what that is?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's my system versus any other system. It doesn't matter because any other system is not my system. So my system gives this account. So feel free to voice whatever system you want. And there's not an infinite number of systems, by the way.
Hmm. So it's the disjunct, right? P or Q, not Q, therefore P.
It's a logical disjunct between it's a disjunctive syllogism, and also I'm adding in a logical conjunct of the set of beliefs that constitute my worldview. So it doesn't matter if there's an atheist or whoever, like, put the system up against my system. That's the argument. If you're saying I don't have to argue systems, then you're not addressing my argument, because the argument is a comparison of two systems.
You have to refute every worldview, not just
No,
mine.
I don't, because there are a limited number of worldviews, because there's a limited number of spaces that the other worldviews can go. And also, I can use a logical conjunct to show that I don't have to refute every other worldview.
How is it a rebuttal to say that there are a finite amount of worldviews?
Because usually the argument is that there's a potentially infinite number of worldviews, and the whole point is that no, at the basic starting point of ethics, metaphysics, and epistemology, you're very limited in the ways that you can go. So make what is your worldview?
Okay, so can you demonstrate how these non-Christian starting points can't account for knowledge?
Yes, that's what we're here to do. We do it all the time, done it for 20 years.
So can you do it?
Yep. Yeah. So what's the system that we're comparing it to? It can't be no system. It's got to be some system. So it's a systemic level argument. What's the system that's being compared to? Pick one.
Okay, why would I have to pick one if you're making the claim that all...
Because the logical, it's a disjunctive syllogism that requires an opposing position. And I'm using a logical conjunct, a different thing, to show that my system is a specific set and system. So it's either my system or the other systems, because it's a system level argument.
Okay, so is the disjunct in the form of P and not P?
The disjunct is, I'll put it this way. So X is a necessary condition of Y, Y therefore X. God is the necessary precondition of knowledge. We have knowledge, therefore God. And who is the God? I'm going to use a logical conjunct to say that it's my system, the Orthodox Christian worldview, as the set of beliefs. Logical conjunct means that with whatever's in the parentheses, you could say all the beliefs of my worldview, list them in the parentheses. That's the set of my system, my beliefs. And by doing that, it means it's not any other set. And it doesn't matter what you put there. It doesn't matter how many different worldviews you think there are. It's not my system. So by definition, I can put it into a logical conjunct and make it an either or.
Okay, so your argument is not in the form of P and not P, as the disjunct.
The disjunctive syllogism was, as we said, X is a necessary condition of Y, Y, therefore X.
Well, that's not a disjunct, right? A disjunct normally includes an or within the first premise.
Right. So it's a disjunctive syllogism, not a disjunct.
Okay,
It's valid, dude. X is a necessary condition of Y, Y therefore X. It's not full. It's a valid form.
I agree it's valid. I don't agree that it's a disjunct.
It's a disjunctive syllogism.
Can you name the difference between a
All right,
disjunct
so
and
let's
disjunct?
move on. This is not going anywhere. He's not going to present an argument.
You have to show
He's not going to give an argument.
why all the world
again, I'm ready to give you an argument if you're going to make an argument.
Yeah, I think that actually might have been someone with a little voice. But we have
These are all
Xerxes.
ask yourself people.
Yeah, I think that's who that was.
Yeah.
All right, so Xerxes, go ahead.
Hello.
What's up, dude?
Yeah, I don't think you remember me, Jay, but there was a time, maybe like a year and a half or so ago, where I joined your server and I was in there for all of 2 minutes before you had me debate you. And we got like 2 minutes into the conversation and you banned me. I never knew why.
Yeah, I do that a lot because there's a lot of bad arguments.
Okay. Well, can you answer how Christianity accounts for knowledge?
But yeah, be glad to. Have been doing it for 5 hours straight.
Well, go ahead. I'm listening.
Right. So every act of knowledge presupposes different categories that are the preconditions of knowledge. The preconditions don't stand alone. They require some kind of grounding or justification. And that's precisely what God does in the Christian paradigm. He gives an account for the preconditions, and that gives an account for how knowledge is possible. So anytime you make a knowledge claim, it's presupposing the preconditions, and the preconditions only make sense if God exists. That's the argument.
What are those preconditions?
It would be things like the logical categories. It would be things like Aristotle's categories. It would be things like the external.
The logical categories.
Are you going to let me finish, or you asked me to explain them?
Yeah. So if you're referring to like the logical categories as an identity, non-contradiction, and excluded middle, you think God grounds those things?
I'm saying that the existence of immaterial, invariant, abstract things only makes sense in a worldview in which there are the possibility of invariant, immaterial, abstract things. And that's the worldview where God exists.
Okay. So you think that God is responsible for identity, non-contradiction, and excluded middle?
I think that God grounds all of those kinds of categories. I listed a bunch of things for you. I said Aristotle's categories as well.
So what does that even mean for God to ground identity?
Okay, so is this an argument, or so I've explained what it means many times.
Q&A,
I just
right?
gave you the example of universals, right?
Jay Dyer, I'm asking you how.
I don't. The fact that you use my name a bunch of times, it doesn't do anything. Like, I'm not going to pay more attention because you say my name 20 times in the discussion. So I'll give you the example of universals. Universals make sense as abstract invariant things, which make predication possible. In a world where there's a universal divine mind to ground the universals is coherent and makes sense. So that's one example. I mean, I can give more.
Okay, so your explanation is faulty here. How is God exactly grounding identity, non-contradiction, and excluded middle? Would you argue?
So I give the example of universals. I give the example of universals.
Hold on a second,
underlying predication. And because we have a divine mind that grounds them, because it's able to unify all the particulars in a single unifying absolute.
Okay, so do you think that God has the capacity to like be not himself or to exist and not exist simultaneously?
Okay, so this is now we've just stepped down to Tard level. We just answered this about 5 minutes ago. So let's move on.
I'm just asking.
Another idiot.
I
this is just another Reddit level thing. I'm giving you like actual metaphysical high tier.
I wasn't here 5 minutes ago. I'm just trying to ask.
Reddit stuff
do you
about
think that God has the capacity to violate?
Can we move on? Good faith. This is why you got booted, dude. If you want to have a real exchange, that's what we do in my Discord. My Discord is full of high tier people. We got multiple PhDs in there. We don't do this retard level stuff. That's why you get booted. If you come with a low tier stuff, nobody wastes time on you.
Okay, we're bringing up Duncan here.
I mean, imagine like getting an actual discussion going about real things and then falling back on, can God make himself not exist? I mean, what is wrong with you people? Like that, the tier of just, I mean, like I expect better of the atheists. This is just so low tier, dude.
Well, at least you've seen there's a spectrum.
Someone needs to bring the Graham Oppie level stuff here, please.
Yeah, I would love it. We got Albert B here. Go ahead, Albert.
G'day. So I have a very different question to sort of what's being asked. So it's more of an opinion, I guess. So just the background. So you know how St. Basil the Great wrote that address to young men on the right use of Greek literature, right? So there's this idea of engaging with like cultures outside. Now, that's with Hellenism, right? And I guess there's this idea of the fathers that like philosophy as well in Hellenism is a pedagogy to the Greeks. Now, when it comes to other cultures, say like I guess Hindu cultures, like the Bhagavad Gita, the Vedic texts, is there any way that like Orthodox can engage with them fruitfully without them falling into some sort of perennialism? And I guess it's a bit more loaded nowadays because of the age movement and how they drawn it. But yeah, I just wanted you to say
Well,
something
I mean,
about
if you
that.
look at Christ the Eternal Tao, that's precisely what that book is intended to do, to look at
Yeah,
Eastern
exactly.
religions. And if the whole purpose of the Logos Spermaticos Logi doctrine is precisely a better way to do this kind of comparative religion. So, yeah, the Logi is the bridge to doing that in the right way without being a perennialist.
So that would be a good book just to read, that Christ the Eternal Tao, and that engages
Well, I
more
would
with
say
more than just Taoism.
read Ambiguum 7 by St. Maximus and the Logi, and then read Father Florovsky's essay, Creation and Creaturehood, which is like a 30-page essay. And you'll see that the implications of the Logi doctrine apply to how there's truths, everywhere, basically.
Yeah, exactly. So I guess it's a matter of emphasis or priority rather than saying they're all the same truths. Like, I guess like the Baha'i faith or like the perennialists, there's this idea of Logos being the, that arche, that principle, and then you see the sort of the seeds of the truth. Whereas it's not like it's all the same. I guess that's how you fall into perennialism and those sort of errors, right?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, sweet. Thank you. That was all.
Thanks, Albert. Next, we got Big Swifty.
How's it going, Jay? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
We lost.
Okay.
I'm here.
Big Swifty left swiftly. All right, next we got Ruckster. Okay, there's something with this stage. There we go. Ruckster, go ahead.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Hey, so Jay, I take it that you are a presuppositional apologist, right?
Yeah.
Do you hold to the view that like God is a necessary precondition for like intelligibility, logic, like all of those things?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what I take necessity to be is like it's like some sort of modal expression that says that there's some sort of contradiction that's entailed by his non-existence if we were to have these things. Can you actually tell me what the contradiction is?
Yeah, again, so we get the flood of the people from Ask Yourself server just repeating the same objection that we've answered probably 50 times. Again, it's a debate about preconditions. And so if the preconditions of knowledge aren't made intelligible, then knowledge is not possible. So if you have knowledge, then you're utilizing preconditions. So the question is about how are the preconditions made sensible, coherent, and justified? So that's the point. If you have knowledge claims presuppose preconditions for knowledge. The preconditions for knowledge presuppose some kind of metaphysics, some kind of God, some kind of world. That's the argument.
So usually, like when we say that something's like a necessity, right? Like obviously, like its denial entails a contradiction, and in logic, it takes.
Yeah, I just stated what the contradiction was related to the precondition. Did you hear me? Do you know what preconditions are?
I can hear you. No, I'm just a little lost. Can you just tell me like
what are the preconditions? So you tell me what the argument is, since you know.
Wait,
it well.
hold on. Wait, but I didn't make the claim. I just want to know like what the.
I want you to tell me the argument because you know it so well.
What's the proposition in that proposition?
Okay, so this is another ask yourself, goober. Let's just move on. He's not interested. So I don't know how many times to say that it's a precondition, and none of these people know what we're talking about. They literally have no idea what a precondition is. So again, for probably the 10th time today, preconditions of knowledge, the things that have to be the case to make knowledge even possible. Nobody in this goober group seems to understand, not you guys, I'm talking about the Ask Yourself group. They don't seem to know what that is. And that's what the argument hinges on. So at least go understand what that is before you come respond to the argument, because they've done this for 2, 3, 4 years now of this just inane low IQ response where they don't even grasp what a precondition is, that the argument is about the preconditions, and they never get this. Every time I ask them, what do you think a precondition is? None of them know. Okay, that's 101 to this argument. So please go understand that first if you want to critique the argument. And I'm happy to state the argument for the 50th time that knowledge claims presuppose preconditions for the possibility of knowledge. So what's under dispute here in the argument
is not knowledge claims, but the preconditions for knowledge. The preconditions are what's in dispute and under analysis. And I'm asking the question, somebody's worldviews are going to have to give an account for that because we're all using these things. And those things are stronger and they ground knowledge claims. So our dispute is not over mundane, average, empirical knowledge claims. The dispute and the argument is centering on preconditions. So if you don't know what preconditions are, don't come argue against this argument because you're not going to get it. You're not going to be able to refute the argument because it's about preconditions. So go learn what a precondition is. Okay.
Hello?
Yep.
Hi. Okay. So, Jay, first of all, you're making a lot of presuppositionalism. You're borrowing from Van Til and Bahnsen. I get it. However, ultimately your appeals to logic and your appeals to reason and to universals, I mean, they prove to a high probability that God exists, but they don't prove to absolute certainty that he exists. Do you accept that?
Well, that just depends on what you mean by absolute certainty. I would say the highest degree of human certitude possible would be things like transcendental categories, because they're preconditions for knowledge. They're so necessary that to deny them would be to destroy the possibility of knowledge. And the argument is that God is the grounding of the transcendental categories.
All right, I agree with that. I would just say that Aquinas, his argument regarding whether God has knowledge is very similar to presuppositionalism. Your argument there on it anyway. Yes, it is, because he's still arguing. He's still arguing from universals, proving that God has knowledge.
Yeah, that's not,
he's saying it's a probabilistic argument.
Not, you don't know what you're talking about. Arguing from universals is not what the transcendental argument is about. So transcendental arguments are different from the transcendental argument for God, and that's not what Aquinas does.
It's essentially the same argument rehashed.
No, it is not.
Anyway,
no, it is
there
not.
are numerous inconsistencies. All right.
Listen, Aquinas does not believe you can do a natural proof for the Trinity. Transcendental argument is arguing for the Trinity. So right there, you're wrong.
I'm not talking about in regards to the Trinity. I'm talking with
That's
regards
what
to
the transcendental
universals.
argument for God is. It's the Trinitarian. That's what I'm doing. Okay.
Well, you can have it in the Trinity, and that's a separate issue. I'm talking only about universals and knowledge.
You're confusing. Okay? It doesn't, dude. A transcendental argument is not the transcendental argument for God. They're two different things. Do you see that?
Okay, well, that's not my main question. My main question here is how do you account for the inconsistencies
you
in your
to play
system?
Gotcha on that. Hold on. You try to play gotcha on that. So I want to illustrate to you.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sure this will come up in the Trent debate. The transcendental argument is attempting to argue for the Trinity and the specific doctrine of Orthodox Christian theism, right? And that's not what a transcendental argument simpliciter is. So Kant does transcendental arguments. He has nothing to do with the Trinity, right? He's not arguing for the triune God. Aquinas, early on in the Summa, out of hand rejects all a priori arguments. So there's absolutely no way he can make the transcendental argument for God. He rejects a priori arguments. He rejects the ontological argument for that reason. So obviously he's not going to be able to do the transcendental argument for God. Does Aquinas think that it's absurd to deny universals? Yes, and that's called retorsion. So Aristotle did retorsion arguments, which are similar in form to transcendental arguments, but that's not the transcendental argument for the triune God. That's different.
Okay, I can accept that. That's not really my main point anyway. My main point is, how do you account for the inconsistencies in your system? Because to me, your system is chaotic and inconsistent. I can point to various things. For example, the dispute between Victor and Polycrates in 180 AD. They couldn't even decide the extent of the Pope's authority in 180 AD. How are you going to decide it in 2021 or anytime even thereafter?
The Pope's authority? I'm not a Roman Catholic. I don't know what you're talking about.
I know, but you appealed to Polycrates' side.
Dude, hold on. You're going to machine gun these examples. The very example of Victor itself proves the Orthodox position that the rest of the bishops didn't default to Victor's view.
Well, that doesn't prove your view. That just shows that some bishops at the time agreed with your view.
It proves that they didn't have the Vatican I view at that time.
It proved, well, that doesn't mean not all the bishops didn't have it. You're pointing to the bishops that appeal to your position. It's
the
a
argument
chaotic
of Vatican
position.
I. The argument of Vatican I is that the primacy, supremacy, infallibility, and inerrancy of the Roman See were always believed across the world from the earliest days of the church. That's what Vatican I says. So if the disputes of the various councils disprove that view, then Vatican I is not true, and the church was not, for the first 7 councils, operating on a Vatican I mindset. It's a very simple argument. The canons themselves, the canons of every one of those councils, is totally contrary to Vatican I.
Well, the Vatican I would simply say that the bishops that disagree with Vatican I were schismatic at the time. That doesn't prove anything.
I'm
The
talking about
other
the canons of the ecumenical. So every ecumenical council was in schism against Rome.
That's simply not the case. There
That's
are
what you
numerous
just said.
ecumenical councils that proclaim papal authority, maybe not to the extent and clarity the Vatican
Did you?
I
You're not
did.
even listening to the argument. I'm talking about the canons of the councils that go against Vatican I's description of Rome.
There
Have
are
you
no
read the canons of the council?
there are no such canons. I disagree that there are any
So
such canons.
again,
If
I
you want
can
to
give you
point,
the PDF. You're lying. I can give you the PDF right now of 13 pages of the canons for the first 7 councils that go against Vatican I. So you just made a fool of yourself saying there's no
no,
such
I
thing. So
didn't,
you don't know
because
what
there
you're
are plenty
talking
of
about.
scholars
He
that
doesn't know
disagree
what he's
with you on
talking
it, and
about.
I do know what I'm
Somebody
talking about.
just boot him. Boot
Also,
him. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Lying. So this is the 5th Roman Catholic that says now in here, none of these things exist. There's no such thing as canons, which, by the way, the theological treatises of Vatican I at the time had to explain away and deal with these canons. So he doesn't even know the actual literature, right? If you look at Bishop Gasser's treatment, right? Bishop Gasser is the official interpretation of Vatican I according to the Pope. Gasser's treatise goes through trying to explain all of these problematic canons. So he's just totally speaking from ignorance. This is like the 5th lying Roman Catholic that has come in here and saying that there's no such thing as any of these things. You guys are liars, and you lie to yourself. And every time you come in here and do this stuff, it just exposes how disingenuous you guys are. You don't even know the material, and you just come and say that I'm making these things up. Go listen to Ubi's videos. This is why Ubi has totally bodied Ibarra, because Ibarra ignored all of these issues. We have in our Discord, Seraphim put together 13 pages of canons from the first 7 councils that are completely contrary to Vatican I. And that's the point, is that the attitude and expression of the fathers in the synodal councils to produce these canons, right, shows that they don't have the Vatican I mindset. What did we see 2 hours ago in here, right? The bishops investigate the tome of Leo for 2 weeks to see if it's orthodox. That guy said, that's just not true. It's made up. No, it's not made up. It's admitted in Roman Catholic sources, right? Pope Agatha's letter is investigated to see if it's orthodox. Pope Leo's letter is placed equal to St. Cyril's letters, right? None of that makes sense with the Vatican I view. And so all these people do is come here and say, you lie, you lie, you lie. No, you guys lie. That's why your whole church has been propped up by countless papal forgeries. Why do we don't have forgeries? Because we don't have to back up our bullshit system with countless forged documents. Your church does. Your church, the papacy, has relied on papal forgeries for centuries to prop up your stupid heresy.
Okay, Gunslinger, go right ahead.
Heyo. I'd just like to start off by saying I'm a big fan, Jay Dyer. You really opened my eyes just to religion in general and to theology.
Okay, so usually that's the preface for something bad coming. I'm a big fan. By the way, here's why you're a total piece of shit. I'm just joking.
No, I'm not gonna debate you. I just had a genuine question because I don't know if this has to be about religion or if it's like a genuine Q&A or what's up. You know, is because I just got in here, so.
You can ask any question. Go ahead.
Oh, cool. Yeah, do you save your ass hair?
By the way, those that are interested, if you come to our Discord or if one of the mods has it handy, somebody can put Seraphim's collection of it's on my website too. The canons of the ecumenical councils that refute Vatican I.
I have your website bookmarked.
Yeah, somebody can link that whole 13 pages of canons, which don't exist according to that dude.
Well, do you?
What now?
I'm just a troll.
What did he say?
I don't know. I think he was just trolling. Let's see. What else? Got another like 5 or 6. Corporate operator.
Yeah, we'll call it to a close here in a little bit because I'm going to go on Tristan's stream.
Cool.
Yeah, go ahead. Whoever's next.
With these stages, we just gotta wait for them to accept and come up. So it'll just take a sec. All right, Omni, you can unmute yourself. Okay, Catholic, you can go ahead.
Yeah, can I be heard? Am I coming in loud and clear?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm just curious. You keep changing your excuses, Jay, with regards to refusing to accept Brother Peter Diamond's debate
All right,
challenge.
let's just move on. So I've explained many times why I don't. Let's move on. Yeah, I don't take set of occultists seriously.
G. Dyer, thank
Or
you. Thank you for coming
yep.
up today, man. I appreciate you explaining the pre-sup and let
Mhm.
everybody know that it is a coherent argument. I am Catholic. I know you've been getting beat up by a lot of Catholics today, but I appreciate you being up here for the 5 hours that you have and answering everybody's questions, man. We really enjoy you in the server. Thank you for coming by, man. You should come by again.
Sure. And we'll do a round 2 in my Discord, and people who want to come over there and do this, we can do it there too if they want. We're doing a back and forth swap kind of thing.
Yeah, I didn't know you had a server and whatnot. I probably would. I'll join it. I guess I'll get it from somebody here. But
Yeah, I think we have it's just Orthodox Christian server. I think it's the largest Orthodox server.
Any of you guys can DM
No
me. I'll
doubt, man.
send you an invite.
Yeah, G-Dyer.
Did you have a question, Barth?
No, I just wanted to thank him. That was it. I appreciate
For
it.
sure. Okay, we got a couple more here. Liam, you can go ahead.
Yeah, hi. Can I be heard?
Yep.
Yeah, I was gonna ask about pre-sup. Like, say I come with you, like, almost all the way. Like, I accept all the transcendental arguments, and I agree about like the triune God and all the attributes you want to throw on there. Say I like get off the ride, so to speak, when you get to like the Bible and the person of Jesus. Do you have like another a priori like from the armchair argument, or do you have to then go to like a probabilistic like empirical thing?
Well, I mean, the argument is presupposing not just the existence of God, but the whole Christian paradigm. So it's the entire metaphysics and worldview that Christianity presents, and that's revealed via Scripture. So it wouldn't make any sense to say, well, I agree with Tag, but I reject Scripture. Well, Tag presupposes the content of Revelation, so it really wouldn't make any sense.
What if I just deny like certain parts of scripture? Like I just don't believe like the same canon that you do. Like
Right. Well, I mean,
accept, like,
the
a number
system
of
itself says what you have to accept, so it doesn't make any sense. You can't like pick and it's not a buffet style system, so it's a
So
holistic
the a
thing.
priori argument actually guarantees like a certain number of books in the Bible. Like you have like a transcendental argument for like there being 71 books.
I'm not a Protestant, so you're assuming that the presuppositional argument of a Protestant would be my argument. That's not what I don't believe in sola scriptura.
Okay.
So we're Orthodox, not Protestants.
Yeah, I don't understand, but that's fine. Doesn't seem like we're going to make any progress.
Wow. They're not sending their best. Okay, Duncan, go ahead. You got a working mic there, Duncan? Okay, Spicy, you can also unmute yourself.
Sure. Yeah, just a quick question. And you might have already answered this, so I apologize if that's the case. But what do you think determines God's impossibility to lie or to do certain things?
It would be that his actions are in accord with his nature, and so he by nature is good, and he by nature is truth, and so he can't do things contrary to his nature.
Oh, hello.
So
Can you hear me?
I guess this would just kind of be the same question with like a modified premise. What do you think ultimately dictates the impossibility of God's nature then? Like if it's anything other than God, then
I don't think God's nature is impossible. What do you mean?
no. So like, what makes God's nature possible or impossible?
Let's just move on. So the questions are degenerating or getting really low tier. So this is the last one.
Hello. What's up, Jay?
Hey, dude.
Okay, so I want to ask you two questions. The first one's not like serious. Like baseball?
I did play for 2 years when I was young. I played in I think 8th and 9th grade, and then I was done. I went on to basketball.
Like an MLB team?
What now?
I said, do you like an MLB team? Like, what's your team?
No, I'm saying when I was in like middle school, I played baseball. What do you mean?
I was asking what your favorite team is for like the major
Oh,
league.
I don't watch sports.
Oh, okay. And then the second one is I'm a Protestant, and what's been kind of like turning me off that is this female pastor we have in the church. Like it's kind of it kind of goes against what I've seen in some scripture. So
well, yeah,
it's kind of like asking, what's the Orthodox position in regards to like women in the church? I try to like discuss
yeah. I
this
mean, we
with
have
them,
all
and they
male.
say,
We have all male priesthood, so there's no such thing as. I mean, there are a few liberal individuals trying to push for that, but I mean, it's so fundamental to Orthodoxy that it's all male priesthood that's never going away.
and like, did you say the verses in the New Testament like outright refute female clergy or priesthood?
Absolutely.
Or
Yeah, clear as day.
that's all I wanted to ask. Appreciate it.
Okay. All right, cool. Thank you
All right,
guys. Been good. We did about 5 hours. Some good stuff, some heated stuff, some not so good stuff. So it was about what I expected. But thank you very much for having me. And if anyone wants to continue debates, you can always come over to our server too.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Jay. That
Yeah,
was a
thank
real
you, Good Faith,
marathon.
for setting this up. And everybody have a good night.
Yeah, good night.